3.6 ton Super Sports, and then we go right into Euro Cup with the 2.5 ton light modified, the mini modifieds. Then we go to our super stock tractors and our 4 ton heavy modifieds. So we've got 11 Super Sports, around 12 light mods, 10 minis. We have 18 super stocks and 11 heavy mods. Tom Beattie and I will be bringing this action to you again.
Hello.
My name's Darren Hartwell.
Hi, how are we all? Just trying to get my ears set up, just confusing me.
Yeah, we appreciate our friends in the U.S. waking up early, and Canada and other parts of North America, wherever you are in the world, the U.K., anywhere in the world. We really appreciate you guys jumping on today and being here with us. We are excited to bring this action to you. It's just this is an awesome event. This is my first time across the pond, as we like to say in the U.S., my first trip to Europe, and everyone has been so welcoming. I mean, I was out here at 9 o'clock this morning, Tom, and there are just tons of people here.
Indeed. It's going to be a packed house today in Germany. So we're due to start pulling at 11 o'clock. We just thought we'd jump on and say hello. We'll leave you now to watch the proceedings. Our German colleagues are doing some interviews. The opening ceremony will commence in German. Obviously, we can't understand what they're saying, but we'll be back with you just five-ish minutes before we start pulling. And we're ready for action here in Germany.
All right, talk to you soon.
Füchtorf und herzlich willkommen hier bei den Ritter des Sportfreundes des Spahn, Mein Name ist Tractorpulling und ich darf Ihnen das Traktat vertreten, denn für uns ist das ein Motorsport, das ist Leidenschaft, das kommt hervorragend für uns. Und alle diejenigen, die jetzt meinen, ich muss auch in der zweiten Beruf an Landmaschinen arbeiten, da freuen wir uns natürlich, viele Bewerbungen von Jungleuten zu bekommen. Denn ich durfte gestern den Heiligen Heinz und ein Josef fragen, was dort passiert. Immer wieder ist das begeisternd, was für eine Präzision, eine Dynamik und ein Teamspiel hier vorherrscht. Von daher ein ganz, ganz großes Lob. Großes Lob aber auch an alle freiwilligen Helfer, die hier heute sind. Ich glaube, ich habe sie alle gezählt, ich habe auch mehr als 200 freiwillige Helfer. Und von daher möchte ich euch alle bitten, die Hände zu erheben, zu applaudieren an das gesamte Team, die Organisation, die es gemacht hat. Ein großer Applaus. Da geht aber noch mehr gute Laune hier an alle Seiten. Und damit wollen wir die Welt starten lassen. Der Vorteil ist, wir haben das Auto, wir verbrennen ordentlich Methanol und haben ordentlich Freude daran, dass es hier sicher abläuft. Und in diesem Sinne möchten wir als Firma Klaas uns bedanken, insbesondere dass wir hier gehört haben. Und meine Kinder haben gestern Abend, als sie diesen wunderbaren gestrigen Tag überlegt haben, 3 Dinge gesagt. Junge, Junge, Junge und meine Damen und Herren, der Tüter, die Feuerwehr ist da. Und damit war das letzte Dank gelungen. Von daher wünsche ich euch viel Spaß hier bei diesem super und dynamischen Event. Viel Freude dabei und alles Gute. Ja, und vielen Dank an den Klaas, dass ihr dabei seid.
Gestern schon so cool gewesen, heute noch mal ein bisschen geiler, fand ich. Also das ist so, glaube ich, so ein verstecktes Talent, was da schlummert, oder? Könntest ja mit uns mitmachen hier. Sensationell, wirklich. Also geile Worte, muss ich sagen. Die nächsten Worte gibt es übrigens von der DTTO. Freue mich auch drauf. Stefan Fenneken, der erste Vorsitzende der DTTO.
Ja, guten Morgen zusammen. Ich wünsche euch auch im Namen der DTTO einen recht schönen Sonntag. Nach dem Programm von gestern wünsche ich mir, dass das heute genauso läuft wie gestern. Und von daher wünsche ich euch auch viel Spaß und den Teams wenig Bruch.
Ja, auch ich nochmal herzlich willkommen im Namen der DTTO. Gestern habe ich die Veranstaltung eine hochqualitative Veranstaltung genannt, das kann ich heute nur so wiederholen. Hier ist für alles gesorgt, ein hochqualitatives Programm steht auf dem Plan, gute Klassen und im Allgemeinen einen guten Wettkampf, heute wenig Bruch und viel Spaß.
Ja, die offizielle Division, erster und zweiter Vorsitzender hier mit vor Ort und natürlich auch das Veranstalterteam, Tobias Hörster, der Chef der Organisation, hier stellvertretend bei mir. Tobias,
So once again, everybody, welcome to day number 2 of Euro Cup pulling here in the Füchtorf Arena. Currently the opening ceremony is taking place in German. You are watching the English stream, so we can't translate that bit for you. Along with myself, Tom Beattie, and my American compadre Darren, we will take you through proceedings in English on this ETPC live stream. So sit back, relax. We've got a full day of pulling. If you've just got this on the telly in the background, you'll be hearing our dulcet tones all day long, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you think about it. But we've a full-packed day of pulling coming at you in around 10 minutes time.
Runde. Und das war gestern Morgen natürlich auch wieder das Highlight bei der Begrüßung. Es wird auch heute Morgen wieder das Highlight bei der Begrüßung sein, wenn unser Team-Captain hier, den ihr alle liebt und kennt, seine Grußworte an euch richtet. Meine Damen und Herren, Hans-Josef Höskamp.
So, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen. Wir freuen uns immer, dass ihr alle wieder zahlreich erschienen seid. Also, ich wollte heute keinen großen Vortrag halten. Ich wünsche euch viel Spaß und alles Gute und kommt alle Jahre wieder. Trotzdem ein Dankeschön an alle Helfer, die uns unterstützen und Nachbarn und alle auch diejenigen, die ich vergessen haben sollte. Dankeschön einfach. Ja, einen wunderschönen Tag wünsche ich euch allen.
Ja, und was hast du so mitgebracht?
Gute Laune natürlich. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen auch namens der Stadt Westenberg. Frühling, Sonne, Füchtorf Arena und Tractorpulling. Wenn das zusammenfällt, ist ein Festwochenende garantiert. Das haben wir gestern erlebt, das erleben wir heute. Viel Spaß, viel Vergnügen und wieder Pumpe.
Ja, vielen Dank. So soll es sein. Jetzt hätten wir keine Schlussworte sprechen können. Auf geht's, Ladies and Gentlemen, Starter Engines. Wir wollen durchstarten. Habt ihr Bock auf Tractorpulling? Dankeschön. Danke an die Runde. Vielen, vielen Dank. Immer wieder schön, hier morgens mit den ganzen Leuten nochmal die Begrüßung durchzuführen. Alle zeigen sich nochmal, dass man alle mal gesehen hat und jeder mal die Chance hat, sich hier zu Wort zu melden und der Veranstaltung die besten Grüße und Wünsche mit auf den Weg zu geben. Ja, das bedeutet, wir sind drin im Sonntag und
So hello and welcome to day number 2. As we've said, opening proceedings just taking place in German. That's all complete now. Speeches have made by Heinz Joseph, Horskamp, and the Horskamp family who are hosting this event at their home. And those that weren't joining us yesterday, we are literally in the backyard of Green Monster's workshop. We can see their workshop. I might have ventured in last night and had a beer with the lovely team.
Yeah, this is an amazing experience. It's right literally on their farm. We can, as Tom just said, we can see their shop from here.
So a full day of pulling, all Euro Cup classes apart from the first one. The first one we're going to see will be a German class, and then we'll be into Euro Cup action straight after, kicking off with the light modifieds, and then a full day, including the minis, heavy mods, and the super stocks. So a full day's worth of pulling here in the Füchtorf Arena for your second day of Euro Cup pulling. We were live yesterday. Those that missed it, you can watch again. We've managed very well to keep the music off the YouTube, so it should stay on. You should be able to watch it at home to your heart's content. Obviously, don't go and watch it now. You can watch us live currently at the moment.
That's right. And you can watch the whole ETPC Euro Cup tour live for free. Tom,
Yes.
looks like we're going to start a little bit early.
Would you believe it? Unheard of. Due to start at 11 o'clock, and we're going to be a few minutes early, which is absolutely fine by us. Let's get the action started, I say.
Yeah, the 3.6 ton Super Sport.
So like we say, we're starting off with the 3.6 ton Super Sport machines. And the first one to the line will be the Red Hurricane. Again, all of these 11 tractors in this class, all of them are German. It's a German class we start the day off with. That's the first full pull of the day. Whether they'll lead the sledge set, we'll wait and see.
I was looking for the flag already, Tom.
We're
Got
not-
me used to that in the Euro Cup,
yeah.
that they use a flag to tell us if it's an official sled setting or not. So these Super Sport tractors, 360 cubic inches. They can run 3,200 RPMs at that cubic inch size. 427 cubic inches, they can only run 2,700 RPM. So a little bit of a mixed class here. And we have 11 vehicles in the class.
We do indeed, yeah.
So Red Hurricane
Gets out the far end and gets us our first full pull. My guess is they'll leave it like that. We'll have a class full of full pulls, but we'll wait and see. So if you are new to the sport of tractor pulling, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. The name of the game is to pull that lovely red sledge as far as you possibly can. The sledge is also known as a weight transfer machine, and that's the clue is in the title. It transfers its weight. So the further you pull the sledge down the 100-meter track, the more difficult it gets to pull. And the sledge does that by numerous ways, but the main way is the weight transferring. There's a box on the back of the sledge underneath the cab, and as the tractor moves the sledge down the track towards the 100-meter mark, the box on top of the sledge travels along the rails and transfers its weight from rolling weight on the rear axles at the back of the sledge to dead weight on the pan at the front of the sledge. So the pan then digs into the ground and it simulates more weight, more friction, making it more and more difficult to pull. That's it in layman's terms. There are lots of other tricks and tips that the sledge team can do to make it more difficult to pull. They can speed the box up, they can activate the push down that pushes the pan down harder earlier or later during the run. But the name of the game, no matter what the sledge team have done, is to get it as far as you possibly can. And we're all done on different classes, as we've seen, and we start the day with the 3.6 Super Sport, and they look remotely like a standard farm tractor, pimped up, shall we say, from the outward appearance. that's where the similarity ends. There's an awful lot of work, an awful lot of machinery, machining, and mechanicking gone under the bonnet. They take the cabs off. Obviously, you can see they've not got cabs, and they have a roll cage instead. And these 3.6 Super Sports, possibly knocking on the door of 1,500, 2,000 horsepower. Tuned up from the standard farm tractor that they once and many moons ago did look a little bit like. So we bring on the next one, and that's the Black Madness. Here in our first round, that will be the German classes. We've only got one German class first, and then we're into Euro Cup action after this class. So let's see, can the Black Madness get out the far end as well? We don't think the sledge has been changed. They certainly didn't look like the sledge team did any work to the sledge, so full pulls will be the order of the day. Get past that 100 metre and force yourself in the pull-off. Here we go. Ooh. So driver felt that he hadn't just left the line perhaps as best he could there. And as we were discussing this yesterday,
yes,
there is the two bites of the cherry rule, as I sort of call it in the UK. And that is, if the tractor stops before the 30 metre mark, the driver is entitled to a second bite of the cherry, a second attempt to leave the line. And we saw him, it didn't just boost, it didn't just rev, it didn't just go like it should have done. And the driver knows the rule, knew what he was doing, and decided to back off the throttle, and he actually hanged on the brakes, didn't he? We saw the sledge bumped in the rear of him because he was desperate to stop before the 30 metre mark. It was close, it was a couple of metres behind, but they measure it. If it's near the 30 metre mark, the measuring tower bounce the laser off and measure how far they went, just to double check for the track team. But it was 27 metres it's showing on the screen, so he was behind that 30 metre mark. And this will be his second and final attempt. You only get two attempts. If you can't leave the line now, that's it. That'll be his measured distance. So we go again with the Black Madness. That's another full pull. Sledge is set very light for this 3.6 Super Sports. Let's give the fans what they want to see. They love to see full pulls here in the Füchtorf arena.
So that is one major rule difference between North America and here in Europe is, in North America, if you make an attempt to stop before 100 feet, you can come back.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want people slamming on the brakes and things like that. So
yeah,
that is a pretty major rule difference.
Yeah, as we said yesterday, it actually used to be similar as North America. It used to be 25 metres.
Okay.
And if you attempted to stop before 25 metres, you could get another go. But there was a little bit of an argument caused. It was for a really big event, a European final or for a Euro Cup, and it was a final round. And,
yes.
And a tractor driver said he attempted to stop, and the sledge flag lady or man said, "I don't believe you did," and they didn't let him pull again. And it did cause a lot of trouble. So the ETPC decided, I know what we'll do. We'll make this a hard and fast rule.
Yes.
And they made it 30 metres, and we'll measure you, so you can't argue with us.
Right. Right.
But it does tend to cause then they slam on the brakes, as we saw with the Black Madness. If they're close.
Yeah, and that's how it used to be. It was 75 feet, so roughly 75. You said it was 25 meters, so that would be the same
roughly,
in the U.S., and then they moved it to 100 feet, and which would be closer to the 30 meters.
Yep.
Man, we are staying red in this Super Sport class here.
Lots of red tractors in this Super Sport.
They're not all red colored, but they're all international.
Correct, yeah.
This is a third tractor, third red, but third different color.
Yes, we've had a red one, a black one, and now we're going to have a silver one.
Thus I get the invisible touch reference on here live.
Yeah, yeah.
From Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Phil Collins. Yeah, I mean, we're 5 minutes after starting time. We're on our third vehicle already. And This crowd is bigger already than it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
The crowds here in Füchtorf are amazing.
It will be a sellout today, there's no doubt about it. If you haven't already set off to come here, I think you may find when you get here we'll have sold out. So as we say, we bring on the invisible touch, and the DJ who's just sat next to us is clued up to what's going on and who's going on. He's playing Phil Collins and the invisible touch.
That's right, that's right.
She is all over it.
One of your countrymen who is, like I say, just inducted into the or
exactly.
elected. He hasn't been inducted yet.
Yeah.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famer.
So really nicely turned out machine. This one I've not seen this tractor before myself in action, but looks the part. As we said, an IH machine, but painted a lovely silver and very shiny rims. The team have been polishing hard by the looks of it.
Yes.
So can the performance meet up with the outward appearance, shall we say? Needs to get past that 100-meter mark. The sledge is set quite light, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. We want to go here. So he needs to, oh, look at the lights to pick up. Here we go.
Oh. Rough ride for the...
And that's a disqualification. So as we go along, we'll keep you updated with the rules as they present themselves, and that's a perfect opportunity to explain. As we watch the replay, look, you can see he got locked into the track, a little bit of a rocky roller bounce, and then starts to drift off to the left-hand side as we're looking down the camera, and as you can see there, he touches the white line. Never mind the signs can get knocked over, but it's all about, does the tractor touch the white line? The sledge can touch the white line as much as he wants, but any part of the tractor touches the white line, it's instant disqualification. So the track team are now tidying up them signs. That 50-meter one is bent. Hopefully they've got a spare one. So the 60-meter one is bent. And just tidying the signs up, getting them out of the way.
Third tractor of the day and the signs are already torn up.
I know, that's no good, is it? So all of these fat tractors are fitted with independent brakes. That's how they steer when they're going down the track. As you can see, a lot of them are, the nose comes up in the air as they're going down the track, so the steering wheel is pretty useless. So as a standard farm tractor would have, they have independent brakes, so you can brake, one pedal does the left brake and one pedal does the right brake. And if you're drifting off to the right, as you're sat on the seat, you press your left-hand brake to slow that wheel down, and that in turn makes you steer the opposite way, if that makes sense. Now either the driver just wasn't quick enough on the brakes, or sometimes no matter how hard you brake, no matter what you do, the tractor is coming out of the track, there's nothing you can do to save it. So it could have been a bit of the both, but also the drivers do not really want to press that brake, because as soon as you press the brake, it robs you of valuable speed, ground speed, wheel speed, and of course distance down the track. So
yes.
It's a fine line. The drivers sometimes will wait, and hope that it doesn't just touch the white line, and obviously sometimes naturally the track will make you drift left or drift right, and they're hoping that it will drift back into the centre, and they wait to the last second to press the brake. So it could have been a mixture of all three of those, not pressing it quick enough, not pressing it hard enough, not waiting too long, or just pressing it really hard and it wouldn't come back.
When it one-wheeled on him at one point, and it's just not good. But every time you touch that brake, it can cost you 5 to 10 meters of track position, and in this type of competition, you can't have that.
No.
So Tom, what we saw yesterday, and it looks like it's working that way again today thus far, I know we're early on, everybody's starting right in the center of the track. They can spot that sled anywhere they want in between those white lines. But it looks to be, early on in the competition, most of the people are going right down the center, and that's where it was yesterday too.
Yep, yeah. I think it is more common for teams to spot the sledge in the US than perhaps in the Europe. Obviously teams do it, but it's not done that often, shall we say.
Okay. Yeah, in the U.S., you'll see people going left to right, back to the middle. You know, they'll go one sled tire track, one way or the other. I mean, it's people in the U.S. we use a cone. I noticed you pointing out they use a person here,
yep.
But we'll use a cone and or a person. And I mean, that cone is getting moved left and right all night long.
Now you can't perhaps see on the stream, but where the sledge sits on the start line, it is actually sat on a slab of concrete.
Really?
Yeah. Where the back wheels of the sledge are currently sat on the start line, it is sat on a slab of concrete. So when the tractor's set off, there is no tyre tracks for the sledge to run in, if that makes sense. That may be the reason they're choosing not to spot it as hard. Obviously the back wheels of the tractor are sat on the dirt, on the muck, but the back wheels of the sledge are actually sat on a little slab of concrete on purpose. So it's time for the next one, the Red Ripper. Again, we're in our German competition first of all.
Oh, when the lights come on, ready to roll.
Had a rough ride there, wasn't just running at full potential.
No, but it did hook up a few. At some point, you could see the ripples in the tires, so it was hooking up at certain points, but it did not stay hooked up.
If we watch the replay, you can see he got away from the line well, but sort of around the 50-meter mark, started to bounce around and just not have that hook he needed. There you go, look, you can see on the replay, bounce.
97.60 is the distance, 97 meters, 60 centimeters.
So not quite far enough.
I'm getting this metric thing down on the second day, Tom. I think we have something rare coming up next. It's fired down there. Duke of Deere. We actually have a John Deere.
Looks like it. So if you just joined us, welcome. Thank you for joining us here on this free ETPC stream. It is the plan for every Eurocup event to be streamed on this platform this year for free, brought to you by Alliance Tyres, the ETPC's main partner for the Eurocup series. We've started the proceedings here in Füchtorf Arena with a German class. And then as soon as this German 3.6 Super Sport class is out of the way, we'll be into Eurocup action.
Yeah, with our two classes that we pulled yesterday in Eurocup action, they'll get their second hook of the weekend.
So we saw them in their first round of the double header. So the double header was brought in a few years ago. It's just to mix it up ever so slightly. So they run once down the track. And I know in America you would say, well, that's pretty normal, Tom. That's how we do it. But here in Europe, full pulls are what the fans want to see. So full pulls is what the fans normally get. We'd often see a class of 12 light modifieds, and we'd be looking for 6 or 8 of those to be past that 100-meter mark and coming back for a pull-off, and that would be the norm. But instead, a double header, it guarantees they only do one run. But that means they run on both days of the event though. So they have a one-hit wonder yesterday for the minis and the light mods, and we'll have and they get full class points, and we'll have a one-hit wonder this afternoon for the minis and the light mods, and they get full class points.
We do still have occasionally still have pull-offs at some of the bigger events, National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. There are pull-offs there. Some of the other super national and grand national events they do, but Bowling Green for sure. It's Pull Town, and they definitely still have pull-offs in Bowling Green. Now our tracks they've extended our tracks to 350 feet in NTPA competition for a full pull now.
So as you say, our first green one of the day. We've seen lots of red ones, but in different shapes and sizes, colours. This is our first green one, first John Deere to hit the track. And that's another full pull.
Kind of coughed and sneezed a little bit, but made the distance. And we want to make sure that we thank our sled crew and our track crew, Foss, for sponsoring all the equipment out here. They're very good partners with the Green Monster team and supplied all the track equipment out here today.
So again, if you have just joined us, welcome. We are the ETPC live stream. Do check us out and find us on the socials. Just have a search for the ETPC, or the European Tractorpulling Committee, and you'll find all of us on the Facebook and the Instagram. Check out the socials, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a share. And also, if you are liking what you're seeing and want to see more Eurocup action, give the YouTube page a subscribe, and then, as they say, ring the little bell to get the notifications. Next time we go live, your phone will bing bong and tell you we're live. We go live in 2 weeks' time again at the next round of the Eurocup, which will be in the UK, in Scorton.
That's a long drive for you, isn't it?
No, it's just round the corner. I'm all right for that one.
You have to love those that are close to home.
Yes, indeed. So our sixth tractor down now will be the Smoky Beast in this 3.6 Super Sport class.
Case IH sheet metal on the Smoky Beast. Again, a little bit about the rules of this Super Sport German class. Tractors at 360 inches can run 3,200 RPMs. The bigger cubic inches, 427, can run 2,700 RPMs. Single charger.
Yeah, so 2 cubic capacity, 2 litre size, just different ones, and then if you've got a lower cube, a lower literage, you can rev it slightly higher, and if you've got a higher cube. Obviously that's done to try and keep it a more of a fair competition. Smoky Beast on the line, builds the boost pressure up, just takes his time. Doesn't look like it's going to go.
yeah, the smoke went to black, but then it went back white.
Oh, just struggling at the line is the smoky beast.
It is definitely a smoky beast here today in Füchtorf.
It is. You can't see on the stream, but there's plumes of grey smoke coming over the top of the crowd.
If people didn't know there was a tractor pull in town, they do now.
They do indeed. Here we go. Just very unusual for someone to sit building the boost for that long. He's obviously got a problem.
Okay, they just gave him the red flag.
Yeah, I think he's had long enough trying to leave the line. So unfortunately, that'll be not the greatest day for the Smoky Beast.
So something different I'm noticing about European pulling here, especially in Füchtorf, Tom, is all the drinks are in glass bottles.
It's quite usual for Germany that it's not in the UK where you're not allowed to serve glass bottles.
No, and there's a gap between where we're standing and the back end of the grandstand, and they've got a tractor with a specially made bucket, and they're selling drinks from the backside, and they're also collecting the empty glass bottles. They're also selling drinks down trackside, and you'll see those folks, but this is a first. And you can buy them by the case in glass bottles.
Crate, yeah. And they take a deposit, so you take the glass bottles back and they give you some euros back.
Okay. In Michigan, we have a deposit on all the bottles as well. And I've heard here in Europe they have a deposit on the water bottles, sometimes, which we don't have.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
I think there's a couple states on the East Coast and California maybe that have deposit on water bottles. But just a great experience over here. I will recommend if any of you, wherever you're watching this, if you have the chance to come to Europe to a pull, definitely do it. And if you're from another part of the world and have not been to a pull in North America, I highly recommend that too.
Of course you do.
Absolutely. Come see us. We'd love to have you.
So we dragged the Smoky Beast out of the way. It lived up to its name, didn't it? It produced lots of smoke, but unfortunately couldn't get it to leave the line. And we bring on the next one, which should be the...
Escalation, I think.
You think so, yeah? Yes, indeed, that's what it is.
Maybe it's escalation?
Maybe, yeah.
We'll go with that.
I think that's probably what it's supposed to be.
We'll escalate it to that level. Yeah, this is a nice looking tractor. I saw this last night in the pits after the pull. So far we have 3 tractors in the pull-off. I mean, the first 2 made it out relatively easily, and then we had one go out of bounds, and then one come up just short, and then the Duke of Deer crashed the red party.
Indeed. So again, if you're new to the sport of tractor pulling, hello, you've just flicked onto YouTube and thought, what's this? Well, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is what we call the world's most powerful motorsport. And the name of the game is to drag that red sled. You can see on the screen now we've got the escalation. That's a 3.6 Super Sport machine. Looks similar to a standard farm tractor. That's where the similarities end. The name of the game is to drag that red sled. And took it out the end in fine style. So a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower, although we didn't really need their help, did we, to tell us that was a full pull. He flew out past that 100-metre mark like he meant it. Like we said, sledge is set a little bit on the light side. We're getting the German crowd warmed up with full pulls before we start the Euro Cup action.
4 big, exciting Euro Cup classes here this afternoon. The light modifieds, the mini modifieds, the super stock tractors, and the heavy modifieds. So, nice mix of action here this afternoon. Well, I guess it's still morning.
It is still morning here, yeah. We're 11:30 in the morning here in Germany. And I have been told it's a sellout.
Wow. That's great. Another beautiful day. I mean, that's the thing. That really helps having the beautiful weather here.
Yep, indeed. It's a lovely spring morning.
It is.
Blue skies. And we're just learning it's the birthday of the driver of Escalation. As our German compadres on trackside encourage the whole of the 20,000 strong fans here in Germany to sing happy birthday to our super sport driver. And another red one, look, heads to the line. This one we think is the Mr. T. No, it's not. It's Red Evolution, this. So let's see what the Red Evolution can do. 2 green flags down the track. Needs to get in that past that full pull mark, past that 100 metres if he wants to join his compadres, his fellow classmen in the pull-off. Well, here we go. Let's see what he can do. That's a full pull for him.
That was the Red Evolution?
Yeah, Red Evolution.
And then there were 5 in the pull-off.
I think we have a couple missing from our running order. We should have a Mr. T and a Badger still that's on our running order. We don't have them come to the line. So I can see the lady in red sat ready to go. And it looks like our gentleman that went out of bounds, the invisible touch, will get a second chance.
Because we have less than 10 in the class in a German class, and so they get a second chance to make a full pull.
Yes, we learned that yesterday. That was new to me as well. I didn't know that piece of information. But with the German class, so it's just for this one class for the day. Don't get confused for the Euro Cup, but just for this one class for today. If there are less than 10 in the class, everybody gets 2 attempts to pass that 100-metre mark and get in the pull-off. bring the lady in red on, which will be the last one in the first attempt, shall we say, of getting the pull-off, and there will only be one more. We saw the Smoky Beast not able to leave the line. In theory, they can come back if they've fixed their problem, but we can only see at the moment the invisible touch lining up to come back, but we will wait and see who comes back for their second attempt at a pull-off, to get into the pull-off, shall we say.
Tom, something else that's unique to Füchtorf that I haven't seen before is they have a grandstand on this side in front of us that's built for standing.
Yes.
Not for sitting. It's built for standing. The platforms are wider, or the steps, so you can stand. And then the people brought S-hooks to hang their backpacks and things too.
Yep.
So they came prepared.
They come prepared. So can the lady in red get past that 100-meter mark and get in the pull-off? Doesn't look like he wants to leave the line though, does he?
It looks like it shut off. I don't.
Could potentially have a new driver on board here. Yeah, it did shut off. They're just trying to restart the tractor now, which is strange. So it looks like we've got the tractor restarted now. You can see the smoke out the exhaust indicating the engine is running. But the mechanic is still just there by tractor side. It does look a little bit like we're looking at gearage as well.
It's fired back up.
The clock will be ticking. The mechanic doesn't look very stressed. It's very cool and calm, his mechanic there. But this will be the second attempt to leave the line. Let's see if it goes this time. And she's cooking lots of steam and smoke under the bonnet of that. I do feel we may have had a new driver on board there, very tentatively left the line.
Yes.
Can't confirm or deny it, it's just my gut feeling there. So by the looks of it, that does conclude the first round, or first attempts to get in the pull-off. And we'll move on to the few tractors that didn't make it, broken shall we say, to come back in their second attempt. We can definitely see the invisible touch machine lined up.
Yeah, the invisible touch, they definitely had a rough ride the first time. Well, that's a good sign. The Smoky Beast is coming back around, Tom.
There's a few lining up now to come back, but like you say, that is a good sign. First one will be the invisible touch. They've got a disqualification for crashing our signs. The 60 metre one is gone, not been replaced, so we must have crushed that one beyond repair. Luckily we've one on the other side of the track, so we can get a good gauge still of where tractors are. The signs on the side of the track are just for reference for us, for the fans here on the day.
We've got photographer Rudy Lindhorst right about that 60 metre mark, so it'd be a good reference point for us there.
Yeah, indeed.
So it looks like the three that did not qualify the first time for the pull-off are all back around now. We have, this will be the Invisible Touch, and then Red Ripper, and then Smoky Beast will all get another chance. Because in in German competition, with less than 10 in a class, you have 2 chances to make a pull-off.
So you can still see the chalk on the tyre there on the stream. If you look to the left-hand back tyre as we're looking at the tractor, there's still little white flecks of chalk from when he went out of bounds first time round. Hopefully this time can keep it in the straight and narrow between those 2 white chalk lines. Now we've 2 green flags, so let's see. Another really good strong run, managed to keep it in the straight and narrow this time. That's a full pull for the Invisible Touch. We want to see them all come back nearly, aren't we? Just 2 more to go now in this second round of qualifying.
Yeah, this is a little different model because in pulling we always said there's no qualifying, no practice or anything like that, and
this kind of is, isn't there?
It is. You get a mulligan.
Yes.
Or as I've learned from the English, a second bite at the cherry.
Second bite of the cherry, yes.
I think in the U.S. it's a second bite of the apple.
Oh, really?
It is, yes. Tom, do you know how wide is that concrete pad? Is it just in the center of the track?
No,
is that why everyone?
All the way across.
Okay, I was going to say, is that why everyone spots in the center? Because then it's rolling on concrete to start?
No, it's all the way across. So once again, we take this opportunity to thank all of the sponsors involved in our sport, but particularly the Alliance Tyres brand, who have supported the Euro Cup, our headline supporter, headline sponsor for the whole of the ETPC Euro Cup series. And also the Mitas brand from the same family particularly support the Green Monster team. They have a tractor named in the Mitas in the title. And also you can see all the banners of the local sponsors for the event down the side of the track as the cameras are whizzing past. We thank each and every one of those as well. So we bring back now the Smoky Beast, who left us full of smoke last time and couldn't leave the line. Just sat on the line and did lots of revving and lots of black smoke turned into grey smoke. And couldn't leave the line, so hopefully team have found the problem and they can leave the line in good form this time. So let's see what these 3.6 Super Sports Smoky Beast can do. Still not running right, look. It was lovely, lovely, lovely. Then just as the RPMs come in, sort of the tone of the engine changes, it goes brrr noise, and then the black smoke turns to white. He's going to take his time, just like last time. Thankfully the wind sort of died down a little bit, so the smoke's not coming over our top of our heads this time.
Yes.
But still, not just right, look. Shouldn't be sat there building that boost for that amount of time. He's not increasing the RPMs at all. He's just sat at the same RPM. It seems like he's just, there you go, and there's the grey smoke coming back again. I don't think this tractor's going to leave the line, ladies and gents.
It's like it's making power, but it's just not moving.
It's just on that tipping point where I always say it goes into the whoosh. You can tell the engine's doing exactly what it should, just as it should be going into the whoosh. Oh, there
it goes.
Here we go. I just was saying, nah, it's not going to go. It's not got the RPM up. It's going to come back. It's going to come back, isn't it? Oh. Got it, look.
Wow.
Well, I'll be.
That is one of the most unlikely bull pulls I have seen in my life.
Yes. I'm sat here going, it's not going to go, it's not going to go. And then he pulls it out the back and gets
The Smoky Beast.
Gets it past the 100-meter mark. Wow.
He took advantage of that second bite of the cherry.
Yeah. Pie on my face with that one, eh? They'll all be laughing at home. Well, Tommy doesn't know what he's talking about. Now the internet has dramatically dropped down. Our 5G has 20,000 people in front of us. Sapped the internet coverage from the local area. The local
yeah, they won't have any bug problems for a while here.
The local telephone antenna is currently stretched to the max.
Yes.
20,000 people will try and go live on Facebook. So yeah, I'm struggling to get on WhatsApps. Luckily we're streaming on the Starlink, not 5G, so we're okay.
Yeah. Speaking of streaming, one of my friends in Illinois is watching already this morning.
Nice,
so it's,
good morning.
Yes, it's 7 hours, so it's about 5 a.m., little before 5, 4:45 a.m. out there.
Set his alarm well.
Yes. Maybe it's 5:45. So our last tractor in the first round should be coming up. The Red Ripper.
Should be. He just missed out, didn't he, with 97 and 60?
Yes.
And the German crowd already getting in the mood as the DJ plays the tunes. So if you've just joined us, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us on this free ETPC stream brought to you by Alliance Tyres. We started the day off not with Euro Cup classes, we start the day off with the local class, the 3.6 Super Sport class. And then the rest of the classes this afternoon will be all Euro Cup, all ETPC classes. And as we explained a little earlier, in the German rounds, if there's less than 10 in the class, everybody gets 2 attempts. This looks like this is the Red Hurricane coming now, so it looks like the Red Ripper isn't joining us for a second to go. So we're now into the pull-off. This is Red Hurricane on the line. So it's pull-off time now. We need to stop them before that 100-meter mark, but we do give ourselves 10 meters grace. And the sledge team took advantage of that 10 meters grace yesterday, and we saw teams getting past that 110 mark, past the 100 mark in the pull-off. So wherever they stop, we'll measure them. That will be a measured distance that the rest of the class will have to catch for the Red Hurricane.
I see they're selling genuine German pretzels here today. I don't think they were selling those yesterday.
No, they weren't yesterday.
May have to get one of those.
I think a similar problem here now with the Red Hurricane. Struggling to build the boost pressure. Lots of smoke pouring off. Seems to have cleared its throat now though. It's going to go, look, here we go. First one is a pull-up.
It's a very
turbo dies towards the end and shuts it down just around the 96, 97 meter mark.
$97.74 for the Red Hurricane.
So that's the distance the other ones will have to catch. We've nearly got a full class of full pull, so we'll nearly see the whole class come back.
Yeah, unfortunately all but one tractor. Yeah. Feel bad for that guy. Black Madness is scheduled up next. Looks like they're fired, along with the Duke of Deer as well. The tractor's fired as well. Yes, not even noon local time. Packed out, sellout crowd here in Füchtorf, Germany for the first stop on the Euro Cup Tour for 2026.
Good way to start the job, I say. Good
Absolutely.
way to start.
Beautiful weather, huge crowd, great action on the track. We're pulling our first class, which is a German super sport class. Again, single charger, couple different combinations. 360 cubic inches can go 3,200 RPMs. 427 cubic inches can go 2,700 RPMs.
Yep. That's the norm in a lot of the super sport classes. A lot of them have a two-tier system. The higher cube you can rev less, the lower the cube you can rev a bit more. Just so we can get different engines and brands and blocks that in the class, make it a bit of a wider reach for people to get parts for. And we bring on the Black Magnus now. One of our second full pull in the first round.
Yeah, this is a beautiful looking international too.
Remember, he took advantage of the 30-meter rule in his first attempt on his first run. Stopped at just before the 30, around 27 meters, and was towed back and had his second bite of the cherry.
Yes. Since it's an international, I'll say it was hard on the binders.
Yes, indeed.
Another term for an international, binder. Also another term for brakes.
Okay, gotta get me that checkered flag if you want to take the lead away from the Hurricane. What is the track doing the business? Oh my goodness me. Passed it in absolute fine style. Dragged him down. He'll be past the 110 there, perhaps 112 meters, something like that. We'll wait for the measuring tower. What a good run for the Black Madness.
So what is the threshold for a second pull-up? Is it 110 meters? Or?
Officially, yeah. Officially, if we get 2 past 110, we should have what we call then a super pull-up, and we go again.
111.35, so we have one out there already.
Yeah. So we watch the replay there of Black Magic sailing past the Red Hurricane's distance.
Well, John Deere fans, here's your one opportunity in this super sport class.
Yes, indeed.
It only takes one, though.
It only takes one.
Might be a big red parade out here today, but there is one John Deere 4040.
The clue is in the title. It's called the Duke of Deere.
I didn't know if those were the noon church bells, Tom, or if it's AC/DC again.
Hopefully you're not hearing AC/DC on the stream, or YouTube will shut us down quickly.
Yes.
We can hear it here in the trackside. Hoping you can't hear it very well at home.
So that's a difference in Europe and the United States as well. It's not common to play music in between hooks in the United States.
We like to have a boogie. We like to get the atmosphere going here in Europe. So let's see, can the only green one in the class upset the party for the Black Madness? Really strong run for the Black Madness, just dug in, locked in, and when the box stopped, we saw Red Hurricane just come to a stop. The turbo fluffed a bit. But when the box stopped for the Black Madness, it seemed to just encourage him to keep going, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
So can the John Deere get anywhere near that 111 metre mark? Past the 110, in theory, forces a super pull-off, but they may measure them where they stop. We'll have to see. And again, same as yesterday, when we get into the ETPC classes, we've got comms communication to the team track side. For the German classes, unfortunately, we don't. We'll should be able to give you a little bit more information as to what's
one of our
going on.
tents is that a tent?
It's a gazebo, yeah.
It's not even that windy.
No, I know. So just, you can't see on the stream, but over the back of the pulling arena is the 2 or 3 public campsites set up by the Horse Camp family here at the Füchtorf Pulling Arena, and we just saw a gazebo flying across the sky. But back to the action. And it's Duke of Deere, let's see what he can do. That 110, I don't think it's far enough to trouble the leader, but we'll wait for the measuring tower.
Yeah, definitely a lot better run for the Duke of Deere this time than it was the last time.
Absolutely.
Smoother. Yeah. 109.13. We are knocking on the door of that super pull-off.
There we are, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that tent decided to blow away today. There goes another one. I wonder if that wind is swirling out there, because yesterday the wind was a lot heavier than it is today. And it must be swirling because the flags here in the arena are still.
Yeah.
And then there's a flag just off the track, a German flag that is blowing like crazy.
Yes. So there you go. A little bit of off-track entertainment there for the crowd as we watch random gazebos getting blown away.
It's kind of like a baseball stadium or a football stadium. Sometimes you get down in the bowl and there's no wind, and as soon as you get out of there, there's wind like crazy. I bet there's some people that are running to tie down their canopies and their tents. And
campers now heading back to the campsite going, quick, get that gazebo tied down. Anyway, so 109.13 for the Duke of Deere, 109.13. Puts him in second place at the moment.
So escalation. We're going to go with that.
We'll go with escalation.
And coming up next, another beautiful black international.
So as you've just said, the escalation, or escalation, as we're calling it.
Yeah, the Black Magic, definitely the smoothest run so far here today.
for the measuring tower to confirm, but looks like he's past that 110 mark.
112.62.
Now, they didn't red flag him when he passed the 110. They let him go as far as he could go. I watched the end flagman on purpose. So we'll wait to see what the German track officials decide to do, whether they're going to let them all just creep past that 110 mark and measure them where they stop, and that will be the end of the class, or whether they'll have the super pull off, and we'll see the ones that are past the 110 come back. We will wait to find out a little later on in the class.
So according to my calculations, I think Red Evolution and Lady in Red should be next up, correct?
Yeah, pull-off happens in the order they qualified, not the running order. So we had some that only got a full pull in their second attempt, didn't they? So they will actually come, even though they're first in the running order, they would actually come back towards the end of the pull-off.
Okay, so this looks like Lady in Red coming up next.
This is the Lady in Red, yeah. We guesstimated that we had a newish driver on, didn't we, on her first run.
Not sure if Red Evolution is going to be able to come back or not. I think maybe it is back over here in the staging area, but kind of going out of order here, if that's the case. I see people applying sunscreen today. That's probably a good idea. I saw a lot of people today with the sunglass line from yesterday, the red face and the white
even though it's
white
not,
stripes.
It's not a summer's day, it's a spring day, but the sun still gets you, doesn't it?
It does. Especially for those of us in the north who haven't seen the sun in a while. Although it was 28 degrees C when I left home, a little over 80, 82, 84 when I left home on Thursday. Warmest day we've had in Michigan. But the weather, absolutely beautiful here. I mean, it's comfortable, it's sunny, bright. I'm just amazed by this crowd here.
So we get the Lady in Red all back to the sledge, all correct gear chosen.
And I think she'll be a lot more comfortable on this pass. You know, made that great pass to make the pull off the first time. And as you said, it took a while to get off the line, but okay,
oh, no.
Her mechanics.
Mechanic is giving this the international sign of no, it's broken.
Yes. Don't need an interpreter for that one.
No, we don't. So, yeah. Towback tractor's been told to come, so that'll be a disappointing day for the Lady in Red team. But I remember when she did her first run, because she'd taken quite a while to leave the line, and it was fairly cooking at the end. With lots of steam and smoke coming out of places you don't perhaps usually see the steam and the smoke. So perhaps it's just got a bit too hot on that first run.
See if we get a distance there, if it's just going to be a hooked and broke.
I think it will be just a hook points.
In my official scorebook, I'm going to put it as HB, hooked broke. Or should I say my unofficial scorebook? I'll let the DTTO take care of the official scoring.
Indeed.
The driver pumping up the crowd as she makes her way down the track.
And as she gets struck out the way, we bring on now the invisible touch.
So the invisible touch has had the lowest of lows and the highest of highs today, so we'll see what happens here.
Correct. Their first attempt, they went out of bounds, was disqualified. Then had a really good run in their second attempt to qualify for the pull-off. And now here they are in said pull-off.
Wir haben einen Mega-Podium im zweiten Durchgang gefahren. Und jetzt die große Frage, beziehungsweise den ersten Durchgang hat in Deutschland, nachdem er mit Corona ausgegriffen wurde. Jetzt die große Frage, kann er noch das Rekord ablegen im Finale? Kann er vielleicht sogar an
So got it all to do. Past that 110 metre mark. The leading distance already. Drags him down around the 100 metre mark for the invisible touch. Not far enough to trouble the leaders.
But I think they'll take that. The tractor's in one piece. They had a really tough first run.
Yes, indeed. They were very lucky there was less than 10 in the class, because officially there should have been 11 in the class. But I think we've had 2 that had entered but haven't managed to get here. So they were quite lucky really that 2 people didn't turn up, which knocked it down to 9 in the class, meaning he could take advantage of that.
100.15, 100 meters and 15 centimeters for the invisible touch, and we are down to, I think, one maybe 2, because I see the red evolution down there, but we haven't seen it fire yet. And we do see the Smoky Beast. Now that's another tractor, had a terrible first hook and then came back and made the pull-off. So again, the German rules, there's less than 10 in a class and there is a pull-off, you get a second attempt to make that pull-off.
in der Füchtorf Arena. Jugendliga der Champion, Platz 3 in der Füchtorf Arena. 1 und 2 ist noch nicht ausgefahren. Smoky Beast kommt noch, letzter Start beim ersten Finale.
So as you say, we do have a few more that have qualified for the pull-off, but there doesn't seem to be any more lined up. But that has caused us troubles before. We've said that before, and then one just pops up, doesn't it?
Right. Like I say, the red evolution is over here in the corner by the excavator that loads the extra weights behind that Alliance tire flag there and the Claas tractors. So it's sitting there, but I haven't seen it fire or move forward like they're going to make an attempt with it.
Now this is the one that took us by surprise.
Yeah, the Smoky Beast.
On its first attempt, couldn't leave the line at all, just covered it in plumes of smoke. On its second attempt, I was adamant it was not going to leave the line, and then it flew out the far end.
Now, if any tractor has a hot clutch, I would say it's this one.
I would agree with that statement.
And probably a hot engine. You know, and most engines are built, they can make 2 passes if they have to, right? Maybe even 3. But as long as this one ran both times, it was.
So let's see how they managed to leave the line this time. Have they ironed out any of those bugs that were causing them real troubles to get away from the line? The RPMs were really low, up to around the 30-40 meter mark when he did manage to leave the line, and then luckily for him the sledge was set quite light and the box wasn't topping anywhere near that. So the RPM sort of slowly but surely increased, didn't they, as he went down the track. And then he was at full RPMs around the 50-60 meter mark, but had then enough power to drag him out the full pull line. That trick will not work in a pull-off.
No.
He will not be the winner if he performs like he did in his first round. So let's see what the Smoky Beast can do. problem keeps occurring. Look, that black smoke turns to grey. But I'm not going to say anything this time. We're just going to wait and see what happens. We'll wait for the whoosh.
Well, this is just odd because it goes white to gray to black, and then it goes back to gray, and then back to white.
But he's going to get it to leave the line, look. Split the foot an awful long way, but he's now and still puts in a reasonable distance. That
He
is
did.
The
He did.
surprise of the Supersport class is this Smoky Beast. We need to go and find that man and buy him a beer, I think.
That's impressive, the patience level. I mean, that has to be a little bit stressful as you're sitting there at the starting line, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. 96.16.
I think that's a good day at the office for the Smoky Beast team.
Yes.
Must be suited with that after the troubles they've had.
Okay, so Smoky Beast must be our final competitor.
Must be, because here comes the big class Xerion that they use for the presentations. We can see it in the background coming on as you watch the replay for Smoky Beast run.
So the escalation or escalation will be your winner at 112 and 62. The Black Madness in second at 111 and 35. And then in third, the Duke of Deer at 109.13. So we're going to move right into our 2.5 ton light modified. I think we're going to add some weight, so we'll take a short break while they do that and our German colleagues handle the winner's circle. We'll be back with you in a couple of moments.
Perfect. Back with you for light modified action, and it will be time for the ETPC to take over running the track.
Sie sind da, die ETPC ist da, die europäische Tractorpulling-Organisation. Und wir hatten gestern schon einmal die Klasse gefahren, diese Wochenende Doppelheller. Das bedeutet, sie fahren zweimal am Wochenende, zweimal um Punkte, maximale Ausbeute kann man holen. Gestern, wer nicht da war, das Monster hat gewonnen. Der amtierende Champion hat gewonnen. Guten Morgen. Und sie wollen heute nochmal volle Punkte mitnehmen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to go with our light modified tractors. Now this will be more of a floating finish than a pull-off here, because this is the second hook of the weekend for these tractors here in Füchtorf. And when they do that, then they run a floating finish. So the first vehicle up will be the Gators team out of Denmark, finished second here yesterday afternoon. These tractors weigh in the U.S. 2,500 kilograms, or 2.5 metric tons, so about 5,500 pounds, 20-inch drawbar, and they're limited to what's called 60 engine points. There is a huge list of engine combinations that you can run in Euro Cup, and they're all listed in the ETPC rule book, and they start on page 85. If you go to the internet and go to the ETPC rule book, you'll see all the different engine combinations, and they are limited to 60 engine points.
So it's time for the light modifieds.
Yes, it's about to get loud.
About to get loud.
Your runner-up here yesterday, and I did talk to these guys in the pit area last night, looked at this machine a little closer. Beautiful, beautiful machine, the Gators.
From
tractor.
Denmark, Patrick and the team, 2 V12 meters on board this one with 1471 superchargers locked on top.
This tractor is very neat, very clean, and a lot of homemade parts on this tractor, because, you know, go-fast parts for these engines are not readily available.
Correct. The team are very proud that it's very, very homemade. Like you say, was second place yesterday, just missed out by less than a meter behind the local favourite, Green Monster, who took the win. It's a one-hit wonder, remember. It's a double header, so there's no pull-off. Wherever he stops, we measure them. Get ready. Here we go. Light modified. On the floor, that'll be the steering arms, I guess. The way Patrick, the driver, acted when he looked at the front was like, oh dearie me, I can't fix that quick enough. But sometimes the adrenaline's pumped. He may be able to just... And just a gaffer or a bit of there'll be that's part of the rules, that there must be a welder on site. So there'll be a welder backstage in the pit area, theatre days now. So it could be fixable, and as I explained to you yesterday, they don't have to choose if they accept or decline the pull straight away.
That's right.
So
I forgot about that.
He's allowed to wait 3 tracks. He's accept to go back, have a look underneath, see what he can work out, and see if he can that pull if
they'll let them run a little bit this afternoon, but
sledge is still not set. We're still in test puller conditions. We can see the blue flag still flies at the start line there. That indicates to everybody that we're in test pull conditions. And the white flag flying indicates it's a one hit. So everybody knows.
Something else I noticed about this sled is it has a tarp over the weight box, so we can't really say how many weights are in there.
No, we can't see. not changed the sledge by the looks of it. We've left it set as it is, but the next one to the line, which will be the Seaside Affair, will still be officially the test puller. Because they didn't really see a good run from Patrick. Patrick's on the Gators run was 20-30 metres further. So they want to just still keep Seaside called the test puller so they can assess the sled setting if Seaside does a good pass. See, you've got me saying pass now.
There you go. You could take that back to the UK.
So 2 Hemis on board now, providing the power for the Seaside Affair.
Yeah, that is one thing I've always heard of over here in Europe and experienced it firsthand yesterday, is all of the different engine combinations and how they can all be competitive. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and it's one thing we're proud of here in Europe. We've managed to keep lots of different engine combinations in the modified classes. It's not just a V8 show.
No, yesterday we saw Russian tank engines, several different V12s, Allisons, turbines.
Griffins.
Yes.
So this is, now we're on to the V8 time. A pair of Hemis providing the power. Seaside Affair. Looks like we could have a different driver on board than yesterday. Frank, who normally drives the machine, stood in the front there. So let's see what Seaside Affair can do. Remember, still our test puller. So it does have that luxury that may have to choose to decline it. But here we go. Let's see what the Hemis can do here at the Tractorpulling Arena. And drags him down around the 86, 87 metre mark. Sledge is set much meaner today than it was yesterday.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. That sled is really, really, seems to be heavy. 86.59, 86 meters, 59 centimeters for the Seaside Affair.
My guess is they'll leave the sledge set like that. We'll wait for confirmation for the flag, and we can see now there's the flag being pulled out, so sledge is set. Seaside, of course, has the chance to decline or accept that pull because they were test puller.
Oh, and the blue flag is down, so
Yes.
we are official now.
We are official.
So the Dingo will be our first official competitor with not a chance to turn it down.
Correct.
That is good to have that extra time, because if your Seaside Affair is saying, okay, I didn't go straight, I went back and forth, it was kind of a rough ride, but I took the lead by 6 meters.
Yeah, and now he can just have time to have a think. He can
Yes.
watch Dingo and watch Aftermath Unleashed go down. He did have quite a bit of white smoke coming off the front or in the middle of the 2 engines, which does indicate something's not just happy.
So Dingo team, they didn't get to hook yesterday. They pulled onto the track, but they didn't really make an attempt yesterday, if I recall correctly.
Correct, yeah. We thought it was clutch issues, didn't we? They seemed to not be able to get it in gear or get it out of gear, and then when they did, they were towed to the sledge on their second attempt.
So 40 years of pulling for Dingo, and you said these are experienced veterans, the whole team.
Yeah, every member, there's four brothers. I think they're all brothers. Certainly some of them are brothers, and they're all over the age of 70 years old. Been tractor pulling for as long as it's been going in Europe, 40 plus years.
Just a reminder, age is just a number.
Yeah. So we watch Seaside's replay on the screen. Hopefully you can see it as well. Just got a bit out of shape. There's that white smoke I was talking about from the middle. That's not a good sign on V8 machines when that sort of white smoke is horsing out of the sort of top of the engine. Could be some problems under the bonnet, in one of those engines. So my guess is Seaside will accept that. I don't think they want to run that engine again until they've managed to strip it down and done some looking as to what the faults were. But again, now we see Dingo with the same problem as yesterday. Look, it's really struggling.
Yeah, they
get it
backed
in gear.
backed it to the line with a tow tractor yesterday.
Oh, there you go. Now he's in gear, though. A little bit of rocky. The old trick of rocking the back wheels has worked.
Dingo team also out of Denmark. The Gators team, our first competitor, is as well. Six different countries represented in our 12 entries here in the light modified class.
So this is an engine, a Mercedes engine is what this is. Originally was running on diesel fuel, but a few seasons ago the team converted it to run on methanol, try and get some more horsepower.
Now this tractor has very, very narrow mud guards.
Yes.
See, now I'm using your terms, mud guards.
Yeah. And it looks like we're still having problems with Dingo. First flag lady gestured the mechanic over, and they're coming now with the starter pack. Nearly all, if not every modified tractor that you'll see pulled today, all don't have their starters attached to the tractors. They're all done remotely. A separate starter motor is clicked into place. And normally run off a battery pack separately, again in a little trolley, or some of them have them ones that you can carry. And that's all to do with the weight saving. Everybody cares about weight. You've got to get these machines to weigh 2.5 ton. So yeah, Dingo's still having some troubles, but they've got it started now and got a green flag. So let's see. Hopefully they can get it down the track. Oh yes, he's gonna go. Come on, Dingo. Oh, something's not right with that Dingo machine. So unlucky for the Dingo, and I've got confirmation from the ETPC we are not going to see Gators come back. They have decided they can't fix it, so they've accepted their pull, but Seaside Affair has declined their pull and is going to come back. So yeah, hopefully we'll see Seaside later on. They feel like perhaps that white smoke wasn't anything terminal, maybe a little bit of oil burning off on the stacks, because that sometimes causes that white smoke.
42.65 the distance for Dingo, so frustrating weekend for the Dingo team.
Yeah, and we've not really seen anybody get hold of the track properly, have we? Get locked in
no.
And have a nice smooth ride. So Gators, Seaside both have not the greatest of runs, and Dingo had a bit of a backfire.
And the team up next had a little bit of a rough ride yesterday, lost a piece of the exhaust.
They did, yeah, Aftermath Unleashed. So yesterday I commented that we could see the team members hunting in the track, and they've put new superchargers on, and had one of the exhausts that had like a funky thing made for the exhaust that makes the hot air go in a different place so it doesn't affect the top engine, and that little piece had fallen off. They found it though.
Yes,
and
yes.
then the local welding guy that was here, lovely gentleman, helped them fix it, and it's attached back on.
Yeah, I was talking to them this morning, and they said they thought they had clearance for everything. When they actually got it on the track and the frame started to flex, things were a little closer together than they expected. So.
Yeah. It was the first run yesterday with the new superchargers for the Aftermath Unleashed. So they run it really rich, down on RPMs and down on horsepower yesterday, which is perhaps why they weren't just as high up the table as they were expecting to be. This is our current Euro Cup champion, remember, took the win last year.
And for folks in the U.S., this is Brian Schromick's chassis, originally from Engler. The Youngblood Unleashed,
yep.
Ran 6 engines in the U.S. Unlimited. Schromick family out of Williamsburg, Missouri.
And that's one of the main reasons why the Aftermath Unleashed team can get 3 Chevys in the light modified class, mainly because that That chassis was done super light by Engler to enable Mr. Schwamick, as you say, to get 6 V8s in the Unlimited class in the States.
Yes.
And when it came up for sale, the Aftermath team said we have to have it. We've got a plan. We want 3 V8s in the light mod class. They started off with the original Aftermath. That has 2 V8s on. But let's see what they can do. Like I say, currently your Euro Cup champion from 2025, out to retain their title. Finished a little bit down on points yesterday, but got something to prove today, hopefully.
Yes, and after getting some data from yesterday and running it so rich, hopefully they can lean it out and make some more power today.
Come on, the Aftermath, let's go! What a run from the Aftermath! That exhaust thing flew off in seconds if you saw it go, ladies and gents. But a really good strong run, was hard on the brake, look, kept it in the straight and narrow. And he set the distance that the rest will now have to catch, 1:02.90. That's much better from the Aftermath team. Well done, Daniel.
Finally, we saw somebody get hooked up to this
Hooked
track.
up, locked in, boom, out the gate.
Like you say, he did have to ride that brake a little bit. It drifted left and
here we go,
going
watch
towards
the
that left
replay.
sideline.
There you go, really close to that white line, but not close enough to worry. Got a bit of oil leaking out that front engine towards the end, hopefully nothing too serious. But a distance of 1:02.90. That's what the others will now have to catch.
And again, running a one and done, or basically a floating finish line here
Yep.
in the light modifieds and the mini modifieds today. So up next will be Daffy out of Norway. Now this is a John Deere tractor engine in the modified class, single engine.
It's like a super stock engine, basically.
Yes, and unfortunately they were not able to make a pass yesterday.
No, they had clutch problems.
Hopefully they've been able to rectify that situation overnight. Now the Aftermath team, as you see them making their way past the grandstands here in front of the crowd, from the UK, just a couple of weeks, right, Tom?
Yeah, 2 weeks' time they'll be at their home event in Scorton, very similar to this setup. Daniels has a business with some buildings on a yard, and in their backyard, in the back fields, is where the event takes place up in Scorton. So yeah, it does well. Hopefully we'll see how the rest of the class goes. They're now chasing that 1:02. But a good strong run from the Aftermath team. Like you say, the first tractor we really saw get into the track, locked in,
Yes.
pick the nose up and doing the business.
Yes. And after struggling yesterday, you know, hopefully that gives him a good feeling going into the rest of the Euro Cup season.
But we're not wishing a win yet. There's still an awful lot of strong tractors left to run. And like you say, here comes the Daffy.
I think this is a better start than Daffy had yesterday. I don't even know if we saw it.
No,
yet on
it sort of pulled forward and couldn't get a reverse, and that's where it stopped, didn't it?
It did. Now this one has full mud guards.
It does, yes.
I'm taking things back to the U.S. with me.
So the Norwegian flags are flying in front of us. They've got some fans here that have travelled down to watch them here in Germany. It's a long way to Norway, whichever way you put it. Whenever you're going in Europe, it's a long way to Norway. So luckily for the team, it was a double header, so they've had time overnight to work on the tractor. So hopefully we're going to get to see a nice run from the Daffy. 2 green flags now. Let's see what the John Deere powered Daffy can do. Oh. And had the same problem as Aftermath, drifted off to that right-hand side as we look down the track. And he wasn't coming back, so she had to shut out the throttle to stop her going out of bounds. And then it came, as soon as you shut out the throttle and you're hard on the brake, it will come back straight away. And she hit the throttle again, and by then she's out of shape. And that's good night, Vienna. That's far enough for her. She's managed to stay in the white lines, I think. I think it's going to be a measured distance. Yes, it is. 61.82. 61.82 for the Daffy.
Yeah, it was a solid start, and then it just started going left hard, and then all the way back to the right. So up next, from right here, literally, you can see the shop.
Yep.
The Green Monster 5 Mitas edition. Now this tractor debuted here at this event 10 years ago this weekend.
Did it really?
It
Get
did.
you with your facts and figures. They were the first to put 2 Allisons in the light modified. They had to get special permission at first because you were only, as the point system allowed, you were only allowed 1 Allison in the light modified class.
Yes.
Green Monster team petitioned to the ETPC that they thought 2 Allisons would be work and they wouldn't overtake, it wouldn't be too much, too strong. They had to build it, and then on the premise that potentially you can build it, and if you start beating everybody, we don't let you in the class. So they built it. And have been very, very strong tractor ever since with the twin Allisons in the light modifieds.
That is,
but it's an awful lot of engineering to get 2 Allisons to fit at 2.5 ton. Because they get no weight compensation,
right.
So they have to fit at 2.5 ton.
Well, and it's a big risk to build a tractor if you don't know if it will be allowed rules-wise.
Yes.
So. Yeah, I have to thank Kevin Trump from Pulling World for that piece of information about the 10-year anniversary of this tractor. The Green Monster flags are flying in the crowd. A lot of fans here, obviously, in Füchtorf for the Green Monster team. So I don't know if they've taken a clue from the first couple of tractors all going hard left. The Green Monsters moved the sled a little bit to the right-hand side, right of center. We haven't seen a lot of that this weekend.
No, but the Green Monster team have watched. We've seen the aftermath hard on the brakes, haven't we? And we saw the Daffy had to shut out of the power because they were drifting off to that right-hand side if we look down the track. And the Green Monster team has spotted the sled slightly to the left. Because we all know as soon as you start touching that brake, you're robbing yourselves of valuable wheel speed and valuable distances, meters. And here comes the twin Allison, got that distance of 102 and 90, 102 and 90 from the aftermath unleashed to catch. And the Füchtorf Arena stands to their feet now as the local fans for the local tractor willing this twin Allison down the track.
This is amazing how the crowd is so behind. Obviously, we're on their land, but the crowd is so behind them.
So let's see what the twin Allison machine can do. Can he take the lead at his home pull? Here, let's go! Oh no!
Oh.
Was hard on the brake, the RPMs came down and he got out the RPM range and
he was able to keep it in bounds, I think.
Yeah, I think so it's 69
69,
meters and 97 centimeters, 69.97. But again, I think hard on that brake to try and keep it in the straight and narrow. And as we've said, these V12 machines, when they get to that band and the RPM dies, often that's when the donkey dies.
It looked like a good decision to move it right of center because as soon as he took off, it started going left right away, but then it just lost momentum and had to get on the brakes and came back hard to the right.
Yep.
So your winner here yesterday, unfortunately not going to be able to repeat at home. Green Monster 5 Mitas edition. You can see the Klaas sponsorship on that tractor too. I want to thank Klaas for all the track equipment out here. You can tell there's a very close relationship with the Green Monster team and Kloss. There's a huge Kloss hospitality area just to the right of us.
So the German commentators just taking to the team to get a bit of information as to what's happened, but I'm fairly sure it was just they were hard on the brake and the RPMs came down. It could have been something a little more terminal, but unfortunately on their home pull. They took the win yesterday though, they got the points in the bag from yesterday.
Yes.
But here at home they're not going to trouble the top step, I don't think, today.
No, and Mad Max Stage 5 should be up next. Out of Belgium. And this is, I want to say, an agricultural engine.
It's a DAF taken out of a DAF wagon truck.
I see the twin turbos up front.
Yeah, so. Taken out of a DAF truck, this machine, engine. Ran really strong yesterday. Surprised me how well they ran. They've surprised themselves as well. I went talking to the team afterwards. They were really, really happy with the run they did yesterday. We're up nipping at the heels of the podium. And remember, as we said yesterday, there is a weight compensation that happens with the light modifieds. So most of the single engine tractors, or the ones that only have one engine on, they too many points to put two of them on board. Or can't make the weight at 2.5 if you put two on board. So the ETPC brought in a system that's called the weight compensation system. Depending on how down on points you are, you get extra weight added, whether that be 100 kilograms or 200 kilograms.
The Mad Max team out of Belgium. Tom, as you said, good run yesterday.
Yeah, good run yesterday from the Mad Max team. They were well suited, well happy with how it went. Like I said, just a metre or so, 2 meters at the most away from the podium, with some strong running tractors. But let's see what the Mad Max can do. Got that 102 and 90 centimetres of aftermath unleashed to catch. We get 2 green flags down the track. We're ready to rock and roll. Come on, the Mad Max.
Looks like Mad Max went a little right of center too. I think everybody's being pulled left, and they're trying to compensate for that by moving the sled just a little bit to the right.
Indeed. Here we go. Yes, Füchtorf. Oh, on the engine, something wrong under the bonnet there. And the fire brigade come to the rescue. It's just a little bit of methanol, boys. It's okay. Calm down. It's all right. I think the local rules and regulations here in Germany stipulate that they have to have the full fire brigade in attendance. So there is 3 firemen constantly at the side of the track here. But son of Paul Arnie was there with the bucket.
Yeah, thankfully this is the first time we've had to see the fire department out on the track this weekend.
Yeah, indeed.
I think there's a big fire academy in the town where we stayed last night.
Oh, I see.
Yes. We want to thank all of our first responders throughout the world for all the help and what they do for us.
I don't know if you heard it on the stream, but around the 35-40 meter mark, the tone of the engine changed dramatically. There was it sounded like it was running rough, basically. and something's let go underneath. There was a little bit of methanol flame, as we call it, which is really difficult to see. You can't see methanol flame very well. And it's mainly just to stop the methanol flames burning any of the wiring or the plastic work, is why they suddenly quickly throw a lot of water on it.
Our track crew will get this straightened up very quickly here.
So yeah, there you go. And then when Paul shut off, wasn't running correctly, so it didn't have the RPMs and didn't have the ground speed or the horsepower that he needed, so shut the machine off. Just a little bit of a methanol fire, nothing to worry about. So distance there, 86.29, 86.29 for the Mad Max. So a few more left to run. Doesn't look like we're going to get truck power. They were here yesterday and competed, but they had some serious engine problems and it shut down around 40-50 meter mark, did the truck power. They were working last night on it, but we don't see it lined up ready to go, so I'm guessing whatever the problem was, it was more terminals than they could fix here overnight. So the next one will be the Bandit, the Ural Bandit. Now Seaside Affair chose to decline their pull and are supposed to be coming back, but with them being test puller, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they should be the next ones on. So when you're test puller and you decline your pull, you come back 6 places afterwards. Oh, but I'm hearing now what he's done is he should be next, but he's asked for it to be dropped 6 more places at the end of the class because he still has a technical problem. So they're obviously working on that Seaside Affair in the pit area, and that grey smoke we saw in the middle of the stacks must be something that they think they can fix. But they'll be working really feverishly in the pit area. And officially, because you test puller, you come back 6 places later. But as we explained yesterday, if you are having a technical problem, whether that be at the start line or as you get called to the sledge or in the pits, you can request to drop 6 places, separately than being the test puller. Anybody's allowed to do this, and come back six places later because you had a technical problem. So they're taking full advantage there of being the test puller, and then they should be coming back now after Mad Max, but they have now requested 6 more places so they can keep working on the tractor to try and come back at the end of the class. There isn't actually 6 more places left. We've only got 2 more places left, but it's going to give them that little bit extra time to work on the tractors. And also this water that's on the track that the track team are now clearing up is helping Seaside Affair because it's giving them an extra few minutes spannering time. So the fire brigade used an awful lot of water to put out that methanol fire. So now the track team are just working hard. They've back-bladed most of the wet clay off the side of the track with the grader machines. They put a bit of dry stuff in, and now they've been grading over the top of it. Head track builder, who we interviewed yesterday on the Euro Pulling show, Martin, is there, along with Mario, who's our head of track operations, just casting their eye over what's going on. Don't forget to follow us on the socials. We are the ETPC, the European Tractor Pulling Committee. Give us a like, give us a follow on the Facebook and the Instagram we're on, and you'll be able to follow along and follow the progress of the whole of the Euro Cup series on there. And if you're interested in finding more about the sport, head over to the website, which is tractorpulling.com. And on there you'll find links to the local organisations. So the European Tractorpulling Committee is the governing body for the whole of Europe, and then each country has its own then governing body as well on top of that. So we are here and we are under the DTTO, which is the German organisation. If you head to the website for the ETPC, all the countries that are affiliated to the ETPC are on there. You can find your local organisation and then hopefully be able to find an event local to where you are in the world to come if you want to visit this amazing sport live. So it's time for the Bandit. They finished in 3rd place yesterday. They were one of our first ones to set a good run yesterday. They stood on the top step for a while until Green Monster just snuck past them, a metre or so past them. So another twin Hemi machine. We saw the Seaside Affair with them front facing, now these two are side facing, looking at each other. From a bevel crossbox, bevel geared crossbox. And the power is transferred underneath the guy's feet to the rear end. Last year didn't compete in the Euro Cup, but was the champion in the Netherlands in this weight class. So I've decided now to campaign the Euro Cup Championship this year. So they will be one of the teams that's coming over the water to the UK 2 weekends time to Scorton for the 2nd round of the Euro Cup. So let's see what they can do here today though at the Füchtorf Pulling Arena. And something wrong with that left-hand engine as we look down from the front of the tractor. I think it's not running at all now. They're only running on one engine for most of that run. The spark died. Watch the replay here. There you can see straight away, and as the RPMs came down, that one engine is now trying to turn both engines because both the clutch is still engaged. That's why the raw fuel is coming out of the exhaust. Well, one engine's trying to power the tractor down the track and turn the other engine round. You're on a lose-lose situation. So it's just the spark click went out, didn't it? There was no breakages, there's no oil on the floor, there's no bits anywhere. The team are currently looking at the back of the tractor, maybe thinking that kill switch was not been activated by the sledge, but has it worked loose? Like I said, there is a kill switch system that attached to the back of every tractor that is a wire that clicks on from the sledge, and if the sledge driver feels tractor and or machine is out of control, you can pull a big red button in the cab of the tractor, of the sledge, sorry, and that pulls the spring-loaded wire and pulls the kill switch out the back of the tractor. And in most of the V8 machines, or most of anybody that's not running on diesel, that have got a spark on board, it basically just grounds the spark and cuts the spark off, so you're not getting any spark, you don't get any power, you don't get any engine, the engine just cuts off. So sometimes when things like that happen, you look at that system and look at the wiring there, and has any something grounded by mistake and caused the spark to go off. But the team are sort of shrugging their shoulders as if to say they're not entirely sure what it went off for, but a disappointing run, 64 metres and 45 centimetres for the Euro Bandit. Not the result they were hoping for. After being the 3rd place yesterday, they wanted some good points today to keep in the hunt for the championship. It's a long road ahead though. We're only at the 1st round, remember. Well, this is the 2nd round. We did the 1st round yesterday. 3rd round will be, as I said, at Scorton in 2 weeks' time. And then we tour all over Europe with the Euro Cup, not just the light modifiers, but the whole series tours all over Europe. Some events have every class, some events only have a few classes. So again, head to tractorpulling.com and check it out there, and you can see what's going on where. But we move on now. The next one is the rocket science. We saw the rocket science yesterday have a big backfire, but they were test puller. so they could come back, and they did come back, but it still wasn't running 100% correctly. I went to see the team, and they would put the tractor in the bus that it could tours around in and sort of lock themselves in. They didn't really want anybody coming and talking to them. They were scratching their heads. They didn't want a crowd of people round asking questions. So I just popped my head in and I looked up and went, thumbs up, thumbs down, and he went, not sure. I said, I'll leave you to it, boys, have fun.
Your winner here last year in Füchtorf.
Yeah, I was a really strong competitor last year, but towards the end of last year, I had so many teething is the wrong word, but so many problems with it backfiring and coughing as it's going down the track, and they thought they got the handle on it, but yesterday proved they perhaps haven't.
Your 2024 Euro Cup champion as well.
So let's see what the DAF powered. Remember, this is a DAF engine on board, converted to run on methanol, similar to the Mad Max machine we saw on fire. Let's see what Rocket Science can do. As Jack and the team spannering overnight proved good. Let's see. Here we go. And a really nice run for him. Straight as a die. Looks like he didn't have to touch that brake, which was unusual. Most of them have been on the brake. Didn't just sound as sweet as it normally does, to be fair, but still managed to drag it up there to 95 meters and 99 centimeters. 95.99, good enough to put him in second place, I believe.
Yes. You know, we've seen a lot of struggles in this light mod class today. You know, we've seen two really good passes, and they're the top two vehicles in the class so far.
So in theory, 2 left to run. Black Power is lined up, ready to go, and Seaside Affair I can see is in the background with lots of people still busily working around it, so they'll have till the end of Black Power's run realistically to get the stuff back together and get dragged to the starting line. We shall see in a moment. We've got to worry about what happens with Black Power first.
Yeah, unfortunately the Gators tractor will not be back around.
No, they accepted their pull at 80 meters, and 5 centimeters. We saw them have a rough ride and come down hard and break most of their steering rack and pinion and arm or whatever system Patrick uses.
Yeah, there were fancy parts on the track, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was. So as the Rocket Science makes its way back, the German fans giving the team a round of applause. And we can hear the V8s firing up now for the Black Power, the Danish machine now, and another one with 3 Chevys on board. Was the Tractor 2 catch in the late 90s, early 2000s. As multiple European and Euro Cup champion. Took a break out of European pulling, just stayed up in Denmark for many years as the Black Power, and this is their first season now back in the Euro Cup. Could be the last one, depends on what Seaside Affair manages to fix or not fix. We've seen currently, your current leader has 3 Chevys, Aftermath and Unleashed. There's a 3 Chevy machine, currently stands on the top step, so can the other 3 Chevy machine get anywhere near the leading distance, 102.90? We get 2 green flags, we're about to find out here in Germany. drags him down around the 92, 93 meter mark. Locked into the track really quickly, powered the nose into the air. Looks like he didn't have to touch the brake at all. Let's watch the replay. Yeah, just lovely, lovely. Locked in, picked the nose up. I'm not sure, there's a slight problem with the front engine towards the end of the run. There, look, you can see just the smoke on the engine slightly changes and then it just suddenly dies, like all the RPM just lost. Yeah, I think the front engine stopped. Not 100% sure, but the way it just sort of came to an abrupt stop indicates there was something not quite right with that Black Power. Can't confirm nor deny, but I think something wasn't running right on one of the engines towards the end of the run.
93.24 going to Park in third place with one left to go. So good points day for them either way. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Now,
as they make their return to the Euro Cup.
In theory, we should have Seaside Affair next. As we said, they were test pullers, so they declined the pull, and then they should come back 6 places later. Then they had a technical problem and asked to drop to 6 more places, which puts them at the end of the class. But they're not lined up ready to come to the sledge. But they are. The Seaside Affair team are currently placing the sledge, positioning the sledge where they want it. So that indicates they're going to come. So good, we get to see one more tractor run, see if they can catch that 102. Yeah, here comes the Seaside, the little towback tractors dragging it into position. So as the Black Power gets dragged back down the towback lane, currently standing in third place is the Black Power. Can he stay on the podium after the Seaside Affair has run? We've got one left to run. And that's the twin Hemi machine. We saw him do a run at the start, but didn't just lock into the track, had a rough rock and a roll and a rough ride. And then we saw lots of white smoke coming out between the 2 V8s at the middle of them. And the team have obviously been doing some work in the pits.
Your defending Euro Cup champion still sitting up top.
Yep.
The Aftermath Unleashed team out of Great Britain.
So the sledgehammer, the Seaside Affair team have been called. The flag's been swirled round. They're still running around trying to get it started by the looks of it. So the clock will be ticking. 3 minutes will be going. You have 3 minutes from the second that the first flag lady in this instance calls you to the sledge to attempt to make your pull, is the way it's worded. So in theory, you have 3 minutes to get from where you are now back up to the sledge and the chain tight.
Now in the US, if you're the last puller, you actually get 6 minutes.
You do. That is still the rule here.
Okay, okay. Because I think you get 3 minutes for yourself, and then would have been 3 minutes to fix it, or 3 minutes for the next competitor.
So they're coming to the line now, so we can stop worrying about the clock watch, stopwatch.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
We want to see everybody make a hook.
So when they get backed up to the sledge, can the twin Hemi machine upset the party for the guys from Great Britain? We wait for the 2 green flags, we're ready to rock and roll. Here we go, last one in the line have to wait for the measuring tower. Has he gone out of bounds? He shut it off. What's the distance to catch?
1:02.90.
And the distance is 1:01 and 60. 1:01 and 60, so not far enough to upset the party from the guys from the UK. Watch the replay there. He's locked into the trap, pitch a perfect run, power the nose into the air, and I think he just shut off, scared about going out of bounds, just that second or two before. Yes, he did. He just shut off. He was still moving, but I think if he'd have kept it lit when he came down, he'd have come down out of bounds. So a good decision from the driver there. Well driven.
Yeah, that was very close.
Second place is better than disqualified, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. Just a little over a meter off.
So I'm now going to try and go mobile, ladies and gents. I'm going to go and plug myself in. I'll leave you in Darren's hands while I go mobile, and I'll try and grab some interviews with the drivers after we finish the podium in a moment's time.
Die Alter mit dem Kennzeichen MSD 1765, LBL, I 490, SR, WU 2601, XH 174, R aus den Niederlanden bitte, und PB JK 25112, ET D 5954. Bitte fahren eure Fahrzeugservice, Leute.
Ist der Daniel Wittinger, auf 2 ist der Frank Kramer, mit dem Cesar.
Tom, can you hear me?
Auf 3 ist der Rocket Science, der Jack, der ist schon da. Also, starker Auftritt hier in dieser Klasse. Daniel, kommst du zu mir rüber? Siegerehrung in der Eurocup-Wertung am heutigen Tage. Frank, Jack, come to me. So, die Ladies sind da zur Siegerehrung. Und auf dem dritten Platz. Es ist ein riesen Applaus für das Rocket Science Team aus den Niederlanden. Number 3.
Und der erste Platz hier heute mit 102,90 Meter geht an unsere Freunde aus Großbritannien. First place, 102,90 Meter for our friends from Great Britain. Aftermath Unleashed. Kann losgehen. Mit Bra im Brü. Okay, wir singen zusammen. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, come on, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Was für eine Lions Euro Cup, was für eine Dramatik, was für eine Spannung. Und hier sind sie, unsere 3 Sieger. Aftermath Unleashed. Yo, MPMC, seid ihr fair? Sie seid ihr fair? Hallo Kinder, habt ihr gute Laune? Familienpavillon. Und die rechte Seite. Wo seid ihr? Wo ist der Applaus für unsere Sieger? Hey, hey. Seaside Affairs back. Was für ein spektakuläres Comeback am heutigen Tage. Sensationell. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Ja, da sind sie wieder. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. The guys with the red trousers. So sehen Sieger aus Füchtorf. Startbereich, macht noch mal ein bisschen Krach, haut noch mal in die Hände für unsere Sieger. Danke, danke, danke. Thank you all.
Wir stimmen uns ein auf die Mini-Puller-Klasse. Ihr kennt den Text. Ja, reiß auf, Jenny.
Ja!
Come on, Füchtorf!
Ja.
Come on! By the way! Und ihr nochmal!
Die Pokale sind verteilt.
By the way!
Den Doubleheader dann halt laufen kann. Ne? Da waren heute völlig andere auf dem Podest wie am Tage.
Hier.
Ja, Rocket Science, ich hab's gesehen auf 3.
Team.
Der Seaside hat noch mal einen rausgehauen, aber gewonnen hat der Aftermath, der amtierende Eurocup-Champion. Ja, jetzt bringt sich noch die Mini-Puller-Bremswagen, der Bremswagen natürlich in Position. Die niederländische Mini-Bremse hier vor Ort.
Beiler! Anne!
Grüße auch an die Familie Kilian, die ja den deutschen
Beiler! Und jetzt! Beiler!
Immer eine Top-Arbeit machen und nach wie vor auch dem Pulling eng verbunden sind.
Beiler hat sich auch zur Pulling-Hymne entwickelt irgendwie im Laufe der letzten Jahre hier in Füchtorf. Alle singen mit. Ja, beste Laune natürlich, bestes Wetter, geile Stimmung, geile Traktoren. Tausende Pulling-Fans. Was gibt es mehr?
Können wir noch.
nicht.
Einen können wir noch zusammen.
Vergessen.
Come on.
Ja, die ein bisschen
Beiner,
Gänsehaut. Aber da heißt jetzt natürlich auch irgendwie die Brücke zu schlagen. Es geht weiter. Show must go on. Das Go on, das hat schon Queen damals gesungen. Ja, wir atmen noch mal kurz durch und sehen, dass mittlerweile zwischen der 50-Meter-Marke und der 80-Meter-Marke übrigens ein Loch klafft. Denn da war vorher, ja, wie gesagt, dementsprechend die 60- und 70-Meter-Marke noch. Die hat aber der Teamkollege der Edewächter mit eingesammelt. Das heißt, die sind so kaputt, die stehen jetzt hier gar nicht mehr. Müsste man gleich im Stream drauf achten. Damit gehen wir zur zweiten Eurocup-Klasse des Tages. Wir kommen zu den Mini-Modifieds. Wir kommen zu Burning Messi aus Schweden. Der hat ja gestern einen total starken Lauf gezeigt. Wie gesagt, so gut habe ich den noch nie gesehen. Und schauen wir mal, was er jetzt heute macht. Ob er da seine Form von gestern bestätigen kann. Ist ja der Eurocup hier eigentlich 3 Schweden und gegen die restlichen Niederländer. Also 10 Starter haben wir insgesamt. Kann ja schon fast sagen, ist schon fast die halbe Grand National Serie hier am Start der NTTO. Aber den Anfang, wie gesagt, auch hier in umgekehrter Reihenfolge wie am gestrigen Tag. Burning Messi aus Schweden. Hei, ganz heftiger Lauf, ganz heftiger Run. Der Fahrer kommt aber raus aus seinem Käfig. Ich hoffe, es geht ihm gut. Das rappelt ordentlich im Karton. Und das ist das, wo ich gerade drüber sprach. Ne? Dieses Handsystem, 5 Punkt quasi. Es wird empfohlen und das ist hier wichtig. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob da einmal der Sanitäter drüber gucken sollte. Nicht, dass es da irgendwelche Knochenbrüche oder was gab. Sah halt wild aus. Und wir schauen mal, vielleicht kriegen wir noch eine Slow-Mo, nochmal eine Wiederholung. Gibt erstmal hier einen aufmunternden Applaus auf jeden Fall von den Zuschauern hier. Das war ein wilder Lauf. Da seht ihr es nochmal. Da konnte man genau sehen, wie er versucht hat, das Ganze mit der Lenkbremse einzufangen. Wo er oben war, tritt er auf die Lenkbremse, zieht dann zur Seite. Hei, ganz, ganz wilder Lauf. Wie gesagt, gerne, wenn ihr habt, das nochmal in Slow-Mo. Der Burning Messi aus Schweden, Ville Gustafsson Nilsson. Ja, der hat hier auf jeden Fall mal seine Schutzbleche ordentlich geschrotet. Das Team ist seit 9 Jahren aktiv im Pulling-Sport. Mit seinem Mini hier, Burning Messi. Das geht auch rein drehzeittechnisch. Man hat es gehört, der hat ganz schön gekreischt, 10.000 Umdrehungen. Ja, noch ein bisschen zurück geht's. Genau, da seht ihr nochmal Slow-Mo. Ja, Tommy, wilder Ritt, oder?
Ja, ich habe gedacht, ich komm mal eben schnell wieder, dass du mal ein bisschen was futtern kannst. Ja, ganz übel. Dem ist wirklich, da kann man es vielleicht gleich nochmal sehen, hinten die Kotflügel sogar auseinandergerissen. Weil die Bremse, glaube ich, von hinten eben noch einmal dann richtig geschoben hat. Ja. Und ihr dürft nicht unterschätzen, was so ein Kopf bei so welchen Schlägen plus Helm, was der dann wiegt in dem Moment, was dein Genick der abkriegt. Darum bei den Minis, ich bin nicht ganz, ich meine, ihr habt sogar mal gehört, bei den Minis ist es Pflicht oder ist es immer noch nur empfohlen? Ich weiß nicht ganz selber, ich glaube empfohlen, ja. Ich glaube, damit die sowohl DTTO wie auch die NTTO auf der sicheren Seite sind, wird es immer als empfohlen reingeschrieben, damit es versicherungstechnisch da. Ach Mann. Ja, der Lambada, oh, so wie es gerade aussagte, nimmt den Helm wieder ab. Ich glaube, der will doch nicht. Die haben wohl, wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, vom großen Lambada eine Rolle und einen Riemen gestern abgenommen, damit der hier wiederkommen kann. Aber Wim scheint den Helm wieder abzunehmen. Der fummelt zumindest unten am Helm rum. Hat das Reparieren doch nichts gebracht? Ja. Wie gesagt, die sollen beim großen Lambada irgendwie Teile, die hier jetzt gestern kaputt gegangen sind. Ja, da sehen wir, das Schwimmen nimmt den Helm ab. Der Lambada scheint punktelos aus dem Eurocup zu gehen. Der rennt auf der Kanonenkugel.
Ja, er hat ja noch immerhin die Möglichkeit, sich 6 Startplätze zurücksetzen zu lassen.
Ja,
ne?
ja. Wir sehen es gerade, Ulf geht da auch mal eben hin. Der wird jetzt die richtigen Infos mal eben holen.
Ja, hier wird auch selber Hand angelegt. Hier wird auf jeden Fall jetzt weggerollt, wie es aussieht. Ne?
Die Frage ist, wohin, ne? Ja, zurück.
Ja, ich meine, gut, dass die Sachen natürlich alle untereinander kompatibel sind mit der Spannrolle. Ne? Klar, das nehmen sie ab.
Ja, selber Motor, ne?
Ja, aber es sieht so aus, als ob er sich jetzt erstmal zurückstellen lässt. Der bremst.
Kein Öldruck.
Okay. Okay, dann hat es damit. Okay, kein Öldruck sollte man nicht mitfahren. Dementsprechend mal gucken, ob sie das in den Griff bekommen.
So hieß es gerade, kein Öldruck. Streichen wir den ersten Versuch mal eben. Ja. Ja. Bist du? Mach das besser. Das sein Mikro so fertig gemacht werden. Ja. Ob er jetzt nicht runterkommen kann. Er sieht. Ja, haben wir weitergegeben. Da ist er selber aus dem Gas gegangen.
Ja, aber das ist mal ein Premium-Foto für wachsender Reifen. Also das man ganz deutlich sehen, wie der Reifen da angewachsen ist.
Achtet gleich mal drauf, wenn wir die Zeitlupe nochmal kriegen.
Ja, mit Sicherheit. Also
da ist er rausgegangen. Ne?
Jetzt gleich werdet ihr das sehen. Also der hat richtig stark angewachsen. Da könnte es schon relativ stark am Start sehen.
Mhm.
Also voll auf dem Gas geblieben, aber
trotzdem erstmal beste Weite, würde ich mal sagen. Ne?
Ja, gut.
Da sieht man es jetzt.
Ja, spektakuläre Bilder auf jeden Fall. Das können wir uns notieren, schauen wir mal. 78,16 Meter. Kurze Info, Cedric. Also ich habe Tom Bescheid gesagt, der weiß Bescheid. Also soll er zu dir kommen oder worum geht's da? Soll er mit dem Handmikro kommen oder? Okay. Ich sag Tom mal Bescheid.
That's something you don't hear often, at least on our side of the ocean.
Ja, erstmal Bestweite, aber der Fluch scheint so ein bisschen weiter zu gehen. Auch die haben Probleme jetzt auf der Bahn. Gestern funktionierte die Bahn eigentlich recht gut. Im Moment kommt es einem so ein bisschen vor, als wenn die Bahn nicht mehr so gut funktioniert wie gestern.
Ja, das sah irgendwie gestern einen Tick besser aus, ne?
Ja, ich weiß, vielleicht hätten sie doch nicht aufmachen sollen. Ich habe keine Ahnung von Bahnpflege und von Bahntechnik. Aber es fühlt sich gerade so an, als wenn die Bahn deutlich schlechter ist wie gestern.
Schwieriger zu handeln auf jeden Fall.
Oder
ne?
schwieriger zu handeln. Ja, ich will nicht sagen schlecht. Du kannst auch gucken, die sieht ja nicht
also die
schlecht
Supersportis sind damit ganz gut zurechtgekommen tatsächlich. Ne?
Ja,
also
genau.
das war absolut in Ordnung.
Ja. Okay.
Kurze Infos, Cedric, an dich. Tom will später zu dir kommen.
Ich habe gerade gehört, der Bahnchef quasi der ETPC hat gesagt, dass die Bahn für die Minis zu fest wird.
Okay.
Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ist nicht gesagt worden, wie die da Abhilfe schaffen wollen, aber...
Ja, vor allem, da bin ich jetzt gespannt, ne? Das ist halt der Ritt auf der Kanonenkuhle und nicht, dass da jetzt... Wir haben die Bahn gestern echt gelobt, ne? Das war auch für die Minis sehr gut.
Super, gut funktioniert. Ja, aber ich würde sagen, wenn du V12 fährst, geht das irgendwie doch.
Jawohl, jawohl, jawohl. Da freue ich mich aber. Renis Mission Impossible legt hier den zweiten mega guten Zug hin in Füchtorf. Jawohl, jawohl. Das, mein gut, die Bahn wird hier natürlich von V12er Leuten oder die kennt den Sound von den V12ern.
Ja, Allison V1710 im Grunde das vom Block her zumindest, was auf den Monsters ja auch sitzt. Hier eben mit 2 Turboladern aufgeladen.
Ja, sie haben ihre eigenen Lader, also Turbolader kannst du jetzt ja auch nicht nennen. Ne?
Nicht, ja.
Die sind ja lange mit den Pro-Chargern gefahren, aber die haben sie auch in Reihe zerschrotet und haben
ja,
da
wie die Monsters im Grunde auch.
Genau, und haben da quasi auch ihre eigene Lösung gefunden.
Ja, total gut. So, der Kommunikator ist wieder Cedric. Ich soll dir von Tom Beatty sagen, das ist ja irgendwie stille Post, ich soll dir von Tom Beatty sagen, dass auf dem englischen Kanal der deutsche Kommentar zu hören sein soll. Muss ja auch nicht schlecht sein. Ne? So, die gezogene Weite haben wir jetzt 99,67. Also es ist kein Full Pull, aber das ist eine geile Weite.
Das ist, glaube ich,
und da
gerade bei der Bahn.
Ja, genau, weil die scheint wirklich tricky für die Jungs zu werden.
Würde ich fast festlegen, dass der einen Pott mitnimmt. Welche Größe lasse ich jetzt nochmal dahingestellt?
Ist auch egal, ich würde es ihm gönnen, ne?
Und er ist heile geblieben, ne? Also
auch gut. Auch der lag ja gefühlt manchmal mehr auf der Seite, wie er hinten angekommen ist.
Hast du wohl recht.
Oder ein Gompi, kann das auch gut, ne?
Ja, das stimmt. Das war auch der Grund, warum dann die Gebrüder de Klerk gesagt haben, wir verkaufen den Challenger und der steht jetzt bei den Höppners, ne? Wo wir, viele, viele Grüße an die Höppner-Family, an den Höppner-Clan.
Die rennen hier auch rum, habe ich schon gesehen.
Ja, okay, die sind mir noch nicht...
Zumindest zum Teil.
Okay, aber trotzdem viele Grüße. Und wir schauen jetzt mal, wie es weitergeht. Denn Lisa wird langsam ein bisschen ungeduldig. Guck mal, die läuft schon da wirklich in den Startvorbereitungsraum hin und sagt, los,
die schiebt gleich mit.
Ja, seht zu, Leute. Und der Top Dog.
Danke für die Info. Thomas Zimmermann schreibt, bei den Minis Hans Pflicht.
Okay.
Mittlerweile.
Das war ja
macht
lange so, wie du sagst.
Ja,
ne?
es war mal, ich weiß, dass das bei allen Klassen empfohlen ist und mir war auch so, dass es bei den Minis Pflicht, ich war aber auch nicht mehr sicher. Vielen Dank, liebe Grüße nochmal an Thomas Zimmermann oder den ganzen Zimmermann-Clan.
Ja, wir hätten euch lieber auf der Bahn heute gesehen.
Auf jeden Fall, ja. Ich habe auch gehofft, warum wir das nicht so gemacht wie bei den Light Modifieds, dass ihr als Deutsche Meister hinterherfahrt oder Deutsche Meisterschaft. Ja, aber wir beide haben hier einfach nichts zu melden. Ne?
Spots the sled right in the center of the track. As we've seen is very, very common here. Top Dog backed in. Rollers coming off the track. Tighten the chain and we'll look for the green lights and the green flags. Chasing 99.67, the V12 Allison powered Grenny's Mission Impossible just laid down. Green is on the track. The Top Dog. Top Dog takes over the top spot. A monster pass for the Top Dog. There was fire and maybe some parts on the track at the end of the run, but going to have a new leader. Waiting for the laser measurement. Coming with a bucket of water. Pull that tractor down. And we get a big cheer from the German crowd as the fire department comes onto the track. Packed house here today in Füchtorf. Still waiting on the laser distance for the top dog. Great pass for him. A little bit of fire and maybe some parts on the track at the bottom. 109.60 takes the lead by 10 meters. 109.60.
Well done, top dog. Like you say, there's definitely bits on the floor there towards the end of the run.
You can see why that tractor was your European champion last year at the European Championships. So the Swedish Iron Toy will be up next. Seemed to be a popular tractor in the pit area last night. There was a guy came in to talk to them and said hi, and he starts looking at the tractor and like, I thought he was doing yoga at first, but I think he was measuring the tractor and like envisioning it in his mind. He must be planning to build one, that's what I hope. So, but he was very involved and engaged in measuring this out with his eye.
Nice. Yeah, so
down on the ground, just eyeing it all up. So the Swedish Iron Toy.
One of our only turbo-powered machines.
And then be followed by the Screaming Bobcat, your winner yesterday, Wild Thing, the Hind, and then Bobcat Jr. And hopefully we'll see the Lombada team in there somewhere. As Tom mentioned, they started the tractor up and then realized they had no oil pressure. So they shut it back down and rolled it back into the pit area a little farther. And
there'll be lots of people busily working around it as we speak. We haven't heard it fired back into life for them to check. So we're just clearing out top dog out the way still. So thank you for those that have told us the sound problems we've been having. I went to go mobile, and I think that messed up the party for the sound team, but I think we're rectified now.
Yeah, so just to get you caught up, not the top dog, 109.60, laid down a monster pass to take over the lead by 10 meters over the Rennie's Mission Impossible, which was a good hook, and the Rennie's Mission Impossible does have the opportunity to turn that down because we're still under the test puller flag.
Indeed. So yeah, I've just double checked the stream. We are, they can hear us now. We weren't talking for no reason then.
Okay. So Swedish Iron Toy, once we get the track cleared, should be our next competitor.
Just taking a little time. As we said earlier when we had the Mad Max on fire, I think it's the local rules and regulations that the fire brigade must be in attendance at this event. So just takes a little longer to get things sorted. So if you've just again, don't forget to find us on the socials. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, the ETPC. Have a hunt, have a look, find us on the socials. Give us a like, give us a follow on the Facebook, Instagram, and what have you. And of course, you're watching this on the YouTube. If you've just flicked on and joined us, thank you so much. We are bringing you all the action here from the second round of pulling in the Füchtorf arena. And we'd love for you to subscribe to the YouTube channel and of course ring that little bell, because when you ring the bell you get notifications when we go live next time in 2 weeks' time up in Scorton in the UK.
So the Green Monster team, if you followed them and have followed their prep work and videos prior to this event, they are shooting videos right behind us with our German colleagues right now.
We might be on the internet.
Maybe we could be internet famous.
Maybe, I doubt it though.
Is that German pizza, Tom? I have to ask, you know.
I'm trying to eat between commentating.
I shouldn't call you out on these things, should I?
So let's see what the Swedish Iron Toy can do. Like say turbos on board instead of and a lovely run for the Swedish Iron Toy.
Yeah, had a really good run going, and then unfortunately kind of fell apart there at about 70 meters.
Yeah.
82.48 for the Swedish Iron Toy, 82.48. And that is going to bring up your winner yesterday. And if you look at the last several Euro Cup champions, Screamin' Bobcat, the Boer family from the Netherlands. Boer family, some of the most well-known and successful pullers in the entire world. Had a lot of success on both sides of the Atlantic, here in Europe and over in the United States. Won several big events with Bobcat Jr. over there. Bobcat Jr. team won $50,000 last year in one event in Farley, Iowa. They've won $10,000 on Saturday night in Bowling Green, Ohio. And it's really a worldwide effort, you know, between the Boer family and their team here in the USA, and several competitors in the United States. Phil Fairbanks, Jason Hathaway, they've all driven it. And then the Leichners, Abby Leichner drives it quite a bit and does a very, very good job. She won the $50,000 with it. She won the $10,000 in Bowling Green. So the Leichner family very involved in the Bobcat Junior team as well, at least on the U.S. side of the Atlantic.
And you'll notice that all three of these machines have had a wrap, a new artwork put on. And that is partly due to the team wanting to freshen things up, but partly is because they have now become an official partner of Bobcat. The Boer family are the main importers and dealers for Bobcat in the Netherlands. But over the winter months, they have now become officially partners with their motorsport team as well. So they wanted to recognise that and have the Bobcat brand loud and proud.
Yeah, the Bobcat, that brand, there's some deep appreciation for the Bobcat brand.
Oh, yeah.
My dad used to deer hunt with some guys who actually worked for Bobcat, and they all had Bobcat tattoos, and they were extremely loyal to the Bobcat brand.
So we saw last night the inaugural run of this gentleman that's currently on the driving seat, Mr. Koopman.
His first trip down the track yesterday and his first win, if I recall correctly.
Correct, yeah.
That's a way to start a pulling career. Third generation puller.
Bram Koopman took the win yesterday with his first ever run down the track. Father Hank, we saw him driving the Bandit. Mother will be trackside doing all the videos for the Lambada team. Stepdad Wim is having troubles to catch him at the minute, but here we go with the Bobcat Junior. That's far enough. Sorry, that was the Screaming Bobcat, wasn't it?
Yes,
I
Screaming Bobcat.
Bobcat Junior. They look very similar. They're hard to distinguish. Not quite far enough, I don't think, to trouble the lead of Top Dog.
No, great run for him, but I don't think he's going to get it done today.
No, we'll wait for the measuring tower to...
I mean, I think he's going to be on the podium based on what we've seen so far.
Correct.
But that young man is doing a great job.
Great job, yeah. Just hit that throttle wide open, not scared of it.
Yes.
Away he went.
You know, you have to be confident in yourself. If a team like the Boers and the Bobcat team puts you in a tractor like that,
yeah,
because you know you're getting good equipment, right?
Yeah.
And you know that they wouldn't put you in that position if they did not think you were going to be successful. So 104 and 68. .68. Second place at the moment, so knocks the Rennie's Mission Impossible down to third. We're down to 4 left, so that's a good sign. I see the Toplesen Lambada team coming back towards the front of the staging area, so hopefully they figured out the problem why they had no oil pressure. They were scheduled to be our second hook out here, and then started the tractor and had no oil pressure, so they dropped 6. Which would bring them up next.
Yeah, I think that's where they're...
If my calculations are correct.
Yep, and there's Wim on the start line going to position the sledge, I think, perhaps. Oh, no.
So who's driving the Toplesen
Well, that is a good question.
Lambada if Wim's coming down the track?
I do not know. Maybe it's not them next, because there's nobody sat in the seat.
Okay. Ah, Wim needed the Hans device. That's why Wim has coming down the track.
He's taken the Hans device from his stepson.
So we do have the Wild Thing fired down there.
From Sweden, the Wild Thing.
You know, I just looked into the crowd and I see a King of Smoke Esden Lane shirt, 12-time NTPA Grand National Champion. First one back in '82 and the last one to date in 2012, but it's cool to be this far from home and see a King of Smoke shirt.
So what can the team from Sweden do? The Burning Massey is not coming back. We had that clarified.
And Let's Try would be the other one with an option.
Yeah. Let's see what we have. Not far enough to trouble the leaders at the minute. Shuts down around the 89 metre mark. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm.
As you say, Tom, he took the scenic route.
Yeah. 87.42. 87.42.
87 Meter 42 für Weitensinn, für die Hanna aus Schweden, die noch so ein bisschen konzentriert auf dem Traktor sitzt. Schauen wir mal, wann es okay ist.
I don't know if Bobcat Jr. is going to be here today. I don't see it in the staging area.
Oh.
I see the, must be the hind down there with the lambada.
Yeah. We will wait and see, because we keep second guessing, then they turn up, don't they?
Yes. Okay, we've got the first responders coming out on the track for the Wild Thing
Driver
team.
of Wild Thing just had a, just towards the end, just a little bit of a head bang against the roll cage. So we just let the paramedics come and take a look.
That's right. Better to be safe than. We'll watch this on replay and see what happens here at the end.
It wasn't a perfect pass. I keep saying pass now, you. It wasn't a perfect run.
You could take that back to the UK. It's all good.
Yeah,
Bring it to Europe.
My brother will absolutely take the mickey out of me if I start saying pass.
I don't see the problem with it.
Because I don't know. He just will. So yeah, we just go quiet for a moment or two while we just check that the driver of Wild Thing's okay.
Just tell your brother your American friends are a bad influence on you, Tom.
Yeah, indeed. So just while we have this quick break in proceedings, now's the time to just check out our socials. We are the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. Find us on Facebook, find us on Instagram, and you are watching the Alliance Euro Cup. Alliance is the headline partner for the Euro Cup series, and we thank them for their support.
Okay, Sie stehen erstmal hier schon so lange drauf und das drauf für die Anna. Die kann auch schon wieder ein bisschen entwickeln. Jetzt ist hier bessere Hand für bessere Betreuung. Ja, keine Schrecksekunde. Einmal kurz so voll und das ist hier auf der Play hier der Fahrer vom Top Dog bringt den Racing. Da unten ist Musterfahrer auf dem Treffer sitzen, so sagt es Versicherungsrömer.
Our driver of the Wild Thing tractor, she went with the ambulance folks, so she's with the first responders and get checked out, and we will bring up the Lambada team next, I think. There's a speaker right in my way, so I can't see if the Lambada team is going to be next or if it will be the Hind, one of the two. We don't see the Bobcat Jr. in the staging area, so they may have scratched for today. Although they are still on our list and the list of our German colleagues. So it shows the Hind up next on the scoreboard. So we're going to go with that.
Let's go with that.
The Hind out of the Netherlands.
So as we've just said, the driver of Wild Thing's been just taken to the ambulance just for checks. We believe all is okay.
You know, Tom, that hitch on the 3-point to tow vehicles on and off the track, that sure does seem to be helpful and faster than the old tow rope and trying to turn somebody around. You just pick up the front end and turn around short and roll.
So yeah, we just still are pausing proceedings, unfortunately, while the ambulance is still in the pulling arena. We can't carry on pulling while the ambulance is right by the track side. So we just respect and let the crews do their work and do take their time.
Top Dog continues to sit up top at 109 and 60. The Screaming Bobcat, 104 and 68, your winner yesterday, currently in second. And the Hind is listed as our next. Well, now they've changed the scoreboard to say the Lombardo will be up next.
Yeah, so I think Lombardo will be the next one to the line. Hopefully they've solved their oil pressure problems.
Yes. Not having oil pressure is a major issue.
Major issue. And well spotted, to be fair. You know, the dials are quite small on these engines. Again, everything's to do with weight. They can only weigh 950 kilograms. So we always say, you know, we joked yesterday about young Bram getting his inaugural drive on the Mini. Well, they just picked the skinniest, tall, littlest person because they want as much weight as possible. You know, Abby drives it in the States and she's quite petite is Abby, so get on the seat because we need somebody light to drive the Mini.
It's like when you go to race go-karts, right? Yeah. The lighter guys are always faster.
Correct,
but there's only so much you can do.
Correct. So yeah, the dial is quite small, so well spotted, whoever spotted the oil pressure problem. So if you've just joined us, welcome, thank you. You are watching the live stream for the ETPC Euro Cup.
We have 2 competitors left in our mini modified division of our Euro Cup. And then we will go to our super stock tractors and then the big heavy modifieds.
That's right.
To close it out at a sold out Füchtorf Pulling Arena here in Füchtorf, Germany.
We are just still pausing proceedings. You can see on your screen there the ambulance is still just by the trackside around 90-meter mark. The driver of Wild Things inside, just been double checked, all is okay. So again, folks, if you have just joined us, thank you. We're not just doing nothing. We're just paused a moment or two while the ambulance team check over the driver of Wild Thing, who had a wild ride towards the end of her run. So we're just pausing proceedings just for 5 minutes. Go and get yourself a cup of tea or a coffee.
Yes, probably coffee is more likely in the United States, but
go and get a brew, a Gradley brew.
Might be early for that in the U.S. Although they started here.
A brew is English for a cup of tea.
Yes. Okay. I thought
you thought I meant beer. I'm drinking alcohol-free beer currently. It's very refreshing. It's half lemonade and half alcohol-free beer. It's nice. Hops.
Sort of like an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So the ambulance is now slowly moving out.
I'm drinking my non-carbonated water.
You are.
Because yesterday I could
only find fizzy water, and you don't do fizzy water. So hopefully all things are good inside the ambulance for driver of Wild Thing. The ambulance is now moving out of the pulling arena, which then will enable us to continue pulling. Well, we said 2 left to run, 3 on the list officially. We've got the top, I can't say it, so I'll just say Lambada. Top lens is actually what it means. Top lens Lambada. And the Hind. And then we should have the Bobcat Junior, but we can't see it, but that doesn't mean it's not in the pit area somewhere.
Minis are small.
Yeah, easy to hide. So we fire up the Lambada. They've been waiting a long time. They've had a lot longer to fix the tractor, perhaps. They weren't spanner on it while they were waiting. They were stood waiting, so that was a good sign.
You know, that's something that this track holds together so well for a daytime track, especially with the bright sun and the wind. Yeah. This track it holds together very, very well. Something else that's different here in Europe, you see a lot of the team members wearing fire suits and everything.
Yeah.
Where in the U.S., you don't have to do that.
In the rule book. You have to have your arms and your legs covered if you're in the live track.
Okay.
And it's highly recommended that you're all wearing fireproof.
Okay.
Everybody is on the live track side must be long arms, no shorts. And most teams choose to have a fire suit similar to the drivers, so they're all on brand.
Yes.
The drivers obviously have the 3-4 layer Nomex ones, the team members have the single layer ones. But yeah, no, it's in the rule book.
Safety is paramount. I don't care where you're pulling or what you're pulling. Safety needs to be number one.
So let's see what Lambada can do. Had a long wait for coming in. And again, was pulling hard to that right-hand side as we look down the track.
Yeah, not the kickoff weekend that the Lambada team wanted. Looks like, unfortunately, that's going to be a DQ.
Yeah, disqualification. They obviously touched the white line on that side.
So since they dropped earlier, they pulled under the test puller flag. Does that still apply here?
No.
Okay.
Not test puller, no.
Okay. Because they had to drop, they didn't pull in their normal spot, so the test puller does not. Good sign down there, Tom. I see the Bobcat Junior.
Ah, there you go. So 80 meters. Oh, we've now got in a distance 80 meters and 75. So we'll double check in the WhatsApp group.
It's hard to tell from the. Maybe he did keep it in.
I've asked the question. We got a disqualification up on the scoreboard first of all, and now the scoreboard's been changed to the actual travel distance. I've asked in the group for the ETPC, and they'll confirm.
Okay, it looks like our German colleagues are writing that distance down, so we're going to go with that.
We'll go with
it's
the
a good,
80,
yeah.
75. I will get confirmation from Pascal and Desiree.
Apologize to the Lambada team for the scare on the DQ there.
Yeah, confirmed from the ETPC, 80.75. 80.75. So no disqualification for Lombardo. They must have just stayed in.
Yes, that's good. Not the distance they were looking for.
No, not the distance they were looking for, but at least it's not last place.
Exactly.
But has really not started the campaign or the Mini Euro Cup very well for the Lombardo team.
No.
So we currently look at the leading position. First, Top Dog with 109. Second, Screaming Bobcat 104. And Rennie's Mission Impossible still sitting in third place at 99 metres. With 2 more left to run, the Hind and then the Bobcat Junior. So we're ready for the next one. Should be the Hind. Our only turbine machine in the class. First year of campaigning in the Euro Cup Championship. For the previous few years has only been in the Dutch this year has decided to chance their hand at Euro Cup action. They've been called, so they're on their way. Here they come. So again, thank you for joining us here on this free ETPC stream, and every Euro Cup Championship will be free. As we said yesterday, the rules are for all big tractors, they must power themselves to the line and back up to the sledge to start their run, and at the end of the run they must pull away from the sledge under their own power for their run to qualify. That can be sort of changed slightly if you have a major blow up and you can't pull away from the line or pull away from the sledge at the end. That's up to the end flagman's discretion. But in the minis, that little bit of a rule is not there. A lot of these minis aren't even fitted with a reverse gear. And that's just exactly what happens with the Hind. The two mechanics just push it back. It's only 950 kilograms. So the two mechanics push it back to the line. And we're 2 green flags, and let's see, can he get up near this top dog distance? Far enough, just past the 90-meter mark for the top dog, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. 91.29, 91.29 for the Hind. So team look very happy with the distance. And our last tractor in this one-hit wonder double header, second round of the double headers here. We had the first round yesterday. The last one will be the Bobcat Junior. Now yesterday it caught me out who was driving it. It was Tina Berry's wife on board. Not sure who it is today. It'll either be Bart or Tina, one of the others. They've been called to the sludge at the Bobcat Junior. Back up to the sledge. I can't yet see. It looks like it's possibly Tina. Could be Bart.
Bobcat Junior team had a rough ride yesterday.
Yeah, I got all out of shape. She had to shut off. Here we go. To trouble the top dog. The Bobcat Junior will wait for the official distance. (102 and 76). 102.76. I think that's good enough to put them in third place. So we've got first will be Top Dog, second will be Screaming Bobcat, and third will be the run you've just seen from Bobcat Junior.
Yeah, a lot better day for the Bobcat Junior team today than yesterday, finishing second and third for the Bobcat team overall.
As I said a little earlier, they had a new livery, a new paint job, new wrap, new design, and in the winter months they officially became official partners with the Bobcat brand, although they've been synonymous for the Bobcat name for a long time.
Yes.
They are the main dealer for Bobcat, main importer for Bobcat in the Netherlands. Now, it wasn't Tina and it wasn't Bart driving. That looks to me like one of the Green Monster team who's been driving the Bobcat Junior. Certainly not Tina, and it's certainly not Bart. I think we've had a guest driver on the Bobcat Junior. So I'll try and go mobile again. I'll leave you in Darren's hands while I run round and after the presentation see if I can grab the winner. I'll be back with you shortly.
Second place for the Screaming Bobcat from Netherlands. And the European Cup of the Minis. The most expensive victory of the weekend, unfortunately, but he's the number one top dog. So, wir nehmen Jason nochmal mit vom Beer Money Team. Unser Gast aus den USA kommt mit auf die Ehrenrunde und ja, komm ruhig mit hier nach vorne. Now you can wave your hands for the crowd. Jason from the United States, and he needs to see you party. Wo sind die Hände? Oh, hey, hey, hey. Jason from the US, special guest. Yeah. Yeah, we've got the stickers. I have it too. It lies over there. Yeah. Hey kids! Kinder winken! Family pit. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Mitas Pavillon, auch da oben will ich alle winken sehen. Er nimmt euch auf, er filmt das für seinen Kanal in den Vereinigten Staaten, in the United States. Yes. And he just said, I love it. Okay, und wir nehmen mal die Hände nach unten. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Sensationell. Sensational pictures for Jason. Ja, du. Voice of Race doubles, all with the red trousers. Where's all the ladies? Yeah. Where are the ladies? I don't know. Hey, hey, hey. Ja, wir brauchen ein paar Mädels mit roten Hosen. Some ladies with red trousers for the future. Hey, hey. So, und hier ganz hinten auch nochmal. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Okay. I hope you had a little bit fun. Yes, I hope you had a little bit fun. Jason, thank you so much for being with us here. Perfect. So, und jetzt geht's rein. Superstock. Superstock ist angesagt als nächstes. Die Teams kommen schon so ein bisschen auf die Bahn gelaufen, checken die Bahn nochmal kurz ab hier. Und dann geht's gleich weiter mit den Superstocks. Freunde von Humanity, dann unterstützen Sie das nach Füchtorf, kommt dann nach Deutschland, denn dort da haben wir auf jeden Fall eine wirklich geile Stimmung. Und wenn ihr das transparent sehen will, was auch so auf den Videos oder in den Videos siehst, dann kommt doch einfach mal her. Und deswegen habe ich auch mal mitgenommen jetzt auf die erste Runde, damit er es auch da spürt. Und ich bin ja da richtig gerne mitgemacht. Und wenn das alles gefilmt, das heißt, wir werden anfangen, Kameras mit Social Media Kanälen, diese Videos natürlich sehen hier. Und dann wird es
So it's time for the Super Stocks. Again, we're having technical gremlins with my going wireless. Well, we move on now to the Super Stocks. And we've got what looks like a brand new machine. It's not. It was the Interaction.
Time to go super stock tractor pulling, 3,500 kilograms, which is about 7,700 pounds, a little over 7,700 pounds. Jaw bar weight of 500 millimeters, which is about 20 inches, 650 cubic inch limit, maximum of 4 turbos with 3 pressure stages. Component chassis are allowed. Sheet metal and the engine must match here in Europe, and 30.5 32 tires.
So it's the Interaction 2.0, but not as you know it. It's had a whole new paint job, a whole new livery on board. Bram Cools at the wheel. He's going to be our test puller. Now we're out of double headers. This is a normal pull now. We'll expect to see full pulls and expect to see a pull-off. But this is the first round for the Super Stocks here in the Füchtorf pulling arena. Bram Cools is our test puller. Let's see how he goes. Come on, Bram. And backs out the throttle and coasts through the full pull line.
I think we might see a sled reset here, Tom.
Possibly.
We have a big class, 18 tractors in this class.
Yeah. 15 will be in Euro Cup, and then the end 3 are the local German tractors. But yeah, so looks like Bram and the team have taken a new sponsor. The tractor title has changed. It just used to be Interaction 2.0. Now it's, how are we saying that one? Gesneed, maybe? Gesneed. And it's a whole new livery. It deliberately looks all beat up and rusty. That's been done on purpose because it didn't used to look like that. It used to look pristine.
It's a retro patinaed look.
Yes, indeed.
The ETPC officials are center of the track determining what they're going to do here.
As we guess, they're going to make the sledge heavier, more difficult to pull. And in fact, you can see on your screen, look, there is the weight box having extra weight put into it.
das erste Mal vor dem Bremswagen. Mit seinem Jungset 4500 PS Turbo, 2 Stufen aufgeladen mit der Nulltreibstoff. Leitbahnladung 10,4 Liter. Füchtorf steht zur Verfügung. Hier ist das noch komplett neu aufgebaut. Mit den letzten 1,5, 2 Jahren haben sie geschlossen. Jetzt ist er fertig, jetzt ist er da. Brauchen Sie was? 80 Grad.
So yeah, sledge is not set. They're going to make it a little heavier for the next one. So the next one will still be classed as our test puller. So the Superstocks are the top level of our hooded tractors, the most powerful hooded tractors in the world. There are 4 turbochargers in 3 stages, and 90% of our Superstocks in Europe run on methanol fuel. And potentially knocking on the door of 5,000 horsepower out of some of these Superstock machines. That's my best guess, because nobody will ever tell you what they do on the dynos. And unlike in the States, the hoods have to match the engine. So whatever the hood is, the engine has to match. Inside, now there's not a lot of original components left under the bonnet of these stock tractors, because they're very not stock, even though they're a super stock. But the engine block must be the right one for the bonnet you've got on the tractor. I say that quite loosely, because you can downgrade and upgrade, if that makes sense, as long as it's from the family. It gets a little complicated. So here we come with the Yellow Dream. The only German competitor actually in the Euro Cup. We've got some German competitors later on tagging on the end of the class, but the only German competitors actually in the class, in the Euro Cup, shall we say, the series, is the Yellow Dream 2.0. Now this is a completely new tractor.
They pulled yesterday in some of our limited classes as well.
They have 2 tractors, so Yellow Dream and Yellow Nightmare. So the Yellow Nightmare is our limited Superstock that they have, and the Yellow Dream is their big brother, the big boy Superstock that they have.
And they have a really cool trailer. The whole side of the trailer lifts up so you can see it and work on vehicles.
Correct. And as I said, it's a brand new tractor, brand new machine. Telling me the story when they finished building it up and they put it on the dyno. I think they've had some help from Mr. Rob van der Waal, and Edwin Dirksen has also helped build up the tractor. And Rob's stood at the side telling the driver, come on, rev it, make it do, rev it more. And the driver's looking at him going, are you sure, are you sure? There's only one way to test them though. You can put a tractor on a dyno and you get the horsepower range, but there's only one way to test how good your tractor is, and that's here, live on the track. Let's see what the Yellow Dream can do. Remember, sledge has been made more difficult to pull since Interaction to keep it in bounds. It's hard on the brake to stop it pulling off to the left-hand side as we look down the track. And that got him out of the out of sync. But he is the test puller, remember, so he can choose to decline that pull. And if he does, then he can come back a little later on. So the Yellow Dream not just getting the first run on his new machine as he wanted, but luckily for him, he was still the test puller. The sledge, Mr. Bramcools on the interaction took the sledge way out the far end. So the sledge team and track team decided they were going to make it a little more difficult to pull. So the test puller sledge's flag is still in. Of course, the track officials haven't got to see a proper run, shall we say. Bring on the Rabbit Gone Mad, the first one of our super stocks from Denmark. We've had a man from the Netherlands, we've had a man from Germany, and now we've got a man from Denmark. These team run two tractors, the Rabbit Gone Mad and the Rabbit Gone Wild. You may recognize this machine, you know, the guys in the States. The chassis was made over in America, but it's got a European engine in it, I believe. Team run this Ford-based machine, and they run a Massey Ferguson-based machine, one of the few Massey Ferguson super stocks there are. So Henrik will be driving this one, and his son drives the Massey. So we get two green flags. We haven't seen a proper run yet. We've seen interaction get out the far end, but we've reset the sledge instead. Let's see, can Rabbit Gone Mad make it go? And drags him down just around the 100-meter mark. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm.
That was a lot better pass than I expected, seeing the struggle as the first attempt to leave the line.
98 meters 82, 98.82, so not quite far enough to get past that 100-meter mark to get into the pull-off if there was going to be one. Yeah, it didn't just sound sweet as a nut going down the track. There was some, it was just not just running on 100%, let's put it that way. He struggled to leave the line, he was a lot jerky when he left the line, and then the tone of the engine wasn't that lovely super stock sound that we like to hear. It just seemed to just not be running exactly as it should have been.
So the test puller flag has been moved, Tom, or removed, I should say.
So tractors are now in competition. That sledge will stay set, but Rabbit Gone Mad can choose to accept or decline.
That's going to bring up the Never Satisfied team from Norway.
Yeah.
And I have Christian, one of the members of the team here, and they left They took a boat and they stopped. They drove almost to the German border, and they went to their dyno shop and stopped there. Had an issue on the dyno, had to come all the way through the Netherlands to pick up a piston.
To go to Rob van der Waals.
Yes.
Through the night.
Yes, drove back and installed it, made a couple more passes, brought it here to pull tonight. So they've been on the road for days and hours because it's a long trip from Norway anyway.
Yep.
And then to have all those issues to come here to put on a show here in Füchtorf, Germany. So it's just amazing the worldwide appeal of the sport of truck and tractor pulling. You know, yesterday on these live streams, between the German live stream, the English live stream, there were people watching all over the world. There is a sellout here, and there are people from every country in Europe here today in Füchtorf.
So as you just said, here comes said tractor that we were just talking about, the Never Satisfied. Again, come all the way from Norway, via Germany, via into the Netherlands to Rob van der Waals' shop to fix it, to break it again, to fix it again.
This tractor will be featured in a charity calendar. They're selling calendars, and they did a photo shoot last week with members of this team for that calendar for cancer.
Nice.
Proceeds go to a cancer charity. We see the Norway flags flying here.
Yeah. So sledge is now set. He is not the test puller, remember, so wherever he gets counts. And let's see what he can do.
Christian Enoksen he's the president of Norway Tractor Pullers. He's up here in the booth with us. A little nervous after all they've been through this week, Tom.
Yeah, indeed. But he gets 2 green flags, and when the green flag drops, it stops, as they say. Here we go. Drags him down just a little bit short of the 100-meter mark.
But it's running. They can drive it off the track. You can relax, Christian.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Good to meet you. That is a relieved man standing behind us.
Yes, he was. He was filming with his phone.
And I'm glad he was left in a good mood because he was very, very big dude.
So a distance of 96.29.
Pulls into second place for the Never Satisfied team. Do you say 96.29?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, Tom, we had talked a little bit, but we had never met until Friday night,
Yeah,
I guess it was.
correct.
And it's a blast, man. I enjoy working with you. We're having fun up here.
We are having fun. That's the main thing.
We have the DJ up here cranking the tunes for the live crowd, our colleagues from Germany. So this has just been an amazing experience, I have to say. It's awesome.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
It really feels...
I'll have to convince the wife, and we'll come to America and I'll do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me know when you're coming. We have some really good events.
So sledge is set. We've not seen anybody get past that mythical 100-meter mark yet. There is a lot of tractors in this class, 18 tractors, including the 3 German ones on the end. So we've 15 in the Euro Cup and 3 more on the end. So sledge is set a little bit on the meaner side. We don't want every single tractor flying out that far end. But if someone just hooks it up and locks it in, we've seen the Rabbit Gone Mad only get to 98 on a tractor that seemed to be not running at 100%. So if we get somebody that just gets it all laid down on the track well, we could see some full pulls.
Yeah, so we haven't seen a John Deere yet. This is the first one. This is the Zeenstra newborn Deere.
Yeah, again, this one started its life out in the States, this tractor. And Mr. Zeenstra took ownership of it and brought it home.
I was going to say, I'm assuming this one's from the Netherlands.
Yeah, indeed.
The Netherlands or West Michigan, one of the two.
Yeah.
In West Michigan, we have Holland, we have Zealand, we have all these. It's very Dutch area. Where I live is very much a German area. So
let's see what Mr. Zeinstra can do. It's not Rowan driving. Rowan's there on the side, so I'm not entirely sure who's driving this one this time.
Looking to go farther than 98.82.
So here we go. And looks like he's just about past it, but we'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. Could be a full pull, but we'll... Oh yes, 101 and 84, so full pull confirmed from the measuring tower. 101.84, but we call it a full pull.
Because once you get past 100 meters, it doesn't matter how far you go.
It doesn't matter.
This is definitely something that needs to come to America. This full pull song.
Yeah. So that guarantees at least one of them in the pull-off. We need another one to get past that mythical 100-meter mark.
Yeah, we're going to stay green. The Extreme Deer. This was originally a Galat chassis.
It was, yeah.
Brent Payne and the guys at GMS Machine. Just outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. Those guys did a partnership with the Bohr family, where they sent a light super stock over here, and the Bohrs sent a modified tractor over there, the Limitless.
Yep. And the super stock should actually be here this weekend, but the Bohr family haven't managed to get it finished off with the winter works they've been doing.
So again, these are very similar weight. They're 7,800 pounds, 20-inch hitch, 650 cubic inch limit on these tractors. Maximum of 4 turbos and 3 turbo stages, 3 pressure stages. Component chassis are allowed. The difference is the sheet metal and the engine must match here.
I was saying that when you were talking to Christian. Yes, it has to match.
Yes. Where in the U.S. you can run any engine and any sheet metal.
It just seems a little strange.
It doesn't seem strange to me in a way, because for the truck classes, it's been that way forever, right?
I guess.
You know, I mean, because we have a lot more pickup truck classes in the U.S. than you guys have here. We have modified 4-wheel drive, we have 2-wheel drive, we have super stock diesel 4-wheel drive. So we have a lot of different truck classes, and the truck classes, you can run any engine with any body and have been able to for a long time. So I think the precedent was set.
Yeah,
I guess is the way I would say it.
Yeah, makes sense. So we bring on the next one here at the ETPC Euro Cup. First round for the Super Stocks this year, here in the Füchtorf Arena. And it's the Extreme Deer from the Netherlands. We saw them run with their Pro Stock yesterday on the end of the limited Super Stock class. They have a Pro Stock and they tagged on the end. But shut it down around the 50-60 meter mark. So we couldn't get to see the Pro Stock versus limited Super Stock battle we were longing for.
No, unfortunately.
But this is their bigger Pro Stock, Super Stock, so to say.
So I think you may have covered this too, but all the tractors in this class are all running on alcohol.
They are, yeah. We don't have any diesel ones today. We have a few in Europe that run on diesel.
Now, diesel is allowed in this class, just like it is in the States. The diesel tractors can run with the alcohol?
Yep,
okay.
Absolutely, and they do. So here we go. Let's see what the Extreme Deer can do. Oh, another one.
And it started off strong and then just seemed to lose power. Get an official distance here, 66.35, 66 meters, 35 centimeters.
35 für Extreme Deer, der hier scheinbar offensichtlich mit Problemen unterwegs ist.
When I get back to the States, I'm going to say, man, these are long distances. Just because the numbers are so much bigger.
It's 300 feet. So yeah, not quite sure what went wrong there with the Extreme DM. Was running, was doing the business. Again, every Superstock that's been down hasn't just sounded that sweet Superstock sound. They're all still perhaps ironing out the bugs from the winter works.
Yeah, alcohol Superstocks seem to be very temperamental, you know, and they've improved a lot through the years. I mean, I remember Lyle Hull from Wisconsin was one of the pioneers of alcohol Superstocks, and one night that tractor would beat everybody by 20 feet, and the next night it would snort and pop and sneeze and barely run, and then, you know, not do much, and then the next time you saw it, it was way out front again.
Yep.
And, you know, then alcohol has really become more reliable, I guess, and when alcohol Superstocks are running, and like you say, when they hit their note, it is something to hear.
Something to watch. And while we're talking about American Superstocks, of course, we lost Brent, didn't we? Who passed away.
Yes, Brent Long, yes.
Brent Long, who passed away. So condolences to everybody out in the States who was friends or family for Brent Long, one of the pioneers of the Superstock class. Really,
he was.
Brent.
He was.
A lot of English teams, a lot of the European teams ran his heads, ran his machines for a long, long time.
Yes, yes. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the friends and family of Brent Long. Yeah, one of good friends of mine in California, they run Brent Long engines.
Mm-hmm. So it seemed an appropriate time while we're in the midst of talking about US and European Superstocks. The next one's another green one. It's the Lucky Luke from Denmark. Now this team's quite unique. They run a green Superstock and an IH Super Sport. So they've both colours in their shed, which is unusual, isn't it? Really?
It is. It is.
Fairly new machine to the Superstock world is the Lucky Luke. The team's been around for a long time, but this is a fairly new machine, a few seasons old. But certainly can mix it up at the top on his day.
Ja, das Mädchen auf dem Pferd, das muss ja dann Johnny Jumper sein.
Just struggling to get him back up to the line, look, just having to draw forward again. And as we said yesterday, we had a few people that struggled. It really is key for these machines to get front and centre. As we explained a little earlier with the kill switch, there is two connections that happen to the tractor when they back up to the sledge. Obviously there's the big chain, the bit that holds the tractor back, and then there is the safety kill wire. And the kill wire clips into a little ring at the back in the middle of the tractor. And if sledge driver feels tractor and or driver are out of control, you can hit the big red button in the sledge, pulls the kill switch, and with these Superstock machines it just turns the mag off and stops the spark. But they want to get in the middle of the sledge, but when the hook goes on and when they pump the sledge forward just like that, everything is lined up perfectly, so when they hit the loud pedal, hit the hand throttle, it just settles down and the tractor should nicely guide away from the start line. But let's see what the Lucky Luke from Denmark can do. The best sounding one.
Yeah, no shortage of RPMs there. Wow.
As soon as it left the line, I pointed at it, listen to that one. That certainly sounded like it was running well, lots of RPMs, but not managed to get up to that 100-meter mark, only 96.77.
Wow.
Yeah, I was expecting a much further distance when he left the line and locked in so nice and quickly.
Puts him in third place, just ahead of the Never Satisfied, which went 96.29. So it seems like the track pulled him left. You know, we've kind of seen that today.
Yeah.
This track is pulling left.
Yesterday, there wasn't much track pull, as we
no.
say. There wasn't much drift. It was everybody was going fairly central, or wherever they set off, that's where they left. But today, and I think it's getting worse as time's going on, the track is pulling tractors to their left, or as we look down the track to the right-hand side of the track. So teams are just having to think on their feet a little bit, and perhaps sledge positioning on the start line is going to come more into play in the latter ends of these classes, perhaps.
Yes. Because earlier on, we did see people bringing that sled over to the right-hand side of the track, anticipating it pulling them left to stay in bounds. So we're going to stay green. Incredible Deer 2.0 coming up next. Scheduled next.
Yeah.
Because we had a couple.
Oh, well, we're back
the
on
Interaction 2.0 and the Yellow Dream.
We're back on our test pullers now. We've got 6 places down.
Okay, so this is going to be the Interaction 2.0, the GSNED.
Yes, however that's supposed to be said.
We're not sure if it's an acronym or if it's a word.
It'll be a Dutch word that neither of us can say. That's exactly what it is. I'll ask Bram when I see him, and I'll get it right the next time. But they've kept it fairly quiet on social media. They did a few posts about guess what's coming and that secret. And this is its first outing and first time I've certainly seen it. I'm sure they didn't announce it on the social media beforehand. And it just arrived with its new livery this morning. And I actually think it looks really cool. It's purposely made to look like it's battered up and bruised. But as we were saying, re-sledge positioning, it's as if we could read their minds. Look, they have Interaction team. Naomi, their daughter of Bram, is backing him up. She probably was told by Bram, or she may have made the decision herself. She's a mean tractor puller driver in her own right. Is Naomi often pilots the machines. May has just decided to, and they have decided, there's no two ways about it, it's slightly to the left-hand side as we're looking down the track. A lot of these tractors have been drifting off to the right-hand side again as we look down the track, the driver's left-hand side. So they've positioned the sledge just slightly off-centre to hopefully counteract that pull. We saw Bram making a beautiful run the first time, shut it back and coasted through the line, but that sledge has now been made heavier, made more difficult to pull since the last time he hooked to it. And we've only seen one person drag it past that 100-metre mark. It's Bram from the Netherlands on the Interaction, going to be our second. Here we go. Going to be close, but I don't think so. I don't think he's quite far enough.
I think he's in that 96-meter range.
We don't need to think. It's 97.89. 97.89. Again, those that are just having to tap on that brake ever so slightly. And we all say this, don't we? As soon as you start touching the brake, you're losing momentum, you're losing ground speed, you're losing wheel speed, and that sledge is set so perfectly that you need to be basically a picture-perfect run to get past that 100-metre mark. It's a really nice sledge setting, to be fair.
And the Zeenstra Newborn Deer did it. I mean, they're the only ones out there so far. But everybody else is between 96 and 98 meters, so they're right there. Yeah, the patina, as we call it in the U.S., looks good. The patinaed look on that.
Yeah.
And we've seen that a lot in the U.S. with the patinaed look. You know, the shock treatment Dodge, Mick and Christine Broman out of Broughton, if I could talk, out of Armada, Michigan. They went with the patinaed look on their truck, and it looks really, really good.
So just some more information. I know we're not at that stage yet, but because the only Euro Cup pulling you have seen has been double headers, where it's been a one-hit wonder.
Yes.
We're now on to full Euro Cup class.
Yes.
So a little bit more information. So no matter what happens, we will have a pull-off. So if we don't get 5 or 6 or 7 or 2 or any more than one past the 100-metre mark, the top 5 will then come back.
Okay.
So those that are getting to 98, 99 still potentially stand a chance of coming back in the pull-off.
That is good to know.
Yeah. So Zeenstra Newborn Deer guaranteed they will they will come back. Now If we don't get any more than 5 past the 100-meter mark, we'll count the 4 that do, and then the one that got 99.9 meters or whatever it may be.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So it's anybody that goes past 100 meters.
It's guaranteed in the pull-off. If we don't get 5 past 100 meters, we only get 2 or 4. We count back then until we have 5 in the pull-off.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, 6, not 5. 6.
6?
Somebody's texted me telling me it was 5, and it's not. It's 6.
So how is the 6 number? Is it?
So the promoter can decide.
Okay.
So as the promoter, they can decide. Look, we'd like half the class to come back. We'd like the normal is 6. That's set in the rule, shall we say?
Okay.
But if a promoter says I'd like, 7, 8, 10 in the pull-off, the promoter can ask that question.
Okay. No,
but the drivers have to be told the amount that are in the pull-off before the class starts. So
that's that was going to be my next question. At the drivers' meeting, do they say?
Yeah, the drivers' meeting, top 6 guaranteed in the pull-off block. So those that are only getting 97, 98, 96, potentially we could see them back.
Okay.
Yeah. We got so engrossed in double headers, I forgot to tell you that bit, you see. So hopefully that was clear as mud. If Darren can understand it, and he's not used to our European rules, I'm sure everybody at home can. So we will definitely see a pull-off no matter what happens with 6 tractors in it. If we don't get 6 past the 100-meter mark, we count back to the highest distance, the 99s, the 98s, and so on and so forth, and we bring the top 6 back. So we see our test puller, our second test puller come back now. The only German competitor in the Euro Cup Championship. And as I said earlier, a brand new machine. It was his first run, I think, earlier on today, and now he's back after his test puller. Not running right, look.
And he was just past that 30-meter mark, so.
Yeah. That'll be his measured distance around the 40-meter mark by the time he coasted past the 30. So disappointing for the local man.
39:21. Oops. So Tom, I got my wish. One of my friends sent me the link to the full pull song on YouTube. I'd like to shout out to my friends back home in Michigan watching the pull. Thank you for that.
Well, there you go. You can play it in the States now at your events, can't
you? I'm gonna add that to my playlist.
Yeah.
Driving to work in the morning.
So yeah, disappointed for the Yellow Dream team, the only German competitor in the Euro Cup Championship. But as I said, I spoke to him on Friday evening. It's a brand new machine, just been built up. So that's our 2 test pullers out of the way, shall we say. We're now back into the order that we should be, which is Incredible Deer 2.0, and I can see it sat there in the pits.
Now this is an orange John Deere.
Orange and black John Deere, yes.
Only from the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, from the Netherlands. Edwin Dirksen's been pulling super stocks for as long as I can remember. Edwin and Willem Veldhuizen used to be in a team together. And they campaigned 2 super stocks for a long while. And then Willem now runs a modified machine. And Edwin still runs this super stock. It's been around the game for a long, long time as the Incredible Deer. It's not Edwin driving. I can see Edwin on backing up duties. again, we're getting back to the sledge. And again, a reminder, this is the super stock class you're watching, the highest horsepower stock looking tractors. And the clues in the title, they are super stock, and they're not very stock at all.
I was going to say there's nothing stock under the bonnet.
No, there's not. I think maybe we should rename them to the super not stock. And again, we're just struggling to get back to the line in a straight line.
And you can see this tractor moved over to the right-hand side of the track, too.
Yep.
When I say right-hand side, is you're sitting in the seat, is the way I'm...
You say it the other way around, doesn't it? It confuses the job. It's fine, don't worry. So we're finally getting backed up straight.
Maybe.
No, we don't.
So one thing I do want to say is every time a tractor hooks, they start with a tight chain.
Yeah.
That's, we've talked about the chain and we've talked about the kill switch, and just wanted to clarify that point for our new fans.
Yeah.
And if you are new, welcome. So the goal of our event here is to pull that weight transfer machine or sled farther than any of the other competitors in your class. You'll see where it says Lec light there on the box. As that moves forward, it transfers the weight off of the tires onto the pan, which is the flat part that runs along the dirt, and transfers it from a rolling weight to a stationary weight, making it harder to pull.
And again, another machine that's not just on song, not just got the RPM singing like they should do. And as soon as the box top, because he wasn't at full RPM, he wasn't singing that super stock engine, as soon as the box tops and he comes under that immense load, as you were just explaining, the pan drops and the box tops, so we say the box tops when the box is finished moving, it can't go any further on the sledge. That means it's transferring all of its possible weight onto the tractor, onto the pan, making it the most difficult it can. So often when the box tops, that's when things happen. The box tops and the tractor dies, the box tops and the front end of the tractor will come down sometimes, the box tops, and sometimes that sort of, not umps the tractor along, that's the wrong word, but the box topping, often things coordinate when the box tops.
Yes.
So often when I'm commentating live at trackside, I say, watch when the box tops, and as the box tops, something often happens. And on that occasion, when the box topped, the donkey died, the RPMs went even lower, there wasn't enough singing the super stock, hey, to keep the RPMs up when the box topped. It can't decide this weather. I took my jumper off because it was really warm, and
yes.
now I'm going to have to put it back on.
I took my jacket off, and I'm going to have to put my jacket. I thought the exact same thing at the same time. I'm like, man, what happened? It was nice.
It was lovely. I mean, it's not going to rain by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
It's lovely blue skies, but it's just that spring crisp, not quite warm enough to just be in a t-shirt, isn't it?
Yes, and we haven't seen any canopies go flying lately.
No, the wind's totally dropped down now, hasn't it?
That was like a mini tornado or something in a couple of spots.
So the Incredible Deer 91.17 for the Incredible Deer. And now we bring back the Rabbit team. We've seen the Rabbit gone mad with 98.82. And now we're in the Rabbit gone wild. And this is our only Massey Ferguson Superstock.
Now, is this a V8 Perkins?
No, it's not a V8 in here.
Okay. I wondered as a Massey.
Yeah, no, it's not a V8 in it. It's a straight line.
So probably a Cummins then?
I think it is a Cummins in it, yes. And it's just had a sort of freshen up. It used to have an older style Massey bonnet on it, and as the new generation Massey Ferguson came out, are we on the 7 series, I think? I think it's 7 series. They refreshed the bonnet and it looks the part, doesn't it?
Oh man, it's a beautiful tractor.
LEDs all lit up at the front in the grille. Somebody tell him it's not a night pull and he doesn't need to have his lights on.
Do you have a lot of night pulls over here?
Yeah, loads of night pulls.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
We love a good night pull.
because I know this event here in Füchtorf starts at 11 a.m. local time, so I wasn't sure if there were. And I noticed that there are no lights here. It's a beautiful pulling arena, but there's no lights.
Oh yeah, we aim to be stopped way before it starts to go dark. That's a dead set. Okay, we're finally getting backed up. So it's a 9S, not a 7. This Massey Ferguson. The 9S is the newer range, isn't it? Thank you, Andy. My WhatsApp team of helpers, whenever I go wrong, will WhatsApp me and tell me. So let's see what the Massey Ferguson can do. Oh, what he can do is go out of bounds in fine style.
The 60-meter sides are not having a good day here.
No, they're not.
The one on this side of the track made it about 3 passes. And we're going to have to guesstimate at the 60-meter mark from now on.
Yes, we are.
The guys in the fab shop are going to have some fun this week. I guess you have, what, 2 weeks until your pull?
Yeah, with different signs though, so it's all right.
Okay. All right, so this one, unfortunately, is going to be a disqualification.
Yeah. Again, that track is pulling everybody over to the right-hand side as we look down the track from the finish line, or the left-hand side if you're sat on the seat. And the driver just could not keep inbounds. It's hard to see their feet in the super stocks. You can see the driver's feet when in the modifieds, and the mini's much clearer. But he would be hanging on that brake as hard as he possibly can. But sometimes you can press that brake as hard as you can and it just won't, the tractor will just not come back. It's decided it's going out of bounds and there's not much you can do to stop it. So yeah, a little unlucky, a disqualification for the Rabbit team. Currently in the mix of the top 6 to come back with the 98. There are leading distance that isn't past the 100-meter mark. The 98. Rabbit gone mad, so if we do have a top 6 non-100-meter pull-off, Rabbit stands a good chance of being one of those in the top 6 at the moment. So the next one is the Tractorpulling. Now all the Dutch people at home will be absolutely laughing at me because I cannot say this word.
Yeah, my friend Rudy, that is kind of he's my host while I'm here. He was trying to teach me earlier today.
Because he knew I'd murder it probably.
Aardvoeter.
Yeah, Aardvoeter. It means like the earth mover, the mole. There's no English real translation, but when I asked the Dutch friends, it sort of means like the earth mover, the mole, the digger of earth.
Aardvoeter.
Yeah. But I put a northern twang on it, Aardvoeter. The Dutch go, what are you trying to say to them? They were taking the mick out of me last night because of how I say Koopman's surname.
I'm learning to say the airport. Schiphol.
So, it's time for the Tractorpulling. I'm going to go with it, that's what I'm saying, and if you don't like it, tough tiddles. Let's see what they can do.
What?
Tough tiddles. 2 green flags down the track. Oh, another one that just could not perform it.
A lot of teething problems for the super stocks
remember this
early
is their
this season.
First run of the year for everybody. There hasn't been a Dutch round. There was an indoor event in Denmark, so a couple of them will have been to Denmark, but not most of these teams. This is their first run.
Yeah, I mean it's hard this early in the year to have one of the biggest events and not have any time to prep or make a local hook or a test hook anywhere.
Yeah.
But again, just what an awesome arena here. a great place to have this event here at the Green Monster team headquarters in Füchtorf, Germany. Everything about this place is top notch. I mean, you drive through their shop to get in. I mean, how cool is that? I've never seen that before.
Cool. It's cool.
I hear our next competitor, Betty Boo's, fired down there.
Yep. Kim Anderson at the wheel of the Betty Boo's.
Case IH tractor.
This originally started its life off in the UK, this tractor, owned by Mr. Peter Clark. Sort of call Peter the grandfather of superstock pulling.
I was going to say that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's been around again since the sport began in Europe, since the sport began in the UK.
Now, are they limited to 6-cylinder engines in this class?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
So here Kim comes. So I'm getting information that the Rabbit Gone Wild was a Cummins block. You were right. It's a Cummins 8.3 block.
Nice.
And that massive Ferguson we saw. Currently we're seeing Betty Boo's back up to the track.
Betty Boo's spotting the sled right in the middle again.
Now, as we've said, we've seen them all pull off to that right-hand side as we look down the track, or left-hand side as you're sat on the seat. Maybe Kim knows something we don't. Maybe he's thinking he can pick a better line. So we get the lovely looking Betty Boo's, and you see it's got plasters on the paintwork. It had an enormous blow up last end of season before last, blew itself to smithereens, and they certainly like to joke about it, and the plasters on the paintwork show that it's patched up Betty Boo's now.
There you go.
So come on, Kim. Far enough.
Yes, that looked like a really good run.
Nice run from the Betty
Came
Boo's.
up, carried the front end all the way down the track, didn't bounce, didn't pop,
not quite past the 100-meter mark, 99 meters and 46 centimeters. The best of the rest, shall we say, though, hasn't got past the 100-meter mark. We've only seen one, which is the Zainzhou Newborn Deer, get a full pull.
Yeah, I mean, second place with 6 left to go, so if we're taking the top 6 to the pull-off.
Kim's certainly happy with that one, giving the thumbs up. So we bring on the next one. This is another one of our Danish competitors.
The Lily Bjorn deer.
Yes.
So this tractor was a limited super stock. They converted it to a regular super stock over the winter, put in a new engine with 3 turbos.
Nice, good information. I didn't know that. I was thinking, I don't reckon that. I'm sure this used to be a limited super stock. So this will be its first run, I guess, then. Or
Yes.
It may have run in Denmark because they had an indoor pull in Denmark. It may have debuted there.
I need to credit my sources, Kevin Trump and Rudy Lindhorst, for that information.
Well done, them too. So here we go. Let's see what he can do. Oh. And it was on song and doing the business, but something's let go, something's... There's liquid on the floor, but it doesn't look like there's any bits on the floor.
Yeah, they were on a good maiden voyage with it, 77.45.
Yeah, not good enough to get him in that top 5.
So that's going to bring to the track our 2025 Euro Cup champion, the Zeenstra Green Gangster Deer from the Netherlands. Then the track pointer Blue Thunder, and then our Dutch competitors Deshini Evolution, Midnight Deer, and Best Solution Final Chapter. Only one out the gate, the other Zeenstra tractor, the Zeenstra Newborn Deer, sitting at 101 and 84. We are taking the top 6 to the pull-off. Old school, new generation John Deere. The Zeenstra Green Gangster Deer. They're in the lead with their other tractor at 101.84. We are going to take that one for sure. And then if no one else goes over 100 meters, we'll take the next 5. So the top 6 to the pull-off. So we have this one and 5 more. Actually, this one and 4 more.
So what can the Green Gangster Deer do? Can he get past the 100-meter mark and join his teammates and the only one that's got a full float? And another one fighting against the white line.
Yeah. He was flirting with that white line. Not sure if he touched it, but we'll wait on our track officials. $91.57. Out of the pull-off at this point.
So the Zeischer family only going to have one in the pull-off here this afternoon.
Correct, yes.
With just one more official Euro Cup tractor to run. Then there are 3 Germans.
So how does that work? They will get German points for today amongst those 3? Okay, but they're still in line for the win in the event?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we will, if any of the Germans that aren't in the Euro Cup end up on the podium, we then do 2 podiums.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes. The track pointer Blue Thunder up next. Beautiful New Holland tractor out of the Netherlands.
So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to celebrate with the Aftermath team too hard this evening on their win. They are already on the way back to the boat to get the ferry, overnight ferry, home. But they've texted me they're watching the stream.
Nice.
In the cab.
I wasn't sure if that was your ride home, Tom.
No, I'm flying, so I'm all right.
Okay. I was worried about you.
Thanks a lot.
So how long will it take them to drive home?
It's about 5 hours to the boat, and then they'll catch the overnight ferry that docks into Hull, and then from Hull to Scorton, where it lives, is probably 2 hours.
Okay, so not too bad.
Not too bad. If they chose to go down and up, so they drive all the way down then to Calais, and then drive all the way back up the UK, that would be a lot longer drive.
Okay.
The boat does all the work if you take the Hull boat.
Okay. How long are you on the boat then?
Overnight.
Okay.
You sleep on the boat, you get a cabin.
Yeah, a lot of logistical challenges to pulling in Europe.
Yeah, in America you just jump in the hauler and set off.
You may drive for a long, long time, but you're in the hall. I mean, you're, trade off and on. And
so we're just, again, struggling to get Blue Thunder back up to the line.
There are 2 ferries that go across Lake Michigan, like if we're going to like Toma or, something like that, or up to Hutch or Rockwell, Iowa, something like that. But really it doesn't save a whole lot of time by the time you have to meet the ferry. And,
wait for the ferry.
Yeah. Unless you get stuck in major traffic in Chicago. That's the wild card with that one. If you get stuck in major traffic in Chicago, then you would have been better off taking the ferry. Or you could go up and around through the upper peninsula of Michigan and back down. So there's a lot less traffic that way too, but it's a little bit longer.
So we've 2 green flags now for the Blue Thunder.
I saw this tractor earlier in the pit area. Beautiful New Holland. Ooh. You said it.
Yeah. But as we've seen earlier on, the 2 bikes of the Cherry rule will come into place. If you've attempted to leave the line but haven't passed the 30-meter mark, then you are entitled to come back, get dragged back to the start line, and have a second bite of the cherry, a second attempt to leave the line. The rule does state we cannot do any work to the track now. No graders and rollers are allowed on. but this is his second and final chance to lead the line for the Blue Thunder, our last tractor in the Euro Cup. And we've got some German ones tagging on the end in a moment. Here we go.
Again, just never came up to RPM, didn't.
No, agreed. Another one that's really struggled, perhaps with the winter changes. Couldn't get the RPMs, couldn't get that super stock to sing.
72 and 68, 72 meters, 68 centimeters.
Is that a Belgian?
You know, Tom, I think we may have the best seat in this whole place.
I think you're not so far off wrong. It's a view and a half where we are, isn't it?
It is. Beautiful. We can stand up, sit down. Blocked from the wind, in the shade.
Yeah.
But again, just the atmosphere here, and just a great place for pulling. All right, they've waved the next one to the line, Dashini Evolution.
Yeah, one of our only Deutsch super stocks. Yeah, one of our only Deutsch super stocks in Europe.
And we are in Germany, so it makes sense to have a Deutsch.
It does. So as we said, these next three are German tractors that are not competing in the Euro Cup. We're now into the German tractors tagging on the end of the class.
So in the U.S., in the light limited super stock class, I think it's the last 2 years we've had a Deutsch win it.
Wow.
Yes.
Nice.
Zach Kramer from a little town called Palms, Michigan, way over in the Eastern Thumb, and very consistent. He has not missed a hook since they instituted the Region 2 light limited super stocks.
Wow.
Yes.
So chain is tight. Let's see what the Dashini can do. Competing against the best of Europe. Here we go. And another one. But can't get it to run correctly. Disappointing for the Dashini machine.
37-27.
Ja, irgendwas im Arm beim Genie, gefragt schnell nach. Liebes Publikum, freuen die alle Genie-Fans. Aber einen riesen Applaus für Tommy Mattmann und Genie Evolution. Ja, er hat seine Fans hier. Das wissen wir. Die Leute sollen nicht enttäuscht sein, genau. Tommy sagt, die Leute sollen nicht enttäuscht sein. Er hat Emulator verloren, er weiß nicht, wo es dran liegt. Und er sagt, die Leute sollen nicht enttäuscht sein. Nein, wir sind nicht enttäuscht, Tommy. Wir lieben dich. Sag Applaus hier, er kann euch hören.
We are down to 2 to make that pull off.
Here's next one of the German teams.
It's the Midnight Deer coming up next. Different shade of green. So word from trackside is that the engine in the Destiny Evolution is the same one that Dennis Johnson used in the Shag Nasty.
Yeah.
What kind was that, Tom?
Good question. Blair's the man that can tell me that.
Majerus Deutz engine.
Go. Thank you, Blair, for the info. A man of knowledge.
It's good to have sources.
Yeah, it's good to
I don't know
have
what we did before we had cell phones with people texting us.
We just
info.
got it wrong. We just got it wrong and announced it wrong and nobody knew any different.
Ooh, diesel. No, it's not. No, it's just putting out a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it didn't sound like a diesel. Wow, I was fooled with all the white smoke. I was waiting for it to turn black. I thought it sounded kind of off, but.
So yeah, not quite far enough, 80 meters. We'll wait for 79.87.
Wow, that's good, Tom. 79.87.
And I guessed at 80. You know, get me.
I'm impressed with how calibrated you are this early in the season.
So currently the German tractor's not troubling the Euro Cup guys, but we've got one left to go.
And it's a cool one.
It's the purple one. It's the green one that's purple.
Yes, it's a new generation John Deere, but it's purple. Best solution, final chapter.
Yeah. They don't tend to compete
Aber
in
ihr
the
könnt
Euro
zufrieden
Cup.
sein,
They
oder?
just
80
stay in the
Meter in der
German
Konkurrenz.
Championship.
Ja, also es fährt
These
sich
guys.
gut. Es geht nach vorne. Perfekt ist es noch nicht, aber ich denke, wir sind auf einem guten Weg.
Das sehe ich auch so. Also Benjamin auch zufrieden soweit.
Midnight Deer in the middle of the track. So it's nothing too terminal.
Wouldn't that be a bonnet?
Yeah, it would. Spending too much time with you, that's my problem.
My American bad habits are rubbing off on you, Tom.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of the memorable tractors. From when I watched live streams and things from Europe before, I remember this purple John Deere. And then yesterday, sitting in front of us, there were a lot of people with Best Solution Final Chapter gear on in front of us. I guess let's look and see. I think the cut line is a 96.77.
Okay. Top 5 go through. I think I said 6 earlier, but it's definitely 5.
It's 5.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on then. Let me recalibrate.
Let me recalibrate.
96.77 is the mark to beat to make the pull-off.
That's currently the distance Lucky
That's
Luke
number
has.
5. And Lucky Luke is at 96.77 and Never Satisfied with 96.29.
Okay.
And Never Satisfied won here last year in Füchtorf on Saturday. The Green Gangster Deer from the Zeenstra stable won here on Sunday of last year.
They did a double header of Superstocks last year.
Yes.
So,
final competitor in the first round. Wow.
What a run.
How about that for the local German fans? Last competitor in the class with a monster pass to make the pull-off.
Wow, wow, wow.
103 and 76. Wow.
Yeah, so that's put the cat amongst the pigeons now, because we definitely still have to have the top 5 Euro Cup tractors back. So I think we may end up seeing 6 back.
Okay. What a pass.
Yeah, oh my goodness me.
That brought this crowd to their feet. Their local German puller.
Going further than anybody else at 103. The nearest one was Zainstru Newborn Deer at 101.
That's what's great about the sport of truck and tractor pulling is, you know, you can come, as long as you meet the rules, you can come and compete. And you can make a pass like that and make a pull-off with the international stars in the big time.
Absolutely. And the crowd are giving them a massive round of applause, and well deserved, to be fair. Brilliant run from the Best Solution.
Füchtorf, ich will euch hören! Kommt raus aus euren Stühlen! Es ist Best Solution!
Yeah, and the crowd really giving their appreciation for the Best Solution machine. So again, you'll just have to bear with us now as to who's coming back and what. The top 5 in the Euro Cup will automatically come back. The non-Euro Cup tractor cannot knock out a Euro Cup tractor from the pull-off. So we'll definitely see the top 5 come back from the Euro Cup. And then our German commentators are still revving the crowd up for Best Solutions run.
The Germans are pumped about this one.
Yeah.
We all were. Well, that was just a great run.
Yeah, definitely.
That was the best hook we saw in that whole class.
Best run. Best run we've seen, definitely. Yeah, so my guesstimate is he will perhaps come back at the end of the pull-off.
So do you come back in the order which you made the pull-off, just like a regular,
Yeah,
if everybody
like
made full pulls?
Yeah,
okay, so he would be the last.
He would be the last anyway, yes. But they made them, we'll have 6.
Okay.
The top 5 from the Euro Cup still come back, and then he will tag on the end of the pull-off. I mean, he doesn't actually need to, because he's won he's in a battle between his German compadres. He's taken the lead, hasn't he?
Yeah,
There's
so
no
he
pull-off,
gets his
really.
30 points.
He gets his top points for his German class, if that makes sense, that's entwined with the Euro Cup class. But I think he'll want to just see how far he can go.
In front of the home
in
country
the
fans,
yeah,
you know,
he's
the
gonna
biggest
come
pull
back.
in Germany, you have to come back, especially after a run like that.
Yeah.
And it sounded good. It didn't sound like there were any issues with that tractor.
No, but we move on now. Euro Cup action. It's time for the pull-off. The first one that got the furthest in the top 5 will be the Rabbit Gone Mad. The team from Denmark. Here we go.
Much better pass for the Rabbit Gone Mad.
An amazing run. Now look at what side did he pick. Everybody's been going off to that right-hand side as we look down the track. Watch the replay now on the screen. I think he purposely picks that right-hand side as we're looking from track to side to run down that side. No one's run down that side of the track. It's just that little bit more grip. There's just that little bit more better pulling surface perhaps. I don't think they've actually changed the sledge setting at all since they left it exactly the same.
Well, and we've been talking all weekend. Nobody has moved that sled. And the Rabbit Gone Mad, as you're sitting in the seat, came down this right-hand sideline, and cruised out to the 106.42, which is farther than anybody went in the first round.
Yeah.
106.42 going to be the mark to beat. So that's going to bring up the Zeenstra newborn deer.
Yep. He's the only one that actually, in the Euro Cup, that got past the 100-meter mark.
Yes. See it, and they were the Euro Cup champions with their other entry last year. So tough running team out of the Netherlands as well. Yeah, the Rabbit Gone Mad forward from Denmark takes the lead, sets the mark to beat at 106.42. It's a big ovation from the German crowd.
Yeah, we appreciate a good run when we see one here. That was a good run. But it's still all to play for with 4 more to go. So here comes the newborn deer. Now in the qualifying rounds, he was the one that went the furthest, again after the Euro Cup. We're just discounting that amazing run from Best Solution, but we're not. We're trying to keep the Euro Cup and the German Championship separate for you guys to keep it as clear as we can. But he went the furthest in the Euro Cup with a 101. But I don't think they've changed the sledge, and we've just seen the Rabbit Gone Mad go 106 at the same sledge setting. So
maybe the track's coming around. Rabbit Gone Mad went to a spot on the track nobody had been to, so maybe there was some fresh dirt over there.
I think so. So the newborn deer has got it all to do. If they do the same run they did the first time round, they're not going to get far, not going to be far enough to take the win.
No, but they went farther than anybody else until that last hook the first round too. So
correct.
It's kind of a prove-it run for them.
Yep. So with 2 green flags, can they get past that 106.42? Take the lead away from Rabbit Gone.
Wow, I don't know what he could have done any differently.
Absolutely not.
I mean, it came out of the hole nice, carried the front end.
It sounded way better than it did on the first run. It was puffy and spluttery a little bit at the top.
Yes, yes.
There, the motor was running strong.
Yes.
It picked up the nose. You're looking at the replay now. It's picture perfect run, look.
100.40.
Just
going to come up about
just
6 meters short.
How good Rabbit's run was.
Wow. We'll see where the Lucky Luke chooses to spot the sled. Maybe they'll come back over to this right-hand side. Maybe there's something developing over here.
Also Wahnsinn, der Wahnsinn hier in Füchtorf in der Superstar-Klasse. Nimmt so langsam seinen Höhepunkt. Lucky Luke in der Action steht auf dieses Bereich.
Yeah, so our lineup, we have Lucky Luke, then Betty Booze, then the GSNED Interaction 2.0, and then the Best Solution Final Chapter.
If they choose to come back.
Yes.
Which we think they'll be crazy not to. So the next one's been called. We think that should be the Lucky Luke, and they are lined up there, so it will be. The second one of our Danish competitors in this pull-off. We've seen the Rabbit Gone Mad, then the Zeitjes from the Netherlands, and now Lucky Luke, we're back to Denmark.
So in the Euro Cup portion, we have 3 from Denmark and 2 from the Netherlands in the pull-off. And then a German tractor for that competed on the German championship side.
So the Lucky Luke machine just gets fired up. And on the start line, as you're looking at the Betty Boos team doing some last minute prep talk, there's Kim. So let's see what the Lucky Luke can do. Here we go, super stock action. Pulled off to that side.
Yeah, about the 88.5 meter. Oh, 89.04. I should have been a little patient there.
Yeah, the laser measure is really quick here in Germany. We get it nearly instantaneously. The distance is very rare. We have to wait for a measurement. By the time we've realized what's going on and looked over, it's on the big screen.
Yes. So Rabbit Gone Mad. With every hook that distance looks better and better.
Yeah, and of course, look at where that tractor's position. Watch the replay now, and you can see drifts off slowly but surely towards that right-hand side of it, looking down the track, keeps drifting, and he actually, I think, has to shut out of it on the chance to stay in the white line. Oh, we see the thumbs up there. We see the thumbs up from the line watcher. The gentleman there with the white hat that you can see on your screen is that side line watcher. The end flagman watches the line on the left-hand side as you look down the track, and we have a gentleman that watches the line on the right-hand side of the track. And he was the thumbs up, so his decision is sort of final, as they say.
That's a good idea, because a lot of times the flag person will be on one side of a vehicle and they can't see it.
So we always have a line watcher. What tends to happen is, for that gentleman that's line watching was the end flagman for the German pull. When we were doing the German classes earlier, he was the end flagman, and then he moves over to line watcher when we go to ETPC.
Okay, I saw the flag women at the starting line kind of switch off, and then.
So what normally happens is, for the national competitions, you use your home flag people.
Okay.
And then when we go to Euro Cup, the ETPC then sort of take over the track, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So the flagmen or ladies change. Mario comes on board. He then is in charge of the track from that moment. But earlier on in the day, when it was just the German class, the ETPC in theory don't have not anything to do with it, but they don't run that side of the show, if that makes sense. So just a few more to run now. We've seen the 3 run. We should see 2 more in the Euro Cup, and then we may see the Best Solution come back.
I don't see it in the stage,
I don't
Gary.
see it either ready to go.
Maybe they went back to fuel up.
So it's time for the Betty Boos. We saw Kim Anderson earlier fist pump in the air at the end of his run. He was well suited with the run, and rightly so.
Number 3 in the first round. Overall, second of the Euro Cup tractors in that first round.
But got it all to do, and I'm going to put my neck on the line and say he needs to come down this side of the track nearest to us,
Yes.
The left-hand side, as you look down the track, that's where the good dirt is, the good muck is. It was proven, wasn't it, with how far Rabbit Gone Mad gone. And he was on this side. Everybody's drifting off to the other side. And the sort of past 70 metres, the whole of the left-hand side, as you look down the track, hasn't been used, has it? Hasn't been run on.
No.
And I think that's perhaps where you can grab those extra valuable meters.
Seen one person do it.
So it's time for Kim Andersen on the Betty Boos from Denmark. Let's see what he can do. Here we go. 2 green flags indicating the track is clear and you are safe to proceed. Another one that ends up on that far right hand side around the 93-ish meter mark. Not far enough to trouble the Rabbit Gone Mad. 93.61. 93.61 for the Betty Boos. Good enough for 3rd place at the moment? Yeah,
yes.
Good enough for 3rd place at the moment with 1 left to run. So we're in the pull-off now for the Super Stocks, and as we said, we only run the top 5. If we'd have had 6 or 7 past 100 metres, we'd have had 6 or 7 come back for the pull-off, but we didn't. They set the sledge quite mean. In the first round of pulling, we only had 1 go past that 100 metre mark. So then we worked backwards from 100. The next competitor was 99 metres, and then a 98 and a 97. So we bring back the top 5. We've seen 4 of them, and we've got 1 left to run in the Euro Cup, and we may see the Best Solution come back from Germany out of pulling, not in competition with the Euro Cup tractors, but made an amazing run and got to 103 in the first round of pulling. They don't have to come back because they've won the German Championship already, if that makes sense. So German points for today, not the whole championship, just the points for today they've already won.
Okay, so the GNSED should also be coming back for the pull-off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, top 5. We only have 1 more. So we should be seeing the interaction, shouldn't we?
Yes, but it says DNS.
So we're not getting an interaction, and now this is the Pro Stock. So that concludes the Super Stock class, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
We should have had interaction come back, but they were there lined up, and now they've gone. So they've obviously declined to come back in the pull-off, perhaps found a fault. Remember, they had already run twice.
Yes.
So
and it's a brand new tractor, you
whether
said
they
too,
thought
right?
they'd just, go home and get some data before they put a 3rd run on it. But that concludes the class, and now we're with a demo run on the Pro Stocks for the Runaway Deer.
We have smoke rings.
That's confused the heck out of us. I was like,
yeah,
it looks like a Super Stock, but it's not a Super Stock, it's a Pro Stock. So that does conclude the Super Stock class, everyone, and thanks for watching. We'll recap it in a minute once we've seen the Runaway Deer Pro Stock do a demo run. Oh my goodness me. I bet they're wishing they're not demo run that now, right?
Calling for a tow tractor, I think.
Something big let go there, didn't it?
All right, well, we will give you the top 5 in the Superstock class. The Rabbit Gone Mad from Denmark is your winner, the Ford. In second, the Newborn Deer of the Zeenstra family at 100.4. Then the Betty Boos at 93.61, the Case IH. The Lucky Luke John Deere at 89.04. And the GSNED Interaction 2.0, unfortunately unable to return for the pull-off. And as you stated, the Best Solution Final Chapter, Purple John Deere, made the pull-off, but did not have to come back because they already had the top German points and declined to come back. So we're going to move into our heavy modified. After we do the trophy presentation, we'll jump back on with you folks.
So as we now just watched our German commentators do the prize giving, they'll do 2 prize giving ceremonies. They'll do the German competition first that they're doing now, then they'll present the prizes for the Euro Cup afterwards. And we'll be back with you just before we start the heavy modifieds.
And now the prize ceremony for the Alliance Euro Cup. 3rd place. Und jetzt die Siegerung für den Euro Cup, für den Alliance Euro Cup. 3. Platz, 3rd place for the one and only Betty Boos. Second place in the Alliance Euro Cup, a Newborn Deer Team Zeenstra. Und der erste Platz in dem Alliance Euro Cup der Superstocks. Henrik Svenningsen, it is the Rabbit Gone Mad. 1st place Alliance Euro Cup. Rabbit Gone Mad. Wir feiern nochmal zusammen. Oh, hey, 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 ihr seid die Geilsten. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up. Da oben. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Sensationell. Für Family Area. Hey Kids. Hallo. Habt ihr noch gute Laune? Hey, hey, Zielbereich, auch hier ist noch gute Laune. Das ist all about gute Laune. Wo seid ihr? Macht mal ein bisschen Krach hier. Sensationell. The Rubicon Mad fans. Hey, hey, hey. They love you. Hey, hey. Wahnsinnige Stimmung heute hier. Die Superstops haben aber auch wirklich einen richtig geilen Wettkampf gezeigt hier. So, komm einmal noch auch hier hinten. Oh, hey, 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 danke. Oh, herrlich.
So we finished the celebrations for the Superstocks, and we now move on to the final class of the day, which will be the heavy modifieds, and it's podging time, as I call it. So the track, no work happens on the track for the next couple of minutes, and each of the team members are allowed to send a member from the team. So yeah, they all have that time now where they can just walk up and down the track with the little podgers, the little sticks, stick it in the ground so they can see if they can work out which part of the track is best for them. And I can tell them without them having to podge, the best side of the track is the left-hand side as we look down it, because we've just watched the Superstocks and the winning tractor went down the left-hand side. They could just ask me and I'd tell them. Don't need to mess about with the podgers then, do they? So we should see seven in the Euro Cup. And then we have got the German pullers on the end, and I don't think Fremweer is in the Euro Cup. Am I wrong? No, he's not. So, we have 7 in the heavy mod Euro Cup Championship, then 1 invited tractor from Denmark, and then 3 German tractors, of which 1 is broken and won't be coming, so we'll only see 2 German tractors pull. So we just finish off letting the teams do their podging. The sledge is still being altered.
Yeah, they are loading for bear now. It's the big, bad, heavy modifieds.
Sledge is still having its extra weights put in the weight box and everything needed to stop the super high horsepower machines we've got.
So we are going to start the brand new chassis for the Bobcat senior team. What they did is they redid the chassis over the winter and they moved those engines forward. So we'll see how this goes for the Bobcat senior team. Bobcat junior and Screamin' Bobcat second and third in the mini class today, and they won with Screamin' Bobcat yesterday here.
So here comes the sledge now. We can see in your picture Bert patiently waiting. I believe Berry's driving on driving duties today for the Bobcat Senior. Again, we explained a little earlier that the Bobcat team have had a new livery. All the tractors have been slightly jazzed up, shall we say. They've had new wraps put on and they certainly look the part. And Helmer, who's really the boss. Helmer, who's the part of the team, who's really the boss, is Helmer. She's in charge. Was telling me last night that over the winter months they officially got contacted by Bobcat. And although they have been Bobcat dealers and main importers for the Bobcat brand as a family with their family business for many, many years, now the team, the motorsport team, is officially recognized as a Bobcat partner.
So a little bit about the rules, 4,000 kilograms, so a little over 8,800 pounds.
Yep.
20-inch hitch height, limited to 105 engine points. So again, see if you go to the ETPC website and then check out their rule book that starts on page 85, and it goes on for pages and pages and pages.
If you really want to get your geek on, you can see what engine combinations you can all run together. But as you've just said, it all works on a point system. So every engine that you could possibly dream of putting on a tractor puller is given a point, and as long as the points don't add up to more than 105, you can bolt them together and get them to run together. You can pull in the heavy modifieds.
So the winners at the European Championships on Sunday last year, the Bobcat Senior, the Bohr family. They're from Eichelmouden.
Well
Eichelmouden.
Well done, you.
I've been working on that one for days.
I can tell. Now 4 V8 Hemis on board this machine.
Again, just redone over the winter. Move these engines forward. Do we know who's driving this, Tom?
Yeah, Barry's driving, I believe.
Okay. I think the ground is going to shake here at Füchtorf.
It is. And the anticipation in the crowd starts to build now. They've seen an amazing Superstock class. First round of the Superstocks, and they're now about to witness why. The reason why we call this the world's most powerful motorsport is about to hit the track, live in action.
You took the words right out of my mouth. The anticipation, you could feel it.
Yeah.
You could literally feel it in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't ask. It's a beautiful sunny day. Everything is going great. Notice what the Bohrs are doing. They're coming over to this right-hand side as you're sitting in the seat. Right-hand side, looking at your screen. Left-hand side of the track.
You can see on the screen, it's just off to the right. Look on your stream. They've looked what's been happening in the Superstocks.
Yes.
No strangers to track pulling, reading tracks, gauging what to do. Now, of course, there are test puller, remember?
Yes.
Same rules apply as the Superstock, so the top 5 will come back, I believe. I'll double check that.
Yeah, the Bohrs, some of the most successful pullers in the entire world. Not just Europe, not just North America, the world.
So chain is tight, we're ready for action. The first round of heavy modified Euro Cup action here in Germany. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. And shuts him down as he gets past that 100-meter mark.
They have to feel good about their winter work.
Yeah,
I mean, beautiful. It hooked up, it went straight. I mean, it drifted. They cross-tracked it because they started on the right-hand side of the track, ended up over on the left-hand side. 109 and 20. I mean, couldn't ask for anything more than that. I don't see is the blue flag out? I don't see the white flag.
Because the white flag is when we're on a floating full pull.
Oh,
so
okay.
the white flag shouldn't be in now.
Okay,
So it's
okay.
not, the blue flag is in, but we won't have decided yet if it's set or not. You can just see it behind the number 10. So Mario, who's down at trackside with the clipboard, he's on his radio. I can actually physically see him touching his walkie-talkie, talking to the rest of the track team, just to decide if sledge is set or not. So the Bobcat Senior shows everybody how it's done. Let's wait just to see if the sledge is set before we say any too much more.
I think they're going to leave that blue flag out. I don't see the track. The flag woman's still on this side of the track.
Es geht noch einmal los. Und ich sage, Tractorpulling!
So we're bringing the next one on. So the flag is staying in, but I don't think they've changed the sledge setting. I think we're still classing this one as a test puller.
Rising Star 2.0. Now, what can you tell me about these turbines, Tom?
Very similar turbines we saw on Whispering Giant yesterday.
Okay.
Again, Isotough turbines. That seems to be the turbine of choice in Europe for pulling. Run by a French team. They have the Rising Star with 4 Isotoughs on, and then we'll see the Le Redoubtable with 4 on as well.
Okay.
So 8 turbines in that team.
Okay. Now the La Redoubtable, that one has one of the turbines is new on that tractor, I found out this morning.
So yeah, confirmation from the ETPC. We are still in test puller conditions. So they have not changed the sledge from first tractor to this one. They just want another tractor to run down the track, just so they can get a good gauge as to whether the sledge is going to be set or not. We know Bobcat Senior did an amazing run, and they often are the ones to catch in this class. So in order for the track team to just be confident that they've got the sledge setting right, we're just going to leave the test pull flag in. So Rising Star is still classed as a test puller.
This is an impressive piece of engineering.
Yeah, so similar to yesterday, what's happening currently is there is a compressor to the side of the Rising Star. You can't quite see it on the screen. There's a little compressor.
I have always heard that turbines are actually pretty low maintenance compared to piston-powered tractors.
Well, on the back of Whispering Giant, it says if turbines were easy, everyone would do it.
Gotcha.
So I think there's a little bit tongue-in-cheek there. Take that as you read it as you will. So we get 2 green flags now. They're ready to go. Let's see what the Rising Star can do. Tracking down literally at the 100-meter line. We'll wait for the measuring tower.
I think it's going to be 99.7 on this one. I'm calibrated.
We'll wait and see in a moment, and then we'll wait.
Oh!
You were off. 100 meters and 54 centimeters. 154, and the test puller flag is removed, so sledge is set.
So, if you're Boars or Rising Star, you just take those because you're in the pull-off for sure. You're over 100 meters, correct?
Yeah, you would. I mean, it would be silly to decline it.
Right, okay.
If they wanted to, they could. They could decline that pull and come again. If you
but
really
you're going to make another run anyway in a pull-off, so unless you're trying to collect data for something or get somebody some seat time. But Euro Cup is not the place to get somebody seat time.
No. Not in front of 20,000 people or are sat here in Germany.
That was impressive.
Yeah, the Whispering Giant, the Rising Star, doing a great job. Just scratching past that 100-meter mark.
So you said we're bringing back the top five of the Euro Cup tractors.
Unless all 7 get past the 100 meters, then we have a 7 in the pull-off.
Okay.
If you get past the 100 meters, you are guaranteed.
Okay. So that's going to bring the Comico Simply Irresistible up next, followed by the Argus Oil Whispering Giant.
Simply Irresistible is powered by Chevys. We'll get to see 5 Chevrolets now on board.
Nice. It's been a while since we've seen 5 Chevrolets.
Yeah, it has, Simply Irresistible, are one of the last few that run 5 motors, particularly in Europe. The only other one that potentially would do it would be the Aftermath Unleashed. They have another 2 motors ready to go to bolt on to run it as a 500 Chevy if they want to ever move up to the heavy mods. But currently they're quite happy in the light modifieds.
Yeah, we have a couple of 5-engine tractors in the U.S.
Nice. Yeah, Simply Irresistible has been going a long, long time.
I say a couple. There's more than a couple. There's several.
And the business behind Simply Irresistible, they're called Prost and Dross. Surnamed, I think, of the two founders, Egbert Dross. Still heavily involved in pulling, and they also do a lot of pulling parts for teams. They import a lot of parts from America, sell them over here to our European pullers. Getting backed up. Driver of Simply Irresistible always comes out to like 40, 50 meters to start his back up, and you always think, oh, it's going to take him ages. But he wangs it in reverse and flies back. Chain is now tight.
Not messing around.
Nope, mess about for Simply Irresistible. They need to get past that 100-meter mark if they want to guarantee themselves in the pull-off. Here we go, 5 V8 Chevy, live in action.
Wow, that was a monster pass.
Had it hooked up.
It seemed like he had to ride the brake to keep it in bounds because, again, it cross-tracked. He started on the right-hand side and drifted over all the way across that left hand. You can see the tire tracks at about 80-meter mark, and then he just rode it out.
Watch the replay here on your screen. Passes that 100-meter. A little bit of showboating as well. Tom had a little word with him, and Flagman. Kept that throttle in the kitchen because he was cooking.
What a run. Let's see what that distance was.
Well,
it doesn't really matter.
We'll
but
just get a full pull probably on the screen.
So after that great pass, the Simply Irresistible team getting a big round of applause from the crowd.
Yep. Yeah, really good run for the Simply team. Like you say, everyone's getting dragged over to that side of the track. Hard on the brake probably to keep it in. You can certainly see when he passed us here in the commentary box, you can see his right foot hard on, trying to slow that wheel down to keep him in bounds. Oh yeah, good run. We're going to bring on the next one though, which should be the Whispering Giant, the Argos Oil Whispering Giant.
Your winner here last year on Sunday.
Yeah, and they also won yesterday in the modified class.
They did.
Yesterday they ran in a demo run in the German Championship, but a demo run in amongst the German Championship where they only had 3 turbines on board. Now they take the top one off and add 2 more on top.
That's what's cool about the mod class is you can add and subtract motors, and I mean it's a lot of work, but you can do it.
I mean, Simply Irresistible, they do it also. They take that 5th engine off and run with 4 Chevys in the mod class.
Yes.
So it's time for the turbines. They just take a little longer than the piston engines. They just take a little longer to get fired up.
I was impressed with how fast the Simply Irresistible made it to the line, fired up, and went.
Yep.
Because like you say, normally turbines take a little bit longer, but the Simply Irresistible is quick. Excuse me, the It was the Rising Star was quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was.
I know you.
It is amazing, just the variety in the mod class over here.
Yep. We've seen the Hemis, we've seen some turbines, we've seen the Chevys. We're now going to see some more turbines, and then we'll see some Allisons.
Nice.
So as we get that wide shot, you can see to the left-hand side of your screen there, that's the compressor on the back of the little gator machine. And as the elephant's trunk, the hose has gone from the compressor into the side of the turbine. The compressor now blows compressed air into the turbine, spins the turbine round.
It looks and sounds like we're at the airport.
Yeah, indeed. Just taking a little time to get that bottom engine going. Still got the compressor hose attached. So the Whispering Giant team, as I said, have been working with turbines for a long time. There you go, there's the hose disconnected now. We'll get the little gator machine out of the way. There we go. And we'll be ready for the green flag. And let's see, can the Margotho Whispering Giant get itself in the pull-off with the 3 previous men we've seen. Here we go. It's going to be close. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Hard on the brake again. Everyone's going off that side.
Yes.
It's really close to the checkered flag, to the 100-meter line.
I'm not taking a guess at 100.36.
My goodness me, only just.
4 for 4. I think we talked about anticipation in this crowd. I think this crowd is about to explode.
I think you're very correct. Our German friends, commentator friends, will get this crowd going in a moment, because we all know what's coming next, don't we? And that's the Green Fighter.
Stage 4. We can see their shop where this tractor lives and is worked on. We're on their property, and it's eerily quiet at the moment.
Yeah, don't you worry. Now, we saw them pull earlier in the light modified class with their twin Allison machine. Now here they are in the heavy modified class, and it's 3 Allisons on board.
And 2 separate tractors. They're not using the same tractor.
Nope.
And just adding an engine.
They have 3 tractors.
Okay.
They have this one, which is Fighter. Then they have 2 Green Monsters, a Green Monster Normal,
4
and a
5?
Green Monster Mitas edition.
Okay.
Haben wir Fighter-Fans in Füchtorf? Ist das alles? Haben wir Fighter-Fans in Füchtorf? Okay.
So the Whispering Giant gets dragged back to the pit area. And as the crowd now are Mexican waving, ready for the anticipation arrival of the Allison Power.
There's the first one fired. There's number 2. Yes, we are doing the wave here at Füchtorf.
So here they come. They've got to get past that 100-meter mark though.
I missed the wave twice, Tom. I got to get it this next time. It's inexcusable.
Oh, we're not doing it.
Oh, we stopped.
You've had your chance. You blew it.
My one chance to do the wave in Germany, and I missed it. The fighter fans are all on their feet. Cell phones are out. Videos are being made. I got goosebumps, Tom. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's
So chain is tight. We're ready for action. At that home pull, the workshop is literally 50 meters away from where we currently stand. Here we go. The crowd go wild here in Germany.
yeah, you could hear the crowd. Wow, what a pass by the green fighter. And then there were 5. So we're a perfect 5 for 5 in the pull-off. This whole place is literally rocking.
Yeah, it is. That's how it goes.
We're between a class VIP and a fan VIP, and our whole thing is rocking.
Whole tent is rocking. So full pull confirmed, obviously, from the measuring tail for the green fighter.
So we have 3 left.
We've 2 left in the Euro Cup. We've Luridoubtable and Intertechno Lombardo.
Okay.
Then we have a demo run from Fenrir. They're not in the Euro Cup, but they've been asked as an invited guest.
Okay.
Because they are sponsored by the Mitas brand, and Mitas helped this event out. And then we've 2 from Germany to come on as well. So the Green Monster makes its way back down the pits. And as the German commentators rev the crowd up yet again to show their appreciation to the green fighter, we look at the Luridoubtable as he's coming on track. Again, as I explained earlier, some of these turbines use a little donkey engine to power them back and forth. Currently there are no turbines running on that machine. It's running, there's a little engine just buried in amongst it all that it drives to the sledge with. Then they will connect the same sort of system that we saw with Whispering Giant, the elephant's trunk, shall we call it, the compressor, and they'll fire up the turbines.
And again, this has 1 new turbine on it, and they're going to start farther to the right than we've seen anybody all day long.
They are, good spot. Yeah, I hadn't spotted that.
Or yesterday. Yesterday, everybody ran right down the middle. But that's the difference, you know. Same track, similar weather conditions, you know, 24 hours later, it seems like it changed.
Yep. Now, obviously, they have two, and they have the Rising Star machine that they've already gone down the track with.
Yes.
So they have a bit of a inside knowledge, shall we say. The same driver, I think, drives them both today. The same driver has driven the Rising Star, has felt the track, who knows what's going on firsthand, if that makes sense, not just from watching. As always with the turbines, it just takes a little longer to get them all fired up, especially if they've got a new one on board. That might just alter the way they fire the things up or the order they do it in. But the compressor's been detached now from Tractor.
This is a French team.
Yep. This one's called Le Redoutable. And away he goes. Oh, no.
Oh. Major one-wheeling there. You could see it.
Yeah. On this side nearest to us. He was probably hard on the left handbrake to stop him going over there to try and come down this side, and that slowed that wheel down, which then one-wheeled the wheel that was spinning the fastest. If we look at the replay, it's gone a bit jittery, but hopefully we can see it. There you go. Now.
See that right-hand wheel just coming right out of the ground.
Yeah.
63.90. I did see if they stayed in bounds. 63.90.
He's in, so no disqualification.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Confirmed
Good.
from ETPC.
I started to see it on the screen, but then it went to the number, so
yeah.
Wanted to confirm. All right, that stops our streak of 5 full pulls in a row.
Yeah, disappointing there for the Le Redoutable team, but they have got the other machine, the Rising Star, that's in the pull-off to go at, which is nice.
Now we've got another brand new chassis coming out, the Intertechno Lambada.
Yeah.
It's a new chassis with a new rear end, and they moved these engines forward as well.
Everybody's moving their engines forward.
Yes.
Everybody wants more front end weight because they all keep finding more and more horsepower, so they have to keep getting more and more front end weight.
And you need to hook it up. So the Lambada team going right back to the center of the track.
Yep.
So maybe there were some runs over here on this right-hand side, and they've decided, hey, we're going back to the center.
They've maybe just seen what Whispering Giant's done. What Le Redoutable's just done, and one wheel's out of the track trying to force themselves to come onto this side. So
either that, or with a brand new chassis, they want to be very conservative, put it right in the center, and see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, the Lambada team, longtime pullers, very successful. You talked about it. They know what they're doing.
They have an idea. They've half an idea at least anyway.
Do we know who's driving tonight?
I guess it'll be Wim. Yeah, it's Wim driving.
Okay. Decked out in the traditional Dutch orange.
Yeah, we love a bit of Dutch orange. Another Hemi powered machine. We've seen the Bobcat Senior with 4 Hemis on, and now we see the Intertechno Lambada with 4 Hemis on also. Slightly different setup, slightly different engine configuration. But it'll be hunting for that full ball line. He knows all the other competitors bar one have got past the checkered flag. He's had some bad luck with the Mini, so let's hope that they've thrown all that bad luck away.
Yes, exactly. Not the weekend they were looking for with the Mini.
So we get 2 green flags for the Lambada. Here we go. Oh no! The curse of the track. Had to shut off because he was going out of bounds.
Yes.
And then hit the throttle again, thinking, can I just have enough momentum to keep it going? But shuts down and ends up at 95.51. So watch the replay on your screen there. He's drifting off, and then he has to shut off because he's about to go out of bounds. And as soon as he does, it comes straight. So he hits the loud pedal again, but just didn't have. As soon as you shut off in the tractor-pulling world, when the box is topped, you're not going to go much further when you hit the throttle again. You've lost all your momentum. You've lost all your ground speed.
Yes.
But he was just hoping he could just drag it that extra 5 meters, wasn't he?
He was.
To see if he can get past 100, but it was not for today. So the bad luck for the Dingering team carry on, unfortunately.
Yeah, frustrating weekend for the Dingerings and the Lambada team. I mean, a pretty good run for the first time out with it.
Yeah, but you could see how hard he was on the brake as he passed us. His foot was planted on that brake. There was just no bringing it back. And, you know, I spoke to many guys that have driven it, and I'm like, were you on the brake? Were you braking? I was as hard on that brake as I could possibly be, they say to me, and it still wouldn't come back.
Yes, yes. Well, when you think about all the weight you have in that sled, you know, and that momentum that it has, it's hard to turn. It's like turning a freighter or a battleship.
Yeah. If you catch it soon enough, sometimes you can catch it, but this track now has just got that, if you want to say left-hand drift, depending on where you're looking at it, but it's got that shift, hasn't it, where it's pulling everybody.
Yep.
I think the winner today is going to be the one that reads the track the best.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's one of those deals. You can make the most horsepower in the world, but if you can't get it to the track, it doesn't matter.
You might as well not bother.
And then if you don't pick the right spot on the track to transfer that power to the track, you're not going to get there either.
No. So as we said earlier on and yesterday, it's not all about horsepower.
No, it's not.
It's not just turn up. You know, if you're just tuned in, hello and welcome, or you've been watching the stream for a while, we are on the top end, the most highest horsepower tractors now in the world. And it's not just bolt some big engines to a chassis and go.
No.
It's far more technical, far more complex than that. And I'm hoping myself and Darren are just enlightening you a little bit on the things that can change and the things that alter how far you get down this tractor-pulling track. The track is fairing up. It's in good fine form. The start line staying constant. Often with these big high horsepower machines, the start line gets what we would say in the UK, a cow belly. It goes a little bit like mushy on the top, shall we say, because they're all hitting the loud pedal and causing that earth and muck pain. But the track is standing up very nicely. It's staying lovely and flat. Lots of grip in the start line, but it's turned into a drifter as the track. Here we are now. Now we are not in Eurocup anymore. We've seen our last Eurocup competitor, Fenrir from Denmark. He's not registered for the Eurocup, but as he is sponsored by the Mitas brand, I think the Green Monster team were keen to have him here.
So in North America, there was a big announcement about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. Mitas is going to sponsor what was formerly the Enderley Memorial Pulloff, the NTPA All-Star event in Have you? In Urbana, Ohio? Yeah, that's a great event. So Mitas, it's going to be called the Mitas All-Star Pull now.
Wow.
So yes. After 38 years with Enderley fuel injection, now it's going to be called the Mitas All-Star event.
Nice. So 4 Hemis again on board. This time all the way from Denmark, not from the Netherlands now. We've got Hemi power from Denmark.
This is a
Old
Scott Tedder
I
chassis.
was just saying Mr. Twister. It used to be a Mr. Twister, this.
And it was the Euro Cup champion back in 2016 and 2017. So it's been a while.
Now that's the straightest run we've seen for,
Yes.
for hours.
Yes, yes.
He just hooked up, didn't it, and sat straight.
That Tedder chassis works.
Yeah. It didn't seem to be affected at all by the pull of the track. Just sat in the middle, just bobbed his nose 6 inch off the floor.
101.82.
Full pull confirmed for the Fenrir.
So are they eligible to compete in the pull-off?
They will compete in the pull-off, but
Okay.
obviously they won't steal places away from the Euro Cup competitors,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yep.
So that concludes, well, we've already concluded the Euro Cup, but that also concludes the invited guests that tagged on the end of the Euro Cup. Now we're on to the German teams on the end of the Euro Cup. Just 2 here with us. We've already seen 1 German team in the Euro Cup, but he's also competing at the same time in the German Championship.
Okay.
That's the Green Fighter, and now we're about to see the Iwan and the Boomerang. And the Iwan is turbined, and the Boomerang is another continental powered machine. Radial powered machine.
So the Green Fighter, their full pull will count for their German points as well as their Euro Cup points?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So like we say, that concludes the Euro Cup and the demo run at the end of the Euro Cup, and now we're just into 2 tractors for the German competition, which will be the Iwan and then the Boomerang, and then we go right back to the top of the list and we commence the pull-off in a couple of tractors' time. Just gonna nip further to the lead.
Here we go. This is the Iwan, second of the Dutch competitors, 3 turbines. The Iwan, get a distance here in just a second. Looks like it's going to be in about that 76.68. So Boomerang will be our final competitor.
So we move on now to the I1 machine. Sorry, we've just seen I1, the Boomerang. So we are going to bring Boomerang on next, the radial engine. The last one in the class in the qualifying rounds. And then we'll move on to the pull-off.
All right, time for the Boomerang, the radial engine.
That's right.
As Tom just said.
You were checking the stream.
I was.
The check was still on. We had a technical glitch before and everybody could only hear the German language. So yeah, the final one in the first round of qualifying for the pull-off. As we said, these last three tractors we've seen are not in the Euro Cup. Excuse me.
Yeah, radial engines are very cool, very interesting.
So we get 2 green flags. Let's see what the German... Well, that didn't go, did it?
No, not what they were looking for.
Having all sorts of problems down the track there. First it wouldn't go, then it would, then it wouldn't. And then I think he was on and off the throttle as well. So that concludes the first round of pulling.
47-21.
Concludes the first round of pulling. So if you're at home, you can. Now it's time to go and make a brew. Have a cup of tea.
Yes.
Or coffee, if you want to have a coffee. Oh, you know, it's later on in the afternoon, isn't it? You could have a beer if you wanted. You know, I'm not judging. You can have what you want.
It's only 11 o'clock in the U.S.
Well,
11 a.m.
It's Sunday, isn't it?
It's brunch. Brunch time. Time for brunch.
Sunday, 11 o'clock brunch, you know. Because now the sledge team have got to really earn their money. They've got to stop the highest horsepower machines we have in this sport.
And it is 10 o'clock in Sydney, Illinois. I know one of my friends is tuned in from there.
Nice. So the sledge team doesn't look like they're adding extra weight. They're dragging it back to the start line. as I explained a little earlier, the sledge team have all sorts of tips and tricks of how to stop tractors. It's not only the weight in the box. They can increase the speed that the box travels. They can make the push down the pan, the automatic system that pushes the pan down. They can make that happen sooner. We were seeing them stop at around 100. Bobcat got to 109. Simply Irresistible was right out the gate there, 115, 120.
Yeah,
so potentially they'll speed the box up a couple of gears and top the box a little sooner up the track. So instead of it topping at, I don't know, 80 meters, it might top at 70 or even 65. And I guess they'll also activate the push downs a little sooner as well. All of that to try and stop these super high horsepower machines before they get past that mythical checkered flag that they're all hunting for.
Our competitors in our pull-off, the Bobcat Senior, the Rising Star 2.0, the Comico Simply Irresistible, Argus Oil Whispering Giant, Green Fighter Stage 4, and the Fenrir Power Pole tractor if they choose to come back.
Yes, which I think they will do.
Again, you know, kind of a sponsor invitation through Mitas, so.
Yeah. So if you are watching from home, ladies and gents, you know, do give us a follow on the socials. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, the ETPC. You can find us at tractorpulling.com. You can find us on all the socials. Give us a like, give us a follow, give us a share. And of course, you're watching this on the YouTube channel. That is the ETPC live streaming channel. It's the only channel that the English version will be streamed on. So give this channel a follow and ring the little bell on YouTube, and then you get notifications when we go live next time in 2 weeks' time in Scorton.
Yeah, we really appreciate everybody tuning in. This is a new thing that they're trying this year, with having a German commentary and an English commentary, and honored to be a part of the first English commentary with Tom. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
My first trip to Europe has been a great success. It's been a blast.
Yeah.
Met some great people and having a lot of fun here.
So we're nearly ready. First tractor has been called. Now we're ready to rock and roll. And the first one to the line will be the Bobcat Senior. And as we told you a little earlier, it's a new chassis, and engines have been moved slightly forward, and it's had a rebrand. And Helmer again told me last night the motorsport team of the family has now been officially recognised by the Bobcat brand. They're official partners.
Yeah, like you've been saying, Tom, it's been an unofficial partnership for as long as I can remember. Absolutely. With the Bohr family.
Yeah, the Bobcat symbol, and as you know, the Bohr family are the main importers for Bobcats in the Netherlands.
So they're synonymous with Bobcat to begin with, so it's good to see it formalized.
A good move from Bobcat, I would say, to get them officially partnered up now.
Yes.
So here they come to the line. They are going to set the distance. They're going to set the the meterage that everybody else will have to catch if they can.
Man, everybody in the crowd is singing the same song. I'm not sure what it is. It's in German,
I
but
don't know what it is either. No.
it's not the pull song.
No, it's a different one. So we get them backed up to the sledge for V8 Hemis providing the power for the Bobcat Senior. $14,000 horsepower, maybe 12,000.
Yeah, roughly what?
Over 3,000 per engine will be on.
Yes.
3.2,
yes.
3.5 maybe an engine, depending on just how hard they've got the engines set to
And
kill.
they, being the first hook with the brand new chassis, they may have it kind of fat, but
we will soon see. We've got two
Yes.
green flags. Come on, the Bobcat. Oh, kill switch.
okay, they're stopped before the 30 meters, right?
They are, yeah.
You still get that in the pull-off here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it all stopped very suddenly, as you can see, and that just goes to show how quickly, when that kill switch is pulled, bang, the tractor stopped instantaneously. Try saying that.
Yeah, like you say,
Instantaneously.
it looks like a kill switch issue just based on Barry's body language. It
Yeah.
looks like a kill switch
And
issue.
they're all now looking around the back of the tractor. Now, has it been a sledge pulled kill switch, or has the wire got cotted up, as I would say in my Lancashire twang, cotted up, sort of just looped round? But there was no rocking and rolling. Often you get a accidental kill switch when they're rocking and bouncing
Right.
about. He was just nicely setting off, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice smooth launch, and then all of a sudden, an abrupt stop.
Now, if the sledge hasn't caused the kill switch to come out, you know, let's say their kill switch at the back of the tractor's malfunctioned, then unfortunately that'll be then done. 22.59 is coming on the screen, and the towback tractor is heading to pick them up.
Oh man, that's disappointing.
I will get a little bit of info, I think. Yeah, Desiree from the ETPC is telling me it's kill switch.
Also, direkt zurück, er kann nachtanken, muss den Zug gleich wieder ransetzen.
So we do know now the kill switch had been pulled. I'm just asking the appropriate questions whether it was a sledge that pulled it. Oh, we're pushing Bobcat back, look now. Barry's getting himself back in the seat. So he's going to go and have a second go.
The tire, oh, they're pushing him back to the pit
Genau,
area.
das ist eine gute Idee.
Oh, it must be to refuel, probably.
Yes,
Wir singen einfach noch ein
possibly.
bisschen.
Oh, maybe the towback driver didn't get the message. But so we've got confirmation that the kill switch was pulled by the sledge. The sledge itself pulled the kill switch out. So another thing we've not told you, all of our European sledges have a computer system on board that is linked to the kill switch.
Okay.
So the computer has it reads the speed that the wheel is turning on the sledge.
Yes.
And then calibrates that to the box moving. And if the box moving isn't at the same speed that it thinks it should be moving, so the wheel's going round, so that it knows the wheels are going round, so the box should be moving. If the wheels on the sledge start turning and the tractor starts moving the sledge forward, the box has to start moving.
Okay.
And if the box doesn't move, or the box doesn't move at the right speed that the computer knows it should, the computer automatically pulls the kill switch.
Okay.
And very, very rarely, I think I've only known it happen twice, the computer has a bit of a moment, like computers sometimes can do, and thinks the box isn't moving and pulls the kill switch.
And we see the sled team on the sled.
Yeah. So we could have had a slight issue with the sledge. The box was moving. That was one of the first things I always check, because of that's what me, I'm such a tractor geek. I look and glance and always glance at the box to set off as the tractor's set off. I know the box moved on the sledge.
The good part is we do have a backup sled.
We do.
And if we have to go to that, it's the first tractor in the pull-off. So,
yeah, so
you know,
that's a good place for it to do it if you were
right.
ever going to do it. But V8 Hemis don't like to stop just like that.
No,
When
no.
they're he wasn't quite at full chat, but he might as well have been at full chat.
Yeah.
So graciously, they are giving the Bobcat team a little bit of time to just bar them back. Refuel and get checked out. It looks like we're going to stay with the sledge. The sledge isn't moving out of the way.
The track continues to be watered and groomed as well, so. I'm very impressed with the consistency of this track all weekend long. During the day, you know, sunny, windy days, dry tracks out, and this one stayed consistent,
Yep.
and everyone had an equal shot. We're down to our last 6 competitors on this weekend here in Füchtorf to kick off the 2026 edition of the Euro Cup Championship. First stop on the tour. Next stop is in the UK. Now you have 2 stops in the UK, right?
Yeah, we do. So there's 2 quite large events in the UK. There's one in Scotland, which is in 2 weeks' time. And then on the August bank holiday weekend, so we have a public holiday in the UK, which is towards the end of August. The bank holiday is always the last Monday in August, so the weekend before is called the bank holiday weekend. We have an event that I've been involved in for as long as I can remember at Great Eccleston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what part of Great Britain or England are those in?
In the north.
Okay.
Where my accent's from. So
yeah,
the northwest.
Okay.
Tractorpulling's quite heavy in the northwest of England. Lots of teams from there. So Bobcat's coming back.
And they're backing, you know, the tow tractor is backing the Bobcat tractor in to give them as much time to cool as possible after they had them heated up once already. Give that clutch time to cool.
And you see there on the big screen in the arena, they're currently barring the engines back. And there you go, you can see on the stream now. So what they do that is they wind the engine backwards basically. And that just gets all of the fuel and everything drained out of the engine. It reduces the risk of the engine having a bit of a moment when you fire it up. So I have heard from the track team that it was the computer system that pulled the kill switch. And that's why the team are now searching to work out why it had done it.
Yeah, you don't want to have that happen again.
No, you're absolutely right. But the computer system is there for a very good reason. We do not want a, what did we say, 14,000 horsepower machine going at full chat and the box isn't doing what it should be doing.
Correct, yes.
So I'd rather us have a kill switch and we have to wait and we have to waffle and fill a bit of time than 14,000 horsepower heading out that sandbag.
Right, exactly.
So the computer system, yes, as we know with all computers there are niggles and wiggles and problems, but I'd much rather, from my own personal point of view, have a computer system that we can use and rely on, and we're better to be on the safer side rather than the it'll be right, we'll just crack on side.
No, safety is a top priority.
So to be fair, all this waiting is fine. The Bobcat team will be happy, they'll give their engines time to just cool down a bit. Now we're moving the Bobcat team out of the way. I think that's why we're just going to...
they're going to make maybe a test pass with
I think they're going to put a farm tractor in front of the sledge to
give this class a little stage time in front of this capacity crowd.
Yes.
Proud sponsors of the Füchtorf Euro Cup event here on the grounds of the Green Monster team.
Now, that sledge is geared up to stop 14,000 horsepower. And that's not the biggest class tractor in the world.
No.
It's not going to get very far, is it?
Probably not.
So there
Whoa,
we go.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
So as soon as the pushdown happened, the class tractor stopped. So that proves that the box is doing what it should be doing.
Just made me nervous, guys, riding on the pan, looking down between the rails, the box moving.
So it looks like now that we've done a little test pull. I don't think you got to see it all on the stream, but we did a little test pull with a little farm tractor on the sledge. And it worked perfectly. The box moved as it should. The pushdowns happened when they should. I've got a feeling we're going to do it more than once. I think they're going to run the farm tractor a couple of times just to be 100%
Yeah, I think they want
sure.
the farm tractor to try to go a little faster if they can.
Yeah.
Like you say, that's not the biggest farm tractor in the world either. But
Get up a gear or two, they're telling the farm tractor. Because the way the Bobcat Senior hit the loud pedal, he left the line a lot quicker than the farm tractor can. So there you go, we can see the test is working. The sledge is doing what it should be doing. The computer isn't interfering. Isn't coming into action, shall we say, to pull the kill switch. But of course the sledge team are under pressure. There's an awful lot of people stood here waiting for the heavy modified final, but we also want to make sure the sledge is correct before we start the final.
Yes.
So we'll give them some time. No pressure from us up here on the commentary box. They can take as long as they need to make sure they're happy before we hook 14,000 horsepower to the front of it again. So another test pull completed. The towback tractor's only getting to around 30 meters before the sledge is stopping them. It's not going very far because the pushdown's happening around 30 meters. First set of pushdown, there's always two sets of pushdown. The first part of the pan drop is happening around 30 meters. So we've done it 3 times now.
So I know in the U.S. there's a rule you have to pull the sled 3 times down the track before you start. So you go down the left side, the center, and the right side.
Right.
Usually with a farm tractor.
Yep. So we now still a little bit of head scratching going on the sledge team. I'm not getting that confident walk away that we know we're all right.
Right.
They're still stood on the pan, looking in between the rails. Because in between the rails is where all the magic happens. That's where all the chains and the gears and everything else is. So we're just still waiting, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. We can only apologise. Just have to make sure all is safe and good to go. So we watched the replay there of the Bobcat coming to an abrupt stop. Oh, it's going in reverse look now. I've not seen them do that all day.
We do have a backup sled here.
We do indeed.
Is the other sled certified for?
Oh yeah, the
these
other sledge
big-
is certified for
big
heavy
mines?
mods, yeah.
Okay.
They're both gold rated sledges, so in Europe we have gold, silver and bronze.
Okay.
And gold rated is means you can pull any Euro Cup class. Oh, we have silver plus. Bronze, silver, silver plus and gold. And silver plus can pull some Euro Cup classes, the lower horsepower ones, shall we say.
Okay.
And gold then can pull all of them, including the heavy mods and the super stocks and everything else.
Yes. So we have different classes in it, their numbers. So class 8, I think, is the one that we use for semis and unlimited modifieds.
So the sledge team that are here this weekend, they are the same team that run both sledges. So yeah, the consideration to change sledge surely must be going through the minds of the ETPC currently. As we now let the fourth test for the sledge. So it is written in the Euro Cup rulebook, and again, thank you, Andy, for the fountain of knowledge, that the sledge team have a certain amount of time to fix the sledge before then the backup sledge sort of mandatory has to be used.
Okay.
And Mario, who's in charge of the show, shall we say, I can see him there on the start line talking to the sledge teams. So he will be just saying to them, look, what are we going to do? We either need to decide that this is the sledge we're going to use, or we restart the pull-off. Well, thank goodness we hadn't got halfway through it. Restart the pull-off with the other sledge.
Das Gärtner-Team wünscht alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Das muss einer aus Füchtorf sein. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob der noch da ist, der Robert. Wo ist der Robert? Hey Robert, du hast heute Geburtstag, habe ich gehört. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ich weiß nicht, ob er eine Runde Freibier ausgibt, kann ich nicht sagen, aber er hat auf jeden Fall heute Geburtstag. Und das Gärtner-Team, also die Jungs aus Füchtorf, auch vom Monster-Team haben gesagt.
So the little farm tractor's now been sent away. First flag lady is now back at her post, so that does indicate something's going to happen. So to take this moment to thank, of course, Alliance, our headline sponsor for the Euro Cup series. We thank them for their support for the whole of the Euro Cup. And also the event sponsors for today's particular event. You can see all their banners all down the side of the track. I think we're ready to go. I think the Bobcat tractor has been called to the sledge. Yeah, here he comes. Now they're going to allow the Bobcat, oh, singing happy birthday against somebody now. So the Bobcat is now being pushed back to the sledge via the little shunting farm tractor. My guess is that because they've just put a lot of pain on their engines and they don't want to have to run to the lines. They don't need to. They've been given permission for that to happen because of the circumstances we just found ourselves in. and we'll start him up on the line, which does give us a good view of the startup proceedings. The starter motor is fastened to the right-hand front engine, where the two guys in the red overalls are. There you go, that's the first one fired up. We move the starter motor over to the second one. Fire that one up. Go back to it, started up off the clutch with the handle. So, we're back where we started 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
Ready for action for the heavy modified pull-off with the Bobcat Senior going to set the distance that the others will have to catch.
6 tractors potentially in this pull-off.
So here we go, 2 green flags.
Definitely some changes to that sled from the first round to the pull-off.
Yeah, they've made it much heavier, much harder to pull.
88.44, mark to beat.
So Barry Bohr on the Senior sets the distance that the others will have to catch after we had to wait, and I have now the report from the sledge team. It was a tolerance problem on the PLC, so they changed the PLC and it all works fine.
Okay. And like we say, for fair competition, that's the perfect time for that to happen, you know, before we start a pull-off, or, you know, I'm glad it didn't happen after we pulled 1 or 2, or, you know, to have to start over and make those people run again. So. You never want to see something like that happen, but if it's going to happen, that was a good time.
Agreed. So yeah, sledge is definitely set to stop them. Berry was earning his money from about 50 meters. He was dragging and dragging and dragging.
So the Rising Star 2.0 should be next, a 4-turbine tractor out of France.
Used to be from the Netherlands, the team retired. So the crowd show their appreciation for the Bobcat team.
I want to do the wave again.
Well, you've missed your window.
I missed it.
They might do it again when Green Monster comes out, so you'll have to, you know, get your Fighter, sorry. You'll have to get yourself ready for that. Oh, here comes the Rising Star. Like I said, used to be running the Netherlands, and the team retired, and the very redoubtable team already ran a turbine tractor. We'll run that one. And they decided they wanted to do the campaign with 2 turbine powered tractors. So here we go. Same procedure as earlier. Get back up to the line, and then they attach the hose from the compressor that's sat behind the quad. Chain is now tight. Compressor quad is dragged out of the way. And we get 2 green flags down the track. We're ready to go with the turbine power here in the pull-off for the heavy modifieds in the first round of the Euro Cup. Oh, what a run from the turbine!
Takes over the lead.
Sails past the distance that the Bobcat did.
93 and 67.
What a good run.
Takes the lead by 5 meters. That was nice, smooth, straight.
Yeah.
That one didn't get pulled to the left.
Nope.
Maybe that's worked out of it now because the last few have gone straight. The Fenrir power pole, that one went straight as an arrow.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
That was the last full pull of the first round. Comico Simply Irresistible will be up next.
He was the one that took it the furthest in the first round of pulling.
Kept it straight. 5 Chevrolets on this one,
That's
correct?
the one.
Die sind selbst völlig überrascht. Es war der perfekte Finalpol vom Rising Star.
So yeah, as our German announcers are currently saying in the background, a perfect run from Rising Star, and it was. Sometimes the turbines have a hard time keeping up with the Hemis, but not today.
No. So the Simply Irresistible, going to take, looks like kind of the same path they took the first time. Just right of center.
Yeah.
Comico Simply Irresistible being called to the line.
Bastian Boutin at the wheel. Can the Chevy Power take the lead? As we watch the replay now of the Rising Star, just straight as an arrow, wasn't he? It looked like he didn't even touch the brake.
That was great. That was a great pass. Or great run, if you prefer.
Run. You can call it whatever you like. So here they come. Simply Irresistible team.
They are out of the Netherlands.
Another one of our Dutch competitors.
Yeah, 3 of our competitors in the pull-off from the Netherlands.
So like you say, they spotted the sledge off slightly to the left-hand side as we look down the track. Did them proud in their first pass, but let's see what they can do. Here we go. And it doesn't look far enough to trouble the turbines, but we'll again wait. Mean sled they're really dragging them down. 91 and 63, 91, 63.
Right in the middle. Going to pull into second place.
So if we watch the replay, I think something falls off. Yeah, it does just there, look. A little bit of something falling off there, just as he leaves the line. There you go. Oh, just saw it in reverse. Yeah, there. What is that falls off that tractor? I know what it is. It's a spanner. Someone's left a spanner on the tractor.
Was that a wrench?
It looks like a spanner, yeah. Goes in there, just as it falls off now. It could be a spanner. Luckily it fell off and didn't do any damage to anything.
Yes.
It definitely looks like a spanner. I might be wrong, but yeah.
Wait, the announcer has found it. He found it in the track. the track announcer in the red pants.
Oh, he's got it in his hand.
Yes. He stopped the sled on their way back and found it.
So good enough to put them in second place at the moment, not troubling the distance of the Rising Star, a couple of meters behind. So this track might just suit the turbines here in the pull-off. And we've got another one about to hit the line.
Let's see if the announcer gives him his wrench back. Nope. Pulls into second place, but doesn't get his wrench back.
We don't know for sure it's a spanner. It looks very much like one.
The Argus Oil Whispering Giant. As you said, a winner here yesterday.
And they took the win in the modified class. Now we're in the heavy modifieds. And we've seen the Rising Star perform really well with that 93.69, 67.
David, good to meet you.
So here comes the Whispering Giant. They'll be hoping for good things. They'll have seen the turbine machine do really well. Perhaps in the back of their mind they're thinking, just the same as me, could this be the turbine track?
So we have a turbine in the lead. This is a turbine.
Yep.
We have Allison's back there yet.
Yep.
And Hemmy's, correct?
Correct. So we get the umbilical tube taken off now, there you go. And it's all then down to the man in the seat. Can he get anywhere near that checker flag, that magic 93 meters? Here we go. 90, so about 89, 88 metres. Not good enough to trouble the top stepper today. 87, 80 metres, 87 and 80 for the Whispering Giant.
$87.80, the distance for the Argus Oil Whispering Giant. 4th place currently in our pull-off. So we have 2 left, 1 in our Euro Cup points competition, and then our invited guest, the Fenrir Power Pole tractor, Mitas sponsored. We're down to 2, Tom.
2 left here today.
Yes. Allison Power and Hemi Power.
Correct. The home favourite.
I will say, if this next tractor goes farther than 93.67,
the place will erupt.
Yes. The Allisons are fired. Or at least one of them.
Yes. So the chairs are even in the air, look. The camping chairs are in the air.
They're standing on their camping chairs. They have more faith in their camping chairs. Well, either more faith in their camping chairs or more faith in their balance than I do in mine.
So here comes the Green Fighter. 3 V12 Allisons.
93 and 67 is the distance to beat. Our host for this weekend, as we've talked about, you know, you drive through their shop to get into the pit area here. Yeah. And all of the fans come through their shop. And there's a nice food hall there. And, you know, just a great atmosphere here for pulling, a great site for pulling here. In Füchtorf, Germany, to kick off the season. Now, I've heard in a couple of days this campground and parking lot will all be planted to corn.
Yeah, indeed it will.
So a friend was telling me somebody left their car here a couple years ago. They worked the field around it and planted corn around it. Come get it in the fall.
Yeah. So 3 V12 Allisons.
Here it is.
Custom-made Pro Chargers clamped to the front of them, sucking in tremendous amount of air.
This place is electric right now. They are ready to see their hometown hero trying to go farther than 93.67.
And we wait for 2 green flags and we're ready for action. Here we go. Close, but I don't think he's done it. It's close, but I don't think it's quite far enough.
Scratching and clawing and doing everything they could, trying to get there. We'll wait on the distance.
I honestly thought about 70-meter mark. I thought, no way he's going to get anywhere near it. It was just, but when that box stopped, some of them had stopped, but he just kept crawling, didn't he? 91.48, 91.48.
Good enough for third.
Third place, yeah.
Man, I totally agree with you. About 75 meters, I thought, nope, this is not going to happen. But the momentum and, you know, the will.
The will.
The will, as we talked about yesterday, we say in the States the hardest pole to win is your hometown pole. And when it's on your home farm, it's probably even harder.
Yes, you're right. So there we have our top 3 for the Euro Cup. We know first, second and third for the Euro Cup. We're going to see one more demo run before we finish proceedings. Just from the Fenrir, just to see how he would perform if he was in the Euro Cup. But our top 3 now for the first round. Lots of rounds left to go. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's lots of points for the taking for the rest of the championship.
Exactly. As we were wrapping up here, Tom, I want to say it was a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for having us.
Yes, it was good to meet you.
And you.
Sasha Mecking and his whole crew that put this live stream together, thank you very much. You guys all did a great job. A pleasure to work with. Our German colleagues here to our right have been awesome. And the DJ to our left kept the crowd going.
And also a big thank you to the ETPC.
Yes, absolutely.
Their drive, their idea. Let's get the whole series streamed for free, which is, you know, a brave thing to do. But I think it's going to be get this sport into your living rooms. And if you've enjoyed watching it, as we keep saying, do give us a like, do give us a share. We've got one tractor left to run. We sound like we're wrapping up. We've got one left to go.
That's right. But tell your friends, you know, share this on social media. Let them know about the sport of pulling. I mean, if you stumbled on it, you had a good time this weekend, you know, make sure you catch the next one in a couple of weeks. And then our season in the U.S. starts at the end of May, so.
Nice.
A couple of good sites to see what we're doing in the USA, the ntpapull.com, ntpapull.com, and then if you go to the IHRA site, you can see the Pro Pulling League. You click on pulling, you can see the Pro Pulling League schedule there. So there's a lot of big Grand National pulls, a lot of Bent High Stakes Series pulls and Champions Tour. And check out ETPC for all the action here in Europe. There's links to each individual country's schedules there as well.
Yep.
There is pulling around the world.
Yep.
And it's really not that hard to find. I mean, from Brazil to Europe to all over the world, there is pulling.
Yep. So this will be the last tractor down the track here in Germany. Like I say, we know we've concluded the Euro Cup class. The Fenrir is not pulling for Euro Cup. So tags on the end. He was the only one of the ones that tagged them to the end that got out the far end. So this is a demo run at the end of the class just to see how good he could be. The Mitas sponsored Fenrir. So as Darren was just saying, do check us out on tractorpulling.com. That's the ETPC's website. Head over there and check out all the things. Tells you the rest of the series, the rest of the Euro Cup series and where they all are. And as Darren rightly pointed out, you can go there and find your country and where your local events are. And if you're watching from the States or anywhere that isn't in Europe, a quick Google, you'll soon find out where your local track pulls are.
Yes.
So we get Fenrir hooked up. Two green flags, the last pull of the day. Here we go. And RPMs dropped tremendously then when the box topped. Just couldn't keep the RPMs up and drags him down around the 78. Well, the distance I don't need to guess, it's 76.23. 76.23 for Fenrir.
So your winner be the Rising Star 2.0 at 93 and 67. In second, the Comico Simply Irresistible 9163, and the Argus Oil Whispering Giant right here, the Green Fighter Stage 4, right here at home in third at 9148 will make up your podium.
Nice. So we're just going to hand over just a few minutes time to our German colleagues to present the prizes when we get the big Zerion round the corner from class. But we've done all our thank yous. Thank you to Darren. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for the invitation. I appreciate it.
You've been watching the Alliance Euro Cup on the free ETPC stream. We again thank you for watching, and I've been Tom Beattie, and you've been
Darren Hartwell.
And thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. Don't forget, tune in 2 weeks' time. Subscribe, ring the bell. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Und der zweite Platz im Alliance Eurocup geht an die Jungs aus den Niederlanden. Simply Irresistible. Second place in the Alliance Eurocup goes to the Netherlands. Simply Irresistible. Hurra, das ganze Dorf ist da.
Tage. The number one im Alliance Eurocup from France, Racing Star.
The big surprise of the day. Congratulations, number one in the Alliance Eurocup, Racing Star from France.
Und dann machen wir das da oben voll. Die Mädels kommen nochmal runter, denn wir machen auch noch die deutsche Meisterschaft mit Wir haben noch ein paar Pokale, 3 Stück, die letzten 3 des Tages. Dann gibt es nochmal eine Ehrenrunde. Auf dem 3. Platz haben wir das Bumerang-Team, Platz Nummer 3.
Und der Cedric wird heute das erste Mal mitfahren. Er hat mitgeholfen beim Bumerang-Team. Und deswegen wird er das erste Mal hier in der Ehrenrunde mitfahren, vom Little Lord.
Ja, genau.
Und der 2. Platz in der Wertung der Deutschen Meisterschaft geht an Christian Sommer und den Ivan.
Und der Nachwuchs vom Monster-Team ist da, der Jonas Hörskamp. Einen riesen Applaus für Platz 1 in der Deutschen Meisterschaft. Green Fighter!
So, ihr Lieben, ein letztes Mal wollen wir feiern. Ein letztes Mal kommen wir auf die große Ehrenrunde. Und die noch hier sind, ihr seid der geile, harte Kern. Mit euch wollen wir feiern jetzt hier bei der Ehrenrunde der letzten an diesem Pulling-Wochenende in Füchtorf. Dankeschön, Leute. Danke für dieses geile Wochenende. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Ihr seid großartig.
Junge, 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 Junge. Feiert noch einmal
the Champions,
mit
for the Champions.
Star. Die Franzosen auf der 1.
Stand up, stand up. For the Champions, for the Champions. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Ja, ihr wart da oben auch heute großartig, wirklich. Da war eine Stimmung da oben, Wahnsinn.
Die Tractorpool.
Hier unten natürlich auch alle richtig gut drauf.
Voller
Ihr wart
Erfolg.
großartig. Ihr wart richtig gut.
Es hat richtig Spaß gemacht. Es war ein tolles Event. Der Familienpavillon mega, mega besetzt an diesem Wochenende gewesen.
Ja, da war richtig